Swindler! Great swindler! An enraged roar can be heard, and the sound of footsteps on a bluestone pavement by someone escaping could be heard. Xianxia stretches out his both hands helpless. I am not a swindler. I am a teacher of the academy. I only want to make you my student. Besides that, do you have to add a great while saying that I am a swindler? You make it sound as though I am some unpardonable criminal. After he finishes his muttering, he recalls the words of the director. This is the 17th one already. If I still fail to find a student today, I would have to pack up and leave tomorrow. Xianxia isn't a person from this world, but an ordinary librarian of a high school. He only remembers the blazing flames, and then, there is no more then. When he woke up, he was already in this world. This world is just like the ones depicted in novels. The path of martial arts is respected and the strong reigns. Initially, he thought that after traversing, he would become a useless talent and end up rejected by his fiancée. Afterward, he would strike back, slapping them in their face, and his life would proceed smoothly from then on. Looks like he had overthought it. After arriving here, he realized that he isn't a student but a teacher, the most pathetic teacher in the entire academy. The lectures of other people are always overflowing with people that many people who find themselves without seats. On the other hand, there isn't a single person in his class. It was difficult for him to rope in a few students, but they ended up labeling him as a swindler and escaped. As for the reason, ignoring the fact that the fellow whose body got took over by him was the weakest teacher in the entire campus and his inability to pick out talents, the crux of it all is that he even misguided a student, causing his cultivation to go berserk. This was just like having a dead patient under your record. His reputation went down and he was despised by everyone else. Even the new students chose to stay away from him, afraid that they would end up in the same situation if they were to fall into his clutches. A bad track record and his lack of students caused him to be ranked as the first from the bottom in the entire academy for the teacher qualification examination last year. He even got the first and only 0 marks in the entire history of the academy. Depressed, he used alcohol to drown his sorrows. In the end, just as he wished, he died, providing an opportunity for Xianxia to leap over. At the start of a new term, the academy issued an ultimatum to him. If he were to be unable to recruit a single student to his lessons by this year, his qualifications as a teacher would be revoked. Today, there were already 17 new students who passed by his classroom. In the end, the moment they heard his name, every one of them ran away, as though a young lady meeting a strange uncle, running as far as their feet could take them. Looks like I have to look for a way to coax one of them. As he is still thinking about how he should rope someone in, he sees the head of a girl with a dazed expression at the entrance. May I ask if this is the classroom of teacher Lu Sun? She has a cute and elegant appearance, not to mention her sweet voice. Teacher Lu Sun is the academy's star teacher. His lessons are always packed and innumerable people chose to come to the academy due to his fame. I will take her. Seeing someone walking into his trap, Xianxia's eyes light up. Recalling all kinds of methods to act cool from his previous life, he sits quietly on his chair and poses like an enlightened expert. You want to become his student? The young girl nods her head furiously as admiration appears in her pitch-black pupils. I have heard that teacher Lu Sun is the most incredible teacher in Hongtian Academy. All of the students he taught are extraordinary and joining his class is an honor in itself. Rumors may not reflect the truth. Teachers are just like shoes. What is important is whether it fits or not. No matter how well he lectures, if the theories are not suited to the skills you are practicing, not only will you find it hard to advance, your strength might even regress. Even if a teacher isn't well known, if his theories harmonize with yours, you can still improve swiftly and your cultivation will rise exponentially. Is that so? I have also heard my elder brother saying such words before. The young girl ponders for a moment, uncertainty appearing in her beautiful eyes. However, I don't know what kind of lessons would suit me. Seeing that she is on the hook, Xianxia's eyes light up. He hesitates for a moment as great sages like Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels flashes through one after another in his mind. He feigns a look of difficulty and says, Our meeting could be considered as destiny as well. How about this? I am also a teacher of this academy. I will help you take a look at your bones, talents, and personality and recommend a suitable teacher for you. Then I will trouble you, mister. She didn't expect that a teacher she met so casually would be so accommodating. The girl immediately nods her excitedly. Display your cultivation first. Xianxia's eyes are half open, putting on a look as though this doesn't bother him in any way. Yes. Oh. In a short moment, the entire room whistles from the shockwave of her punch. Wave after wave of spiritual energy swims around the body of the girl. For her spiritual energy to gather instead of dispersing, not to mention powerful but hidden, this shows that she has a great foundation. All right, I can tell that you have been training diligently and arduously. Your foundations are solid and your talent is top-notch. You are a hard-to-come-by genius. After she finishes a punching routine, Xianxia nods his head in satisfaction. He is imitating the fortune-tellers from Earth. His words are slippery with a great range of interpretation. The ones listening are unable to find a flaw with his words, and instead, they will be shocked by how accurate his comments are. Especially the strength on your legs. They are just like a coiling dragon. Every movement is just like the raging waters, full of strength. As long as you were to train hard in the future, you would surely have a bright future. Teacher, my leg is injured. The physician said that it is as good as crippled. The girl interrupts his monologue with a look of suspicion in his eyes. Injured. Xianxia's face turns red. However, he is thick-skinned, so others can't really tell. He continues to bullshit. Do you think that I can't tell? I knew it from the moment you exerted your strength. The reason why I said it is because, through destruction will there be rebirth. Although your leg is injured, you were unexpectedly blessed with an opportunity that no one else expected. As long as you grasp it properly, your legwork will become your greatest strength. Others can only look on with envy. Anyway, he is just coaxing her. If he can convince her with bullshit, he will bullshit. The important thing is to get a disciple over to him first. Opportunity? Teacher, what kind of opportunity is it? The girl's eyes lit up. After her leg was injured, she had always felt that she was inferior to others, causing her to have low self-esteem. She didn't expect to stumble on a fortune due to such a mishap. This opportunity can allow you to soar to the top in one go. It won't be difficult for you to become the top of the freshmen. After all, your talents are extraordinary. A genius that has yet to appear in history. However, Xianxia's words go on and on. All he is short of now is to take out a Buddha's palm manual. Upon hearing that she is a genius capable of becoming the first among the freshmen, the girl's face blushes furiously and continues questioning, however what? However, Xianxia sighs. It is a sigh lamenting that a talent is about to be buried in dirt. The teachers who are able to spot such an opportunity don't number many in this academy. Including me, there are only 3. The other 2 has already stopped accepting students from 3 years ago, so it would be difficult for me to ask them as well. Stopped accepting students? Initially, the girl had high hopes for it, but after hearing those words, her expression turns gloomy. Then, she seems to recall something suddenly and says, They aren't accepting students but teacher. Are you accepting? Of course I am. Just that, you can also tell, I am indifferent to fame and fortune and I don't have much time to spare as well. A look of difficulty appears on Xianxia's face. If it isn't a good jade, I won't accept it easily even if our paths cross. Put on. Before he can finish his words, the girl kneels onto the floor and bows. I know that Mr. is noble, but please accept me as your student. I will train diligently so as to not embarrass you. A surge of joy rushes into Xianxia's heart, though his face still maintains a look of difficulty. There is destiny between us, just that. You can also tell I like peace. As your student, I promise to never interrupt teacher unless it is an emergency. Seeing that he is a little unwilling, the girl immediately nods her head with a sincere look on her face. I don't have many students, so the resources I have cannot be compared to other teachers. Also, You might be criticized by others. Xianxia continues. Is that so? I have heard that training resources are important. The girl hesitates. The amount of resources a teacher claims from the academy is related to the number of his students, their results, and numerous other factors. Without sufficient resources, it is difficult to advance ahead in one's cultivation. Cough cough, I only said that to test you. Since you are determined and sincere in acknowledging me as your master, I will reluctantly accept you. Looking at her signs of hesitation, Xianxia interrupts her and says, Your identity card. So quickly. She didn't expect that the teacher would change his face as quickly as flipping the page of a book. The girl is slightly surprised as she grasps the token passed over by Xianxia, which represents his identity. Just as she is considering whether she should affirm the relationship, she sees the reticent teacher Zhang pull her hand over and cuts it with a sharp dagger. A drop of blood falls on the jade token. Wang. Light flashes. Ah! The girl is a little dumbfounded. Didn't the teacher say that he has to consider carefully about it? Indifferent to fame and fortune, was it? Why is his movement so fast and even the dagger was prepared beforehand? From now on, you are my student. After the verification through blood, Xianxia heaves a sigh of relief. Then, he continues to assume his image as an unworldly expert. What is your name? Teacher. I am called Wang Ying. Knowing that her decision cannot be revoked, the girl doesn't say anything else and nods her head. Take your identity token to claim your bedding and your books. Also, look for your lodging while you're at it. We shall begin lessons tomorrow. Meet me here. Xianxia flicks his hand. Yes. Wang Ying nods her head and turns around to leave. Hugh, I have successfully coaxed one in. After confirming that she is his student, Xianxia heaves a sigh of relief and smiles. It really isn't an easy task. If it wasn't for the techniques in acting cool that he learned from the internet, it would be hard for him to succeed today. With one student, he will be able to avoid the misfortune of being expelled. Xianxia feels the burden on his heart disappearing. In a moment, his spirit feels much more relaxed. The obsession that was lingering in his brain disappears gradually. Rest easy. Now that I am in your body, I will live properly in your stead. The previous Xianxia died because he was unable to recruit students, so he held strong regrets in this world. Now that there is a student under him, his final obsession disappears. At this moment, Xianxia could be considered to finally gain complete control over this body. Boom! After gaining full control of this body, Xianxia wants to continue coaxing a few more students over. However, he suddenly feels a tremor in his head as he hears a sound of ancient bells striking in his head. The heaven and earth are callous, treating all beings like dogs. The sun sets and the moon wanes. An imperfection appears in the heaven and earth. Boom! All kind of profound adages shocked him giddy, following which, a giant palace appears before him in his head. On it, for words glow brightly. Library of Heaven's Path. Opening the door, he walks in. Countless bookshelves stand tall and mighty with all kinds of books on them. The end can't be seen at a single glance. Could this be the gift pack for Transcenders? A library? Damn it, I was a librarian my previous life. It can't be that I would still be the same in this world as well. The gift packs of others are old grandfathers, systems, or all kinds of overpowered items. Yet my gift pack is a library. Xianxia could feel the sight before him turning dark and he almost faints. Library? For what? It can't be that in my future fights when other people are throwing swords at me, I would be throwing books? Let me see what books are those. Feeling helpless, Xianxia reaches out to grab a book from a bookshelf so as to determine the purpose of this library. However, when he stretches out, his hand passes through the bookshelf, causing him to grab thin air. Are you playing with me? Giving me a library yet preventing me from grabbing and reading any book? What exactly do you want? Xianxia is speechless. An urge to cry overwhelms him, but no tears fall out. After looking around for a while longer, Xianxia realizes that all of the books in the library are just like the moon reflected in the water. it is impossible to retrieve them from the shelves. Thus, he loses interest and his consciousness retreats from his mind. Time to eat lunch. After lunch, I will think of a way to coax another 2 more. Looking out the window, it seems to be around noon. Out of the 18 students who came by in the morning, he only managed to get one of them to join him. His acceptance rate is really quite low. He can't continue at this pace in the afternoon. No matter what, he is a transcender. If he is unable to dupe those from the ancient era, how could he proudly say that he came from a world in the age of information? Stretching his back, he walks out of the lecture hall towards the canteen. Just like the high schools from his previous life, the Hongtian Academy's canteen is rather large. Its size is sufficient to allow more than 10,000 students eat in it concurrently. After successfully recruiting a student, his mood lifted. Thus, he orders a few more side dishes and sits by the corner to enjoy his meal. Isn't that Teacher Zhang? While he is eating happily, a voice sounds out. Lifting his head, he sees a young man gazing at him with a smiling face. His face didn't have a hint of warmth, and instead, he emits the feeling of a fake smile. Teacher Chao. Zhang Xian recognizes him. Teacher Chao's full name is Chao Xiong. He joined the academy along with him. He likes to compare achievements with others and make use of it as a tool to inflate his ego. The previous owner of the body couldn't take insults. That's why he drunk to his death. This fellow definitely played a big role in exerting such pressure on him. Today, the freshmen are reporting at the academy to choose their teachers. How is your recruitment going? Judging by how you still have the mood to be eating here, it should be not bad. Look, these are the students that I have recruited, a total of 12 of them. I am here to bring them for a meal before stationing them at their living quarters. Teacher Chao has a look of superiority on his face. He points to the back as he brags openly. No doubts about it, he is here to brag. There isn't any grudge between Zhang Xian and him. However, since they came into the academy at the same time, it is hard to avoid comparisons between the two of them. Thus, he often made use of him to make himself feel superior. A bunch of youths follows behind him. Every of them has a lively expression on their face as they are curious about the new things here. Gentlemen, allow me to introduce to you all. This is Teacher Zhang, a celebrity in our academy. He is the very first teacher to score a 0 in the teacher qualification examination since the inception of our academy. He created history. Teacher Chao introduces to the crowd. 0 marks in the teacher qualification examination? Ah, I have heard of it when I was on the way here. A student he taught went into a frenzy and was almost crippled. I have heard of it as well. Quite a few people have told me before I came to not choose him as my teacher. Otherwise, not only will I not be able to cultivate, it is also equal to suicide. I didn't expect that he would be the one. To think that he has such a kind face. Hearing Chao Xiong's introduction, a commotion breaks out among the students. There are many elements to the teacher qualification examination, and a total score will be given based on the evaluation of the various aspects of it. The students' examination results also play a part in it as well. As long as the teacher has some students, there would bound to be a result. Obtaining 0 marks could be considered as making history. Are you done with your introduction? Towards the commotion of the crowd, Zhang Xian does not get angry. The one who scored a 0 is the previous Zhang Xian. What does it have to do with him? However, even if he isn't really angry, he is still quite annoyed by the actions of this teacher Chao, who raises his own standing by beating others down. He waves his hand and says, "After you are done with your introduction, you can scram. Don't interrupt my meal here." Chao Xiong didn't expect that this fellow wouldn't feel embarrassed even when his history is revealed. He was even asked to scram away. Chao Xiong's face darkens. He shakes his hand and with the prestige of a teacher, he says, "For you to score 0 points in the teacher qualification examination, you have broken the academy's record. Do you not have a sense of shame? Shame? Why should I feel ashamed? You have already said it yourself. I have broken the record and became a famous person. All of the freshmen know who I am. However, what about you?" Zhang Xian raises his hand and points towards the students behind Zhang Xian's back. How much did you score in the examination? Do they know? Before they even came to the academy, do they know who you are? If it wasn't for your insistence to the extent that you even treated them to food, do you think they will acknowledge you as their teacher? To remain unknown as a teacher, you still dare to brag before me. What the hell are you so proud of? GA? If other people were to score 0 in their teacher qualification examination, their head would definitely remain lowered when they are outside for fear of disgracing themselves. However, this fellow was the direct opposite. He was gleeful about it and held his head up high because of it. Instead, he despises Chao Xiong for not scoring a 0. Chao Xiong is about to explode. His skin is really too thick. The crux of it is, with this kind of results, how can you still be so proud of yourself? The students behind him stare at one another, at a loss of what to do. What about his reputation, his reputation? This teacher, isn't he too shameful? Shame? Thick-skinned? What a joke. In the era that Zhang Xian lived in order to become famous, some celebrities did all kinds of shameful deeds. Whatever you could think of, nude photos and fake news, they don't get embarrassed doing these kinds of stuff. Even if he were to score 0 marks for his teacher qualification examination, it doesn't mean a thing compared to the things that those people did. Chao Xiong's face turns red. The main job of a teacher is still teaching. Today I will not squabble with you. Let's cross blows only after you get a student. Then, we'll see whose student is more skilled. After saying those words, he turns around to leave. At this point, the conversation between a male and female could be heard behind him. That teacher is really not bad. His personality is also good. The voice of a dazed girl sounds out. Hesitation could be heard in her tone. Second young mistress, listen to my words. Before we headed out, young master has already entrusted me to bring you to teacher Lu Sun. However, you refused to listen to me. You even shook me off. Ignoring that, you chose him out of everyone else. The voice of an old man sounds out. A tinge of frustration could be heard in his tone. That teacher is not as bad as you said. He is a good person. He promised to guide me. He said that if I were to train properly, I can become the top of the cohort. Hesitation could still be heard in the voice of the female. You still want to be the top of the cohort. If you were to study under him, it is already a blessing for your cultivation to not go berserk. Second young mistress, do you know who he is? He is the most famous useless teacher in the entire academy. He scored a 0 the last teacher qualification examination. My little ancestor, you better hurry up and withdraw your application. Otherwise young master would kill me if he were to hear of this. A pleading tone appears in the voice of the old man. Big brother. Hearing the old man talk about the young master, the little girl starts to get frightened. Her face distorts and she falls into a dilemma. Hearing those words, the leaving Chao Xiong's eyes light up as he smiles towards the eating Zhang Xian. Teacher Zhang, could this young lady be the student you just recruited? Haha. Looks like it isn't going well for you. She seems to be intending to withdraw as your student. Teachers can pick students and similarly, students can also pick their teachers. If a student finds their teacher inappropriate for them, they can return the token given to them. Chao Xiong's loud voice attracts quite a bit of attention. The mistress and servant duo who were discussing gaze over as well. Second young mistress, is he the teacher you just acknowledged? The old man's gaze falls on Zhang Xian. Yes. The young girl nods her head. The old man immediately stands up and walks over to Zhang Xian. Teacher Zhang, the young mistress of our family has decided to withdraw from your lessons. Old Lu. She didn't expect the old man's movements to be so quick. The girl's face flushes red and she hurries over. She looks at Zhang Xian with a look of apology and says, Teacher, She is the student Zhang Xian just accepted, Wang Ying. Wang Ying, you know that I do not accept students. The reason why I accepted you is because our paths crossed. Why do you want to withdraw and give up on such a good opportunity? Do you know how many people desire to become my student? But I refused them. Of course, Zhang Xian will not allow her, who he coaxed with much difficulty, to escape. Thus, he assumes a very elderly tone. What the hell? Hearing his words, the ones in the surroundings who are aware of his background feel their vision turning dark and they almost fainted. Big brother, can you at least have a sense of shame? What do you mean by refusing to accept students, paths crossing, and many people desiring to be your student? You are obviously the one who can't recruit any student. This isn't. Under his interrogation, Wang Ying immediately waves her hand, but before she could finish her words, someone interrupts her. Yes. Seeing how indecisive his second young mistress is, the old man Uncle Lu steps forward. Teacher Zhang, our family's second young mistress has decided to withdraw from your class. She finds it hard to verbalize it out. I will be depending on you for the withdrawal procedures. Withdraw. Zhang Xian's eyelids twitch. You have to consider it properly. You will leave behind a bad reputation from withdrawing from a teacher's class. It will be hard other teachers to accept you. Are you going to ruin your young mistress' life just because of your stubbornness? Can you take responsibility? Old Lu freezes. Students can withdraw their applications. However, this would be an insult to the teacher. Besides, if you are able to abandon this one, it means you are also able to abandon another one. Normally, this kind of student with bad track record will not be accepted by the other teachers. After all, for someone who has insulted the prestige of the teachers, no one would be willing to accept that kind of students. Besides, accepting the student would mean insulting the teacher to his face. Everyone are colleagues, so it isn't wise for them to offend their peers over a student. Training in the academy. A student can be considered to be ruined if they are unable to find a teacher. Old Lu was still quite determined a while ago. However, hearing his words, he is put in a difficult position. After all, he is just a servant. If the second young mistress's future were to be delayed over this, he is unable to bear the consequences. Rest easy, your family's second young mistress has good talent. I will teach her well. She will definitely score well. Seeing that old Lu is wavering, Zhang Xian starts to coax him as well. What a joke! How could he allow a cooked duck to fly away? Hold it right there, who says that no teacher would dare to accept her? Young lady, if you were to withdraw from this teacher here, I will immediately accept you as my student. Before Zhang Xian could finish his words, Chao Xiong steps forward with his arms spread grandly. He just lost face in front of Zhang Xian. Now that an opportunity presents itself before him, how could he simply let go of it? Chao Xiong, what are you intending to do? Zhang Xian's face darkens. Intending to do? Such a good bud. It would be a pity for it to go to waste. If she were to withdraw from your classes, I will immediately accept her. After all, they came to the academy to study, so it is natural for them to choose the best teacher to guide them, and not someone who scored a 0 in the teacher qualification examinations. Chuckling, Chao Xiong looks gleeful. Poaching students from me publicly. Do you think that I won't report this to the Central Education Bureau? This isn't just a normal bicker but a public poaching of a student. Although the academy encourages teachers to freely choose their students, they do not pardon this kind of snatching of students. The moment it happens, not only will it affect the relationships between the teacher, it could also affect the culture of the school. Poaching students? You speak too heavily. At most, let's have a fair competition advising her by the side. We will let the student choose by herself. Do you dare to agree to it? Chao Xiong says. A live battle between teachers on offering pointers? Zhang Xian's face darkens. Although he has inherited the memories of the previous Zhang Xian, he has yet to organize the information in his head. At most, he can only make sense out of the different realms in cultivation. If it is on mistakes of cultivation, even the previous Zhang Xian could only smoke through it, needless to say the current Zhang Xian. Guiding others, he is definitely inferior to this teacher Chao. If they were to really compete, he would surely lose. Why? Are you scared to accept the challenge? It is clearly written in the rules that teachers can compete with one another, so as to allow the student to make a better choice. This isn't considered as poaching. Chao Xiong chuckles. He flings his sleeves and a serene and scholarly look appears on him. What do we offer the student's pointer on? He knows that if he doesn't settle things properly today, the only student he has recruited is going to flee. Xianxia grinds his teeth. There are many aspects for a teacher to guide their students on, such as their cultivation, martial art, and mistakes in training. As the teachers differ from one another, their specialty also differs. How about this, since they are all new students whom we don't know, how about we have them execute a punching routine, then guide them based on the flaws in their execution. Afterward, we will have a test on the spot, and the one whose student improves to a greater extent wins. How about it? Against other teachers, Chao Xiong wouldn't have the confidence to challenge them. However, against the one whose performance is first from the bottom, the one who scored 0 on the teacher qualification examination, he is still confident of his skills. Xianxia hesitates. It can't be that you do not dare to accept? You were still bragging so proudly back there that you refused so many students who wanted you as their teacher. If you possess true abilities, let's compete it out. Don't hinder the future of the young lady. Chao Xiong coerces him. That, all right? Xianxia nods his head. The worst one thing that can happen to one is death anyway. The worst that can happen now is his loss. If he doesn't accept the duel now, the student he just accepted will definitely withdraw. At this moment, there is nowhere for him to retreat to anymore. If he finds himself unable to make it when it comes down to it later on, he can just make up something random on the spot. Anyway, he has thick skin, so what if it is embarrassing? Teacher Chao and Teacher Zhang are competing. Which of these two teachers on the bottom will win? That's him. A teacher who scored 0 on the teacher qualification examination still wants to compete with others? Are you for real? Isn't he just looking for embarrassment? Upon accepting the challenge, numerous students who were in the midst of eating came crowding over. Today is the day for the registration of freshmen. Quite a lot of people who came have heard of this teacher who scored a 0 in the teacher qualification examination, even though they have yet to meet him in person. Most of them are quite curious how it would turn out. Going by the rules, you will guide my student while I will guide yours. Seeing people gathering around, Chao Xiong feels even more motivated to perform. He smiles with his hands open widely. To ensure fairness, competition between teachers disallows them to offer pointers to their own students so as to avoid the suspicion of cheating. Normally, they would exchange students to guide. Young lady, come and display your punching routine. Use your full strength to strike the stone pillar. After confirming the content and method of the competition, Chao Xiong assumes the look of an unworldly saint and looks towards the dazed young lady. "Aye!" Wang Ying blushes furiously as she peeks at Xianxia. After confirming that he isn't angry, she walks forward. With her hands apart, a leisure aura shrouds her entire body. Hoo-hoo-hoo. The shock wave from the punch causes the wind to whistle. Her punch is full of force. If one doesn't see it personally, they would definitely find it hard to believe that this was a punching routine from the dazed young lady. Her stance is stable and forceful. Just from the looks of it, she has built up a great foundation. Very quickly, the punching routine comes to an end. After seeing the punching routine, Xianxia falls in despair. With his experience, even with the memories from his previous life, he couldn't see any flaws in it at all. No wonder he would score a 0 for his teacher qualification examination. His eye to perceive such things is too weak. Yes, your full strength and strike the stone pillar. Seeing that she is indeed a good bud, Chao Xiong nods his head in satisfaction and says, "A stone pillar stands not too far away from them. It can be used to gauge the strength of the students so that the students would have a better understanding of their own strength." Wang Ying walks shyly over. She turns the strength she gathered from that punching routine earlier into shooting stars and sends a forceful blow over. Pong! The stone pillar staggers and numbers appear on it. 53. 53 kilograms. The strength of your punch is not bad. Chao Xiong nods his head in approval. For a freshman who has yet to enter the academy to be guided by the teachers, not to mention she is a female, it is already quite incredible for her to have such weight behind her punch. Previously, I have noticed that your punching routine is very vigorous and forceful. However, one flaw with your punches is that your punch route is a little too short. If you can increase the speed of the rotation of your lower limb, its prowess would increase significantly. If I'm not wrong, Your legs should be injured, Chao Xiong says. As expected of a teacher, his eye to perceive is indeed much better than Zhang Xian's. With just one look, he is able to tell that the crux to Wang Ying's punching routine is the lower limbs, and from there, he deduced that she might have been injured. Yes, Wang Ying nods her head. Due to your injury, you are a little hesitant to exert pressure on your lower limbs. Let me impart you a method. Don't worry, it will not worsen the injuries on your legs. Following which, Chao Xiong speaks of another new method and explains it thoroughly. Let me give it a try. For Wang Ying to possess such strength at her age, her comprehension ability isn't weak. It didn't take her long to understand the concepts fully. Then, she steps before the stone pillar again and clenches her fist. A surge of strength fills her entire body and she feels like a powerful dragon. Pong! 63. After some simple guidance, her weight of her blows increases by 10 kilograms. For her strength to increase by 10 kilograms, that is a 20% increase. I am done with my guidance. It's your time. Looking at his result, Chao Xiong smiles faintly, and the glee behind it is apparent. For a student's strength to increase by 20% with just a single session of guidance, this is not a bad result at all. Teacher Zhang. Afterward, a student walks out from Chao Xiong's back and readies himself to execute his punching routine. Hold it right there. Zhang Xian raises his hand. Why? Teacher Zhang wants to go against his words. Chao Xiong snickers. Go against my words? What a joke. Do you think I will regret something that I have agreed upon? Zhang Xian speaks with a forceful tone, but in that instant, his heart panics. As a transcender, how could he possibly know how to guide a student? However, if they want to be guided in the field of downloading and watching romance films, he is an expert. I only think that, with the crowd looking at every action of his, Zhang Xian can only bear with the embarrassment while fumbling for a random excuse to escape from the situation. He is your student and he listens to your orders. What if he intentionally refuses to exert his full strength after my guidance? Won't I lose immediately? I will definitely use my full strength. At the very least, I still have that little bit of credibility. Looking at how Zhang Xian doubts him, he grinds his teeth. All right, I believe in the credibility of this student. However, our duel isn't fair. Now that the student had said those words, Zhang Xian knows that he would only be mocked if he forcefully pushes his way through on that. Thus, he could only thicken his skin further and find another breakthrough. Unfair? What is unfair? Chao Xiong says. Wang Ying is my student. If I win, she is still my student. What would I earn? On the other hand, if I lose, she would become your student. How can this be considered fair? This is just like in a gamble of life. If I win, you would spare me, and if I lose, I would give my life to you. Do you think that this is fair? Zhang Xian says. Kang! Chao Xiong is at a loss. Now that he puts it that way, it is an unfair challenge. This bet is just like a fraud. While Chao Xiong isn't susceptible to any losses, when the other party loses, he would have to pass his student on to him. How about this? If I were to lose, Lu Yang over here will become your student. After considering for a moment, Chao Xiong declares with a gesture of his hand. Lu Yang is the freshman who had walked out to be guided by Zhang Xian. Teacher. He didn't expect that Teacher Chao would make such a decision. Lu Yang is flabbergasted and a look of anxiety appears on his face. To make him acknowledge a teacher who scored 0 in the teacher qualification examinations, he would rather die. Don't worry, teacher won't lose. Chao Xiong looks at him confidently. Yes. Seemingly confident in Teacher Chao, Lu Yang walks over and hoo-hoo-hoo. Regardless of whether Zhang Xian is looking or not, he begins on his punching routine. Initially, he wanted to say a few more words to make this youth give up. However, seeing how he immediately starts on his punching routine, not even giving him a chance to speak, Zhang Xian feels a little desolate. To tell the truth, he doesn't even recognize the punching routine of the student, so how could he find a flaw in it? Needless to say, to guide him. Flaw? What flaw is there in this punching routine? Beads of perspiration flow down his head and anxiety overwhelms him. If he is unable to find a flaw to guide him, embarrassing himself is a small matter. However, the student he took so much trouble to recruit would be gone, and he would be expelled from the academy. Boom! Just as he was overwhelmed with anxiety, the library of Heaven's Path in his mind tremors, and the deep rumble of a lightning echoes. 4 words appear on top of the bookshelves. Heaven's Path is imperfect. These 4 words have induces an imposing sensation, as though the mountains carries with it boundless prestige and might. The moment the 4 words are formed, a book appears on the bookshelf and books which are intangible and falls before him. What is this? Xianxia's heart stops for a moment. He lowers his head to look at the book in his hands. He could only see 2 words on the cover, Lu Yang. Casually flipping to the first page, he could see a dense concentration of words written it. Lu Yang originates from the Lu family from Xiayun City, a student of Hongtian Academy. Fighter 1 Dan Jushi Realm. Cultivation technique. Lotus Acupoint Breakthrough Might. Battle techniques. Soaring Flower Fists. Rookie. Dragon Inch Fist. Expert. Flaws. 12 aspects. Number 1, he uses too much strength for his feints. Number 2. Number 3. Number 4. Number 12, although his left arm is much stronger, his punching routine is more suited for the right-handed. Thus, he is unable to exert his full strength. This. Looking at the densely filled words on top of it, Xianxia feels as though he is going mad. Is this for real? Just as he is thinking of Lu Yang's flaws, the Library of Heaven's Path compiles a book on his weaknesses. If what is written on it is for real, then the gift package he received as a transcender is simply too overpowered. You must know that everyone has their own flaws. Every martial art and moves have their own flaw. Perfect doesn't exist in this world. To be able to perceive the flaws of a person and compile it into a book, this library is on the verge of breaking through the heavens. Pang! Just as Xianxia is surprised by the changes in the library in his mind, Lu Yang has already completed his punch routine. After a resounding tremor, numbers appear on the stone pillar. 62. The weight behind his punch is 62 kilograms. Teacher Zhang, Lu Yang has already finished his demonstration. How about you offer him some guidance? Chao Xiong smiles. Hearing those words, those who are watching the commotion by the side gaze towards Xianxia. They want to see how the only teacher who scored a 0 in the teacher qualification examination would guide his student. The tremor from the Library of Heaven's Path just now caused his attention to be concentrated in his mind, and he is still in a dazed state. Furthermore, he doesn't even know what the other person's punching routine is. So how the hell could he guide him? Teacher Zhang, please correct my flaws. Lu Yang steps forward and bends over completely. By one side, Wang Ying blinks her eyes. She wants to see how this expert she has just met would guide him. Kang! Everyone's gaze concentrates on him. If he doesn't speak soon, he will only end in embarrassment. Just as Xianxia is about to spout bullshit, he suddenly remembers Lu Yang's flaws that were recorded in the book in the library. He doesn't know whether what is recorded on it is true or not. However, given the situation, it is probably impossible for him to make something up on the spot. Thus, he could only buck up his courage to say, "There are many flaws in your punch routine, a total of 12 of them." Haha, he said that there are many flaws in there, 12 of them? I didn't hear wrongly, did I? This is the funniest joke I have heard. This soaring flower fist may not be very advanced, but it is one of the most common skills in the entire kingdom and is known as the basic fist. After thousands of years of simplification and refining, although it cannot be considered as perfect, he actually says that there are 12 flaws. A bunch of lies. He probably couldn't discern anything. That's why he decided to make things up. Initially, the surrounding crowd was still pondering over what he could say. The moment he opened his mouth, every one of them bursts into laughter. Soaring Flower Fist is one of the most basic punching routines of the Tianxian kingdom. It is similar to the Taizu Changquan. As long as one is practicing martial arts, they would have to learn it first. After thousands of years of refinement by countless experts, though it doesn't hold much might, but it is well reputed for its lack of flaws. Even more so, some people call it the flawless fists. For such a punching routine, that fellow actually claims that there are 12 flaws in it. What kind of joke is it? Ignoring the fact that he scored 0 for his teacher qualification examination, even if the principal were to come over, he probably won't be able to point out so many flaws. Oh? Teacher Xianxia is a genius, to be able to find 12 flaws in the soaring flower fists. Do enlighten us. Apparently, Chao Xiong didn't expect Zhang Xian to be so boastful, and to say such words the moment he opens his mouth. Excited, his eyes twinkled. He purposely said those words to push Zhang Xian into a corner. Even despite hearing the words from the crowd, Zhang Xian remains expressionless. However, his heart couldn't help but beat erratically. He didn't expect that the Luyang fellow would use a punch routine everyone is aware of. His previous self would definitely be aware of it. However, given that he just transcended over, the other person's memory has yet to fully merge with his. However, even though he is a librarian in his previous life, he is still a transcender with an entirely different set of knowledge. Not to mention, his skin is thick. After rolling his eyes, he says, "Why, you don't believe it? It isn't that I don't want to guide him, but that you all do not trust me. Since you don't want to do as I guided you to, then, you all can't blame me for it. Wang Ying, let's go. This kind of gamble is pointless. Hold it there, we trust you. Do enlighten us." Seeing that he is on the verge of leaving, Chao Xiong immediately stops him. He can tell that the other party is intentionally coming up with exaggerated figures so that other people would refuse to trust him and he could make use of this opportunity to sneak away. However, it wasn't easy for him to grasp hold of this opportunity to teach him a lesson, so how could he give up at this point? Seeing that he is unable to sneak away, Zhang Xian can only take out the book compiled by the library once again. If I die, so be it. Since there's no backing out now, he stares at the flaws recorded in the book and looks through the 12 of them once again. Then, his gaze falls on the last one. He grinds his teeth and speaks. "The punch routine you just used is right-handed. Let me give you a suggestion. Try using your left hand to strike the stone pillar. Since it is a special privilege granted to a transcender, there is a chance it could be correct. Besides, even if the information on it isn't accurate, he can't think of a better reason to worm his way out at this point. Try using the left-handed version? This can be also considered as guidance? What kind of joke is this? One's left hand is normally weak. If he were to execute it with his left fist, won't he be screwing up the entire punch routine?" The crowd first stuns before a commotion breaks out. All of them stares at Zhang Xian with looks of despise. Everyone knows that the left hand is weaker than the right. Given the shock wave from the fist Lu Yang just executed, he obviously isn't left-handed. Yet now, to ask him to execute it with his left hand, what kind of joke is this? Lu Yang, try using Teacher Zhang's method so that he can give it up. Apparently, Chao Xiong didn't expect Zhang Xian to say that. He is so excited that he is on the verge of skipping with joy, but he still yells a command to Lu Yang. Even though he just accepted him as a student, he is extremely sure that Lu Yang is more skilled with his right and that he isn't a left-handed. If he were to really execute it that way, the force behind it probably wouldn't even hit 30 kilograms. For a student to hit 62 kilograms before guidance and before 30 kilograms after guidance, this will definitely cause Zhang Xian's reputation to fall to the gutters. Let's see whether he can still remain so smug. Yes. Lu Yang snickers coldly and executes the punch routine again. He is very aware of the fact that he isn't left-handed. To get him to execute the blow with his left hand, a load of bullshit. Soaring flower fist is the basic fist he has been practicing since young. Although he isn't very used with the inversion of left and right, he soon got over it. Even though the shock wave from the fist creates a strong gale, regardless of whether it is his strength or proficiency, it seems to be worse than the previous one. Could it be? My privilege as a transcender is a sham. Zhang Xian is very nervous. Other people's privilege when they transcend includes an old grandfather who could just casually enlighten them. As long as they were to follow his instruction devotedly, there would bound to be no problems. Yet, he just has to get a library with all sorts of messy things written in the book. If what is written in the book is false, he would definitely get expelled from the school. Who? Very quickly, he finishes the routine. Lu Yong walks over to the stone pillar and raising his left fist, he smashes it in. Wang! A series of digits appear. 1. Haha, to think it would be in the tens. When the digit 1 appears on it, Chao Xiong bursts into laughter as an exhilarated expression appears on his face. However, before he could finish his words, they got stuck in his throat. His eyeballs are about to fall onto the ground. 123? 123 kilograms? The crowd who had intended to mock him are scared foolish and they tremble uncontrollably. Previously, Lu Yang's blow did 62 kilograms, and now that it has risen to 123 kilograms, that is almost a single fold. That is almost a 100% increase. Is that for real? Even the teacher who scored first in the teacher qualification examination throughout the campus, during his first guidance, can't possibly cause his student's result to increase by a single fold. Is this from me? Even the person in question, Lu Yong, is stunned. He stares foolishly at the rock pillar in disbelief. He knows that he isn't left-handed. However, never could he imagine that his left strength would hold so much strength. That is a single fold compared to his right. The crowd is astonished. Xianxia almost leaps from all the joy surging through his body. It's true. At this instant, he can finally confirm that the flaws compiled by the library are true. To be able to see through the skills a person is cultivating in and his weakness, this privilege of a transcender is really going to bash through the heavens. So, how was it? Your guidance has led to a 20% improvement while mine has led to a 100% improvement. Teacher Chao, what else do you want to say? Zhang Xian snickers. Chao Xiong's face turns pale as he feels a burning sensation on his face. Initially, he proposed this competition to see the other party make a fool out of himself. In the end, the one who was made a fool of is himself. Retrieving a jade token from his embrace, he bites on his finger and a drop of fresh blood falls on it. Lu Yong, I am revoking your status as my student. You can now acknowledge Teacher Zhang as your teacher. After saying that, he glances at Zhang Xian. You don't have to be too smug about it. This time you were lucky. The next time we compete, I will make sure that your reputation is ruined. Then he turns around to leave. This time, not only did his reputation take a blow, he lost a student and even got slapped hard on his face. It is one thing to lose to other teachers. However, the main crux of the problem is that this fellow is the one who scored a 0 in the teacher qualification examination, the worst teacher in the entire academy. Teacher. Watching as Chao Xiong departs, Lu Yang's face darkens. Although he managed to achieve a good result under Zhang Xian's guidance, he, like Chao Xiong, believes that it was only luck. He doesn't believe that he would have this kind of skills. All right, you are now my student. Hurry up and take out your identity card. Zhang Xian doesn't care what he is thinking about. A victory in a bet has given him a new student, so he is still busy celebrating over it. He casually tosses a jade token over. Although Lu Yong isn't really willing to become his student, he knows that he has to give in to the results of the bet. If he doesn't acknowledge this Zhang Xian as his teacher, the other teachers would definitely reject him. Thus, he could only drip his blood onto this jade token to complete the verification. Tomorrow, meet here for lessons. After finished dealing with Lu Yong, Zhang Xian doesn't say anything excessive. He looks at Wang Ying and said those words faintly before walking out of the canteen. Returning back to his lecture hall, Zhang Xian delves into his mind without second thoughts to examine the library of Heaven's Path closely. After examining for a while, he finally understands a thing or two about it. As long as the person executes his skill or martial art before him, it would immediately compile into a book of their flaws. Haha, I have really struck it rich this time. With this thing in my hand, I would be able to see through any flaws at one go. I don't believe that I will still score a 0 for the next teacher qualification examination. Frenzied joy races through his heart. As a transcender, Xianxia finally feels some enthusiasm for the future. Taizu Changquan, literally means ancestor long fist. A brief introduction of long fist. It is a close combat skill which emphasizes stretching one's limbs to the maximum. It is a high aggressive style whose motto is, "The best defense is a long offense." Source: Wikipedia. Taizu Changquan is known as one of the 6 great long fists in China. There are multiple names to it, depending on the region, but it is well established and influenced the creation of many other fists in the future, thus giving it the title of Mother of 100 Fists. Source: Baidu. Have you heard? Chao Xiong Laosher had just competed with the Academy's #1 teacher from the bottom, teacher Zhang Xian. They competed? Then, won't Zhang Xian Laosher lose for sure? Unexpectedly, that wasn't so. Zhang Xian Laosher won. He casually guided a student and made his strength increase by 1-fold. Increase by 1-fold? In his first guidance? Even Lu Sun Laosher wouldn't be capable of doing that. Are you for real? A lot of people witnessed it for themselves. So how could it not be real? Those who witnessed the competition in the canteen are discussing over it excitedly. For the student's strength to increase by 1-fold in the first guidance? Xiaoya scoffs. It is definitely just luck. Baiyu City is the 3rd biggest city in the Tianxian Kingdom, and Xiaoya is the daughter of its city lord. From young, she has been put through top-class education, and her motive for coming to Hongtian Academy is to be accepted as Lu Sun's student. However, she didn't expect to hear that Lu Sun would be inferior to Zhang Xian before she even found him. Naturally, she doesn't believe such rumors. Luck? I don't think that it is luck. After all, it is an increase by an entire fold. Just luck itself won't explain it. A student sitting not too far away from her couldn't help but respond to her words. You think that it isn't luck? Don't think that I do not recognize that Zhang Xian Laosher. He is the one who scored a 0 in the teacher qualification examination and almost got fired. What capabilities do you think a guy like that would possess? If you do not believe my words, I can unmask his facade right here and now. Xiaoya has had an impatient personality since young. Upon hearing someone praise the worst teacher in the academy, she immediately bellows. Fine. We also want to know whether the teacher is just all talk. Instantly, 2 students stand up. The 3 of them walked out of the canteen, and after asking around, they found Zhang Xian's classroom. Pushing open the door, they walked in. You are Zhang Xian Laosher? Walking into the classroom, they see the young man sitting on the teacher's seat smiling foolishly to himself. No matter how they look like it, he doesn't seem like an impressive teacher. In fact, they started to feel uncomfortable. That's me. After noticing the entry of a few students, Zhang Xian stopped analyzing the Library of Heaven's Path and turns over to look at them. We've heard that you have won in a competition against Chao Xiong Laosher, and the student you guided had an increase in strength by 1-fold. Xiaoya states with clear disbelief in her tone. Good. Then I would like you to guide me as well, to see whether you can increase my strength by 1-fold as well. I'm not free. Zhang Xian waves them away. Teachers also have their own pride as educators. They aren't performers who would perform to the will of the audience. How could they just guide others just because they want them to? Besides that, what's with your attitude? It's not like I owe you something. Not free? Aren't you very idle right now? Xiaoya could tell that the other party is just trying to shake her off. She grinds her teeth in anger. She told her friends that she would come and expose his facade. Yet right now, she is being chased away without even getting a glimpse at his abilities. She feels embarrassed. I have to recruit students. I don't have the effort to fool around with an arrogant little girl. Zhang Xian says calmly. You! Xiaoya is so furious that her beautiful eyes roll around. She is the daughter of a city lord. Not to mention she is blessed with good looks. No matter where she goes, people look at her with eyes of admiration. However, not only did this fellow reject her, he even said that she was fooling around. How hateful! Even if he is a teacher, this is unforgivable. What must we do for you to guide us? Grinding her jade-like teeth, Xiaoya questions. Acknowledge me as your teacher. Zhang Xian replies calmly. as he looks at Xiaoya with a bizarre expression. Seeing how the other party is looking at her as though she is an idiot, Xiaoya staggers. Fine. I will acknowledge you as my teacher. However, if you were to teach me erroneously or give me bullshit, I will expose your lies. Xiaoya, you can't. If you were to take him as your teacher, you won't be able to become Lu Sun Laosher's student. The two friends who came with her almost fainted upon hearing her acceptance of his request. They immediately try to persuade her. Hearing the persuasion of her two friends, Xiaoya hesitates. She is aware of the school rules. After becoming a teacher's student, if the student wants to acknowledge another teacher, they would have to first withdraw from the lessons of their current one. However, if they were to do so, the other teacher would tend to reject the student. Not to mention a popular teacher like Lu Sun. You don't have the guts to? If you don't dare to, just hurry up and leave. Don't hold up my business. Recruiting new students. Xianxia waves her away. Who says that I do not have the guts to? She was still hesitating, but upon hearing Xianxia's words, Xiaoya immediately explodes. Her eyebrows frown and she says, I will acknowledge you as my teacher right now. Let's verify our relationship. Your attitude is too bad. Even you want me as your master, I don't want to accept you. Xianxia waves her away yet again. It is natural to want to recruit obedient students just like the previous Wang Ying. However, the current one seems to be on gunpowder. Even if he lacks student, he is unwilling to admit her in. You! She didn't expect that when she chose to bear with it to acknowledge him as her teacher, he still refused to accept her. Xiaoya can feel flames arising from her. She came here specially to expose his fraud. If she were to stomp away furiously now, wouldn't she be falling into his trap? Perhaps this fellow is intentionally trying to chase her away so that his fraud cannot be exposed. She is adamant to not allow things go his way. Humph, I will just admit it as my fault first then. After I expose your true face, see how I will put you in place. Thinking so, Xiaoya suppresses the rage in her heart. She smiles faintly, exposing her white teeth. Teacher, don't get angry. I was disrespectful. I sincerely wish to become your student. May I plead with you to accept me? This is more like it. Seeing her change in attitude, Xianxia nods his head. I can accept you as my student. Before that, I would like you to clean this room. I don't want to see a speck of dust here. Also, help me tidy up the washroom outside. Scrub the toilet bowls clean. Afterward, I will check on it. If I am satisfied with your work, I will admit you in under my tutelage. Don't go too far. Xiaoya is about to go on a rampage. What is her identity? She is the daughter of a city lord, a daughter of a noble. From young, she has never done any household chore before, and yet this fellow intends for her to sweep the room? Even cleaning the washrooms? Scrub the toilet bowls? Is he insane? If you can't even do such superficial tasks, you can leave right now. I don't need lazy and useless students. Xianxia says. Little lass, you want to play with me? You are still much too inexperienced. Who says that I am useless? I will clean up now, I will scrub now. Xiaoya grinds her. Grabbing a broom and mop, she starts to tidy up the room. Xiaoya, how about we just forget about it? I don't think he is really capable. He is purposely making things hard for you. The two friends who tagged along with her, upon seeing the young mistress of a city lord starting to clean up the place, they are all horrified and quickly attempt to convince her otherwise. Both of you wait outside first. Since young I Xiaoya have never really lost before. Today, I have decided to go all out against him. Xiaoya frowns. That. Her two friends understand Xiaoya's temper. Seeing that she can't be persuaded, the both of them look at each other, at a loss of what to do. Inform butler Yao, didn't he come as well? If the butler were to know that the fellow who scored 0 for his teacher qualification examination was ordering young mistress to scrub the toilet bowl, he would definitely stop him. After staring at each other for a moment, one of them came up with a solution. For a person of Zhao Ya's identity, even though there weren't any threats on the journey to the academy, there was still someone who escorted her. The person who escorted her was Butler Yao. Presently, he should still be around the academy. All right, let's look for him now. Without any hesitation, the two of them immediately rush out of the academy. For Xiaoya, who has a stubborn temper just like any other daughters of rich households. Even though she has never done household chores before, it didn't take her long to adapt to it. Swiftly, the interior of the room became clean. Even the washroom outside is sparkling. Not bad. Xianxia nods his head in satisfaction. You should be satisfied now. You can admit me as your student and guide my cultivation now, right? After finishing her work, Xiaoya crushes her teeth together luo. Her jade-like face distorts as she tries to hold herself back from punching the guy in front of her. Your identity card. Disregarding the other party's murdering gaze, Xianxia throws a jade token to her casually. Taking a deep breath, Xiaoya drips a drop of blood on it, verifying their relationship. Zhang Laosher, now that I can your student, can you give me a pointer or two? Now that she is on the verge of accomplishing her objective, revealing the true face of the despicable man before her, Xiaoya suppresses the excitement in her heart and asks, display fighting technique to me first, so that I can gauge your fundamentals. Xianxia beckons. Yes. Without any nonsense, Xiaoya clasps her hands together and bows before executing her skills. Hoo. The wind howls. Her blow is full of might. As a female as well, her blows are much faster and stronger than Wang Ying. With a single look, it is apparent that she put quite a bit of effort into her training. While looking at Xiaoya execute her skill, Zhangxian's mind is currently in the library. As expected, with a light tremor, a book falls from the shelves. The two words Xiaoya are written on the cover. Xiaoya, the daughter of the city lord of Baiyu City. Fighter 1 Dan Jushi Realm Pinnacle. Cultivation technique. White Jade Pure Maiden Skill. Weakness. 27 flaws. Number 1, her personality is rash and she is easily angered. This goes against the White Jade skill's nature of calmness and smoothness, so she is unable to bring out its full strength. Number 2. The book is just like what he saw previously. It records all of the flaws and deficiencies in Xiaoya's cultivation. Pong! 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 After a short moment, Xiaoya completes the entire punch routine. Clenching her feminine hands, she turns around and sends a blow towards the rock pillar in the classroom that is used for measuring the strength of one's blow. A crisp sound. A set of number appears on it. 110. Not bad, not bad. Zhangxian can't help but nod his head. To be capable of wielding such strength in her fist before coming to the academy, Xiaoya is indeed the daughter of a city lord, holding extraordinary strength. All right, give me some pointers. After executing her skill, her face doesn't turn red nor does she gasp for breath. Xiaoya turns to look at Zhangxian. Finishing what that has to be done, Xiaoya is ready to see the fellow before her make an embarrassment out of himself. Suddenly, an idea comes to mind and a record crystal appears in her sleeves. Record crystal, it is an object capable of recording video and audio in its surrounding. She intends to use it as evidence of Zhangxian's wrongdoing. This way, he would be unable to talk his way out of it when she spreads word about his crime. Let's see how you would be humiliated then. To think that you would dream of competing with Lu Sun Laosher. Dream on. Upon the thought that she would be able to grab hold of evidence on him soon to punish him and vent her frustration, Xiaoya's eyes glitter and she almost failed to control her laughter. Suppressing her happiness, just as she was waiting to see what nonsense the other party would come up with. A pair of clear eyes reminiscent of lanterns appear right in front of her. Xiaoya leaps in shock and backs away hurriedly. Only then did she realize that it is Zhangxian Laosher. She grinds her teeth in anger and exclaims, "What are you doing? Relax. I am just taking a look." With his hands behind him, he circles around Xiaoya, shaking his head. Then, he suddenly stops before Xiaoya with less than 1 chi between them. 33.3 centimeters. She can feel the warmth from his body. Xiaoya's face blushes. From young, there hasn't been a single man who has been in such proximity with her. Her heart beats furiously. Then, she hears an unhurried voice saying, "You are sick." Hearing those words, Xiaoya almost erupts and faints on the spot. "You are the one that is sick. Your entire family is sick." She is on the verge of going crazy. What's wrong with this fellow's brain? She executed a set of martial arts for him to point out the flaws in them. Instead, this fellow says that she is sick. How can such a vile person exist in the world? Why did you start hurling insults? Xianxia frowns. Soon, he understands what other meanings his words could hold and smiles faintly. "I am saying that your body is sick. I am not insulting you. I am not sick." Xiaoya humps coldly. "In my opinion, you are the one who is sick. Something is wrong with your brain." She is as strong as an ox. A single fist of hers has a strength of more than 100 kilograms behind it. She is very clear on the fact whether she is sick or not. "Don't refute my words first. Do you often feel a vague pain in your danzhong and jujua acupoint? Especially on the night of a full moon. When the humid wind blows, a faint red tinge will appear on your body and you will like." At this point, Xianxia hesitates for a moment, as though it is difficult to verbalize it out. He continues, "No matter how you train, you feel like your heart won't calm down? How? How did you know?" The furious Xiaoya had intended to refute every word that the other party would say directly. But after hearing those words, her face turns red and she stupefies. It isn't that the words he said are incorrect, but they are simply too correct. Recently during training, she would feel a faint pain in her danzhong and jujua, although she would just bear it since the pain isn't severe. The crux of the problem is that, on the night of a full moon, when the cold wind blows, her body would turn weird. A strong desire would surge through her body as it turns red. Unable to suppress her raging emotions, she would find herself craving the embrace of a man. She is just a 16 to 17-year-old young lady who has yet to undergo the matrimony of human bodies, so she was unable to tell what that emotion is. She only feels embarrassed by it. Initially, she thought that she could just bear with it and it would pass. However, these feelings became more and more intense. As her body develops and her chest becomes more and more fleshed out, she felt those tendencies getting more and more uncontrollable. In the past, she could deal with it with just 2 circulations of her cultivation technique. But now, even 10 times wasn't enough for the urges to subside. She could only halt with her training until the sun rises. As this affair is really too bizarre, she doesn't dare to tell anyone about it. Even her best friends and her city lord father is kept in the dark. Despite it being a matter no one knows about, how did this fellow find out about it? It is also due to her being unable to bear it that she came to the academy in a hope to find the crux of the problem and solve it once and for all. "I am a teacher. I could tell from the punch routine you executed just now." Xianxia replies calmly. Of course, it is impossible to tell this much through looking at one's punch routine. The Library of Heaven's Path is an extraordinary treasure. As long as she possesses flaws, even if these flaws have nothing to do with her skills, it would be recorded in it. Exactly because he had seen her problems. That's why Xianxia had a bizarre look on his face. "Is there a solution?" Xiaoya clenches her jaws and asks with a reddened face. After she was so resolute to expose the fraud of the party, she ended up having her problems exposed by him in an instant. It made her feel embarrassed. "There is a method to resolving it. Come to class tomorrow and I will explain it to you." Xianxia gestures with his hands. "Really?" Xiaoya's eyes light up in disbelief. She is very aware of the problems in her body. Due to her inability to control those raging desires, it caused her become irritable and impatient in everything she does. Initially, she thought she could only conceal this matter in her heart and that there is no way to solve this problem. However, never would she ever dream that this teacher, who is the last in the entire academy, would be able to uncover it in just a few words. Furthermore, he has a solution to treat it. "If you don't trust me, you can look for other teachers in the academy." Xianxia flings his hand with an indifferent expression, the look of an expert. No, teacher, you are the only one." Xiaoya hurriedly nods her head. It hasn't been just a day or two since the start of her suffering. Countless physicians in the city couldn't tell what is wrong with her. Even her father, City Lord Zhao, wasn't able to tell that there is something amiss with her. Yet this Xianxia Laosher could tell with just one look. Just comparing their eyes of discernment, none of these people could compete with him. That is exactly the reason why she thinks that he would have a way to treat her problem. That record crystal, do you still intend to keep it? Zhang Xian points at her sleeves. Ah! Xiaoya is horrified. Only now does she recall the record crystal she intentionally left behind so as to get evidence on him. If the contents of the conversation were to leak out, how can she continue to walk with her head held up high? I don't. Exerting some force with her palm, Kacha, the record crystal is reduced to dirt. After destroying the crystal, Xiaoya glances at Zhang Laosher once again. This time, his face doesn't look so hateful. Rather, it is an enigmatic face. Despite concealing the record crystal so discreetly, she still got caught. Not to mention, the problems with her body were exposed by him. How could someone of such capabilities score a 0 on the teacher qualification examination? He must be indifferent to fame and reputation, apathetic to the views of outsiders. I have heard that experts are all like that. When this idea appears in her head, Zhang Xian's position in her heart evolves from a swindler to one of the top experts in the world. Take your identity token to claim your bedding and your books. Also, look for your lodging while you're at it. We shall start lessons punctually tomorrow. Seeing that another student has been reeled, Zhang Xian waves his hand as he passes down instruction to her. Suddenly, a loud roar can be heard from the outside, and in a flash, a human figure rushes in. Who? The person who entered is a middle-aged man. He carries a ferocious aura with him as he enters into the classroom. From a single look, one can tell that he isn't weak. Young mistress. After entering the door, the middle-aged man stops and bows to Xiaoya. Uncle Yao, why are you here? Xiaoya stares at him blankly. This isn't anyone else but the butler from Bayou City, whom her two friends went to invite. Yao Han. Just as he was about to leave after sending Xiaoya to the academy, her two friends rushed over to inform him that the young mistress wants to acknowledge the fellow who scored a 0 on the teacher qualification examination as her teacher, and that he even ordered the young mistress to scrub the toilet bowls. Hearing those words, Butler Yao Han almost exploded on the spot. Young mistress, the apple of the eye of the city lord. At home, no one dares to order her around. To dare to get her to sweep the floor and scrub the toilet bowls. He is too audacious. If this fellow is one of the more reputable teachers in the academy, he could drop the matter since they tend to be pickier. The crux of the problem is that this fellow was the last in the teacher qualification examination, not to mention he even drove a person berserk. How can the young mistress study under someone like that? Even in the city, the people who guided her, even if casually, are much stronger than this person over here. Young mistress, are you? Staring coldly at Zhang Xian, Yao Han quickly glances at the young mistress. I have already acknowledged Zhang Laosher as my teacher, Xiaoya declares. Running here with his full strength, he didn't think that he would still be a step too slow. Yao Han's face darkens as he pulls Xiaoya to his back. He stares at Zhang Xian coldly. Quickly withdraw our young mistress from your tutelage, then apologize. Otherwise, when I blow this matter up, everyone will know that you bewitched an underage lady as a teacher to get her to come under your tutelage. Bewitched an underage lady? Isn't your use of phrase a little too much? Zhang Xian shakes his head. If others were to hear such words, they would think that he had done something towards Xiaoya. The heavens can serve as his witness that all he has done was to accept a student. It is an extremely pure action. Don't play around with me. The young mistress of our family is a talented genius. She isn't someone a person of your qualification can teach. If you were to remove her from your lessons now, I can choose to just let this pass. Otherwise, I will definitely bring this up to the principal and have you fired. Yao Han howls. However, before he could finish his words, Xiaoya interrupts him from his back. Uncle Yao, what are you doing? I have acknowledged Zhang Laosher as my teacher of my own free will. Why are you causing trouble for me? Xiaoya stomps her feet. The reason why she came to the academy was to solve the problem with her body. She is still happy over the fact that the teacher before her assured her that he would be able to help her, and yet this fellow here comes to mess it up. What the heck is he doing? Of your own free will? Yao Han glances at the young mistress. Do you think that he can really give you guidance that would allow your strength to surge? The young mistress is a proud person, he knows that well. Could it be that this teacher who is reputed as trash is able to guide her? That's why she acknowledged him. Allow my strength to surge? That he didn't do. Xiaoya shakes his head. The other party only pointed out her illness. He didn't guide her on her cultivation. No? Then. Yao Han is baffled. All right, Uncle Yao, stop asking. Recalling her own illness, Xiaoya's face turns red. Seeing the young mistress behaving like that, Yao Han stares blankly in confusion. Then, when he sees the shattered record crystal on the floor, his face turns frosty and in a split moment, he seems to have turned into a rampaging lion. You darned brat, what did you do to our young mistress? Did you think that I wouldn't dare to kill you right now? Boom! In his rage, a powerful aura surges forth and the wind howls. Jia! The ground creaks in agony as though it is unable to bear the heavy pressure. What did I do? Upon seeing at the other party seethe with rage, Xianxia was speechless. Wasn't this misunderstanding getting a little out of hand? However, he could understand that it was natural for others to think that way. After all, without guiding her cultivation, he was able to make their young mistress willingly acknowledge him as her master, and she even blushed upon bringing up the subject. What's more, the record crystal had been shattered. That's obvious an act of evidence destroying. All of these showed that there's something amiss with the situation. Xianxia was immediately labeled as a weird uncle, a sex maniac, a shameless teacher, and other similar titles. Uncle Yao, what are you thinking? If you are going to continue behaving like this, I will never bother with you again. Looking at the furious Yao Han and hearing his words, how could she not know what was going through his mind? Her face immediately darkened as she exclaimed. After all, she was a young lady. This kind of rumors would ruin her reputation. Young mistress! Interrupted by Xiaoya, Yao Han could only withdraw his aura. All right, follow me to collect my bedding. Don't hold me up here. I still have lessons tomorrow. Xiaoya harumphed and walked out of the room. She was unwilling to talk about her illness. If she were to reveal it to him, he would definitely pressure her to talk about it. Under this kind of situation, how could she possibly talk about it? Thus, unable to come up any other excuses, she could only claim to have willingly acknowledged Xianxia as her teacher. Humph! After seeing the young mistress turning around to leave the room, Yao Han glanced at Xianxia coldly with a glint in his eye, seeming to be contemplating over something. Then, with a fling of his arm, he turned around and walked out. At this moment, the intention to kill that young man lingered in his mind. If they weren't in the academy and the young mistress didn't stop him, he would have long made his move. Who did I offend this time? Looking at the Yao Han's cold gaze, Xianxia felt perplexed. I only accepted a student, do you have to go this far? He made it seem as though I am an unpardonable criminal who is the source of all evil in this world. The problem was that he didn't do anything at all. Forget it, there is still time left today. Let's see if I can recruit a few more students. The more students under my tutelage, the more resources I will receive. There were many different levels to the teachers of Hongtian Academy. Every year, an assessment of the teachers would be conducted based on the conditions of their students. The number of the students they have, the pace of their improvement, their results in all kinds of competitions, the teachers were reliant on these to be promoted. The higher their level, the resources a teacher would get would increase exponentially. Naturally, the same goes for the resources their student would receive as well. This was probably what it meant by the teacher and the students advancing as one. Right now, he had only accepted 3 students. He might be able to retain his position as a teacher, but if one were to talk about qualifications, he was still the last in the entire school. In order for him to advance, he could only continue recruiting more students. Oh! Zhang Yang, don't be too disappointed. Wang Chao Laosher was the only one who rejected you. You don't have to be so depressed. Two youths were walking on the pavement in the academy. The youth in front was currently trying to console the one behind. Mo Xiao, you were accepted. Of course you don't feel anything saying those words. How about you try getting rejected? Zhang Yang frowned, unhappy at his friend's words of consolation. Cough cough, don't say that. There are still a lot of excellent teachers in the academy. There isn't a need for you to choose Wang Chao Laosher out of them all. The youth in front scratched his head in embarrassment. There's no need to choose him? It is easy for you to say. Since young, we have been training in the way of the spear, and the spear has already become a part of our body. It is something we are unable to discard anymore. The best teacher in the art of the spear in Hongtian Academy is Wang Chao Laosher. Now that you were accepted by him while I was rejected, is it possible for me to not get depressed? Zhang Yang raged. That Mo Xiao didn't know how he should reply to such a question. In Hongtian Academy, different teachers have different specialization. Some of them specialized in fists while some of them specialized in sabers. Wang Chao Laosher was well known for his capability in imparting the way of the spear. He was considered as one of the better teachers, even considering the entire academy. The both of them joined the examinations together in a hope to become his disciples. However, one of them passed while the other one failed. It is natural that the one who failed would feel gloomy. There is a classroom there. How about we take a look? Unsure about how he should resolve this awkward situation, Mo Xiao suddenly saw a classroom not too far away and pointed towards it. I'm not going. Zhang Yang shook his head. Let's go and take a look. What if this teacher is also skilled in imparting the way of the spear as well? Mo Xiao consoled. Anyway, you have nothing to lose just by visiting it. All right. Although he was unwilling, Zhang Yang still followed Mo Xiao into the room. The person inside the room was Xianxia. He was just about to go outside to recruit some fresh blood when he saw two youths walking in. Nice to meet you, teacher. Mo Xiao bowed. Xianxia widened his eyes slightly. Are you here to look for a teacher? Yes, this is my brother. He is extremely formidable, especially with his spear. In the younger generation, there are few who can compete against him. I hope that teacher can guide him, Mo Xiao said hurriedly. Mo Xiao. Zhang Yang pulled the sleeves of his good brother. What is it? Mo Xiao asked in confusion. Look at the surroundings. Zhang Yang frowned. This classroom was extremely narrow. From the looks of it, it could only fit 10 people or so. It was obviously a small classroom. The size of the classroom was representative of the capability of the teacher. The teachers who were ranked in the top few have classrooms the size of a field, allowing more than hundreds of students to cultivate and train at the same time. In comparison to that, this classroom was just like the size of a palm. The teacher of this classroom was probably only of average standard. It's indeed quite small. Mo Xiao noticed the size of the room and his heart beats. Jidang. Initially, he wanted to help soothe the stifled emotions in his best friend's heart. Yet, unwittingly, he came to this kind of location. If the teacher's standard was really subpar, not only would the stifled emotions not disappear, it might even weigh heavier on his heart. Demonstrate your ability with the spear. Seemingly oblivious to the secret conversation taking place between the two, Xianxia said calmly. Since we came here, we might as well have this teacher guide you for a bit, since there's nothing to lose. If his standard is really bad, we can just refuse to acknowledge him and leave. Seeing the look of hesitation on Zhang Yang's face, Mo Xiao persuaded him. Zhang Yang nodded his head. Other than some exceptionally popular teacher that most students set their eyes on, when most teachers chose their own students, their students were allowed to examine the capabilities of the teachers as well. After thinking it through, Zhang Yang immediately retrieved the spear from his back and fixed the multiple parts together. Wang! With the long spear in his hands, Zhang Yang's expression changed instantly, just like the intimidating glint of the sharp edge of an unsheathed blade. So. The long spear stabbed forward and a sonic wave boomed. The entire room sounded as though it was being torn apart, and a strong gust of wind whipped up in the surroundings. Experts were identifiable the moment they made a move. This Xianxia, although he might not be considered too strong, but his prowess with the spear was indeed not quite bad. Who? The tip of his spear tremored and struck the rock pillar not too far away. A light reverberation lingered in the air and numbers appeared on the pillar. 110. To think it would be more than 100 kilograms. Just by the destructive prowess itself, even a one-dan fighter Jushi realm pinnacle would be unable to take the blow. Teacher, please offer me some pointers. With his spear held vertically beside him, Xianxia stood upright without a hint of nervousness or tiredness as he looked at Zhang Xian impassively. Truthfully, just by the size of the classroom, he didn't hold high expectations for this teacher. He thought that his standard would at most be of average. As though proving his point, the teacher before him squinted his eye. It was difficult to fathom what he might be thinking. He only slowly opened his eyes after hearing his words. He turned to look at him with a faint hint of a smile on his lips. You are emotionally wounded? That is, you have been dumped before. After thinking it through, Xianxia immediately retrieves the spear from his back and fixes the multiple parts together. Xianxia stares blankly before his face turns red and darkens. I once had a crush on a girl. Then, I was humiliated by her. But this has nothing to do with teacher. He once had a crush on a girl and he had once confessed to her excitedly. However, he was humiliated heartlessly by the other party and he felt ashamed of it. He has kept this incident a secret such that not even Mo Xiao is aware of it. How did this teacher know of this? Is that for real? Xianxia, why didn't you tell me that you got humiliated by someone? Who is it? Hearing him admit to it, Mo Xiao is surprised and hurriedly asks him. I will tell you about it later. Xianxia shakes his head, refusing to say any more about it here. He looks at the teacher before him and says, Teacher, this is my private affair. I have no idea how you could have knew this, but this should have nothing to do with guiding me in the way of the spear. Nothing to do with it? Zhang Xian shakes his head. This has everything to do with it. Everything to do with it? Xianxia is a little doubtful of his words. What does a broken heart have to do with the Zhang Xian guiding him? Your spear is decisive and powerful. This is just like your personality. No matter what you do, you always charge straight ahead without thinking about the consequences. This should have been a good thing. Warriors should be like that, charging ahead without concerning themselves with minor things. Zhang Xian looks at Xianxia calmly. However, it is a pity that after your emotional experience, fear started to sprout within you. You fear rejection and you fear humiliation. There is hesitation in your spear. With that additional hesitation, your strength greatly reduces. You could see all these from my spear? You could tell that I was once heartbroken? You could tell my personality? Xianxia is shocked. The words of the other party aren't wrong. Rather, they are too correct, there isn't even a single error in it. His personality is straightforward and in this past, this allows him to charge ahead bravely without fear. Yet, due to that emotional experience, he starts to become timid and hesitant in everything he does. For him to be capable of telling all these through his spear, even his heartbreak, what kind of eyes do he possess? When did such an impressive teacher appear in the academy? He feels as though he is going crazy. Previously, when he visited the number 1 spear teacher Wang Chao to request for him to accept him as a student, Wang Chao only told him that he has yet to grasp the crux of the way of the spear. As for the reason behind it, he couldn't really tell. However, with just a single look, the man before him could tell that he had a history of heartbreak and that his skills stagnated due to the emotional trauma from it. Could this teacher's ability to discern be stronger to Wang Chao? This is normal. Zhang Xian gestures with his hand, a look of an expert appearing on his face. The spear is a reflection of one's heart. If one's heart isn't clear, the skills they display through it would be dark. Even though your skills with the spear is coherent, it feels as though there is something shrouding it, something that you are unable to make sense of, something that you are unable to sever from you. With just one look, I can tell that it is definitely a crush. This time, not only does Zhang Yang's face crumbles, even the mouth of Mo Xiao beside him is opened so wide that an egg could soon be stuffed inside it. What the heck are you for real? Just by looking at one's skill with the spears, you could tell that emotions are shrouding it, and the unable to make sense of and unable to sever. Are these still the eyes of a human? Mo Xiao and Zhang Yang stares at one another, disbelief appearing in both of their eyes. Teacher, can you help me take a look as well? After the shock, Mo Xiao steps forward with a look of desire on his face. Regardless of whether Zhang Xian is agreeable or not, the spear in his hands tremble and he begins to execute his moves. He executes the same moves as Zhang Yang, just that they are stronger and much more fluid. Just by his skills with the spears itself, he is indeed better than Zhang Yang. It is no wonder that Wang Chao Laosher chose him and not Zhang Yang, who, after a gust of wind, Mo Xiao retracts his spear and stands up straight. When his spear moves, he is like an unparalleled frenzied demon. When his strength overflows, even gods and spirits dare not approach. When his spear retracts, he stands quietly just like a statue. With a movement of his hands and feet, his disposition changes. Although he cannot be considered to be strong, being at Fighter 1 Dan, he could be considered to have walked quite a distance in the way of the spear. You have a weak stomach. If I am not wrong, you even suffered diarrhea today. Zhang Xian's serene gaze turns towards him. Ah! A shudder passes through Mo Xiao. Teacher, you could tell that I had diarrhea from my spear? Just like what the other party said, his stomach isn't doing well today. He already started having diarrhea from yesterday. Today it got even worse and his body feels weak. However, this doesn't really affect him much. With a spear in his hand, he still managed to execute his skills at top form such that even Wang Chao Laosher couldn't stop praising him. Yet, the man before him could see through it in an instant. Is that for real? To be able to tell one's heartbreak and diarrhea just from his spear, what are his eyes made of? You want me to guide you? If you want, then acknowledge me as your master. Ignoring the shock of the two, Zhang Xian looks at them calmly. To be able to tell the condition of them both so simply, the both of them are about to go mad from shock. Yet, it doesn't seem like anything much to him. The truth is the same as well. When the both of them executed their skills, the Library of Heaven's Path automatically compiled a book on them both and the heartbreak and diarrhea naturally appeared in the list of their flaws. Zhang Xian only has to take a look and read them out loud. There isn't any difficulty to it at all. Disciple Zhang Yang is willing to acknowledge teacher as my mentor. Without any hesitation, Zhang Yang immediately kneels on my floor. He is truly impressed by Zhang Xian. With this kind of eye for discernment, how could his guidance be ordinary? Seeing how Zhang Yang acknowledges him as his master just after he pointed out a flaw of his, even before he started guiding him, Zhang Xian nods his head satisfactorily. He retrieves a jade token representing his new identity to him and says, "Verify our relationship." Yes. Without any delay, Zhang Yang immediately drips a blood on it to verify his ownership of the token. Very quickly, the procedures are completed. Since you are now my student, let me give you a suggestion. If you want to be respected in a relationship, you must first hold sufficient strength. Without strength, how could the other party think of you as an equal? Thus, the first thing you have to do is not to be depressed but to open up your mind and focus on your training. You must let the other party know how foolish they were to reject you. You must use your strength to prove to them. At this point, Zhang Xian suddenly recalls a very show-off book from his previous life and smiles faintly. The river reverses its flow after 30 years. Do not bully the youths just because they are poor. Do not bully the youths just because they are poor? Hearing those words, Zhang Yang feels a burning sensation in his chest. He feels so agitated that his face turns entirely red and his body trembles uncontrollably. As a person born in this world, how could Zhang Yang possibly have heard of those words? In that instant, his battle will seem to have been lit. The depressed emotions he welled up from his heartbreak seems to shine brightly like diamonds. Try executing your skills again. Seeing how he has broken out of his shell, Xianxia gestures. All right. Without saying anything, with the spear in his hands, Zhang Yang's disposition changes in an instant. It is completely different from his disposition previously. Hong 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 hong. His spear sweeps about as his aura rumbles. Powerful strength is exerted through the spear and scatters into the surrounding, shaking the entire room. Pong! At the end of his spear routine, he sends a horizontal stab towards the rock pillar. A deafening reverberation and a line of digits appear on it. 235. To think it would be 235 kilograms. Previously, when he used his full strength, it was only 110. With just a pointer, his strength increased by more than a single fold. Thank you, teacher. Seeing the numbers, the doubts in Zhang Yang vanished. He kneels onto the floor. At this moment, he is truly convinced in the capabilities of the teacher before him. Incredible! Looking at the numbers on the rock pillar, Mo Xiao couldn't help but turn red as his entire body trembles. He is delighted over finding a good teacher for his good brother. Yet, he feels disappointed at the same time. Previously, when Wang Chao guided him, his strength only increased by 30%. Yet, the teacher before him enhanced Zhang Yang's strength by more than a fold. If only he had known that this nameless teacher is that formidable, he wouldn't have wasted his effort to look for Wang Chao and would have immediately acknowledged him as his teacher. At this moment, he feels a little regretful. However, doubt sprouts in his mind. How could such a formidable spear teacher remain unknown? He can't resist asking, "Teacher, since you have accepted Zhang Yang as your student, could we have the honor of knowing your name?" Hearing his words, Zhang Yang looks over as well. He is completely impressed by this teacher. But at this moment, he realizes that he doesn't even know his name. "I am Zhang Xian." Zhang Xian replies calmly. "Zhang Xian? That name sounds familiar." Hearing that name, Mo Xiao ponders for a moment. Then something comes to mind and his eyes narrow. His lips quiver uncontrollably as he asks, "I seem to recall, the trash teacher who scored 0 points for his teacher qualification examination is also called Zhang Xian. It seems that teacher, you have the same name as him." I am that trash." Zhang Xian nods his head. "Ah!" Zhang Yang and Mo Xiao petrify. There are many rumors regarding that useless teacher. Before even coming to the academy, they have heard so much about him that calluses were growing on their ears. They say that he is skilled in nothing and that he had been misguiding disciples. They say that he doesn't know how to cultivate and he doesn't know martial arts at all. All in all kinds of slander there is. As long as one is a student, it is best to stay as far away as possible from him. Do not mess with this fellow, otherwise going berserk is just a small matter at hand. At worst, they may even die in his hands. When both brothers came to the academy to seek a teacher, they have also heard of such rumors. All along, they have been proceeding carefully, but never in their dreams would they imagine that this unworldly and incredible expert is that legendary trash. "Teacher, if you are so incredible, why would?" Zhang Yang couldn't resist asking. Although it has just been a short period of time since they knew each other, he could tell that the teacher before him had immeasurable capabilities. Every single movement of his has an elegant disposition. How could he be a trash? There are many people in the world who are envious of the talented. This kind of things means nothing at all. Zhang Xian tilts his eyes upwards 45 degrees as sadness and regret reflect in his eyes, as though lamenting the incomprehension of the world. The emotions on his face are in place, but in his heart, he is scolding vulgarities. If it wasn't for the Library of Heaven's Path, given how the previous owner of the body was, it was already very incredible of him to not get a negative score. 0 marks is already a high score, all right? I am willing to cleanse teacher of his sullied reputation. Seeing his teacher's depression and incomprehension of the world, Zhang Yang's heart is moved and he couldn't help but declare so. "It's okay. Teacher's reputation doesn't matter. As long as you train hard, I would be satisfied. Take the identity token to claim your bedding." Come to class punctually tomorrow. Make sure to not be late. After Zhang Xian's show of acting cool, he seems to have fully captured the worship of the student. Zheng Yang nods his head. Yes. Zhang Yang pulls Mo Xiao, who is standing beside him, and the both of them walks out. 4 students. Seeing the two of them leave, excitement flashes across Zhang Xian's eyes. The dazed young lady Wang Ying, the student who he won from a bet Lu Yang, the arrogant young mistress Zhao Ye, and the spear genius Zhang Yang. Initially, he thought that today would be just like how it was before. He would be unable to recruit a single student and the day would end in a failure. He didn't expect that he would manage to recruit 4 of them. Without identity token, even if students were to come, I would be unable to admit new students. I better make use of this free time to get a few more tokens. After getting emotional over recruiting 4 students, does Zhang Xian realize that he doesn't have any more tokens on him. This item is given out by the academy. Due to his terrible reputation, the teacher in charge of distributing the tokens only gave him 4. He even thought that Zhang Xian would be unable to use all of it. If he doesn't claim more of it, even if new students were to come, they would be unable to acknowledge him. This token contains the information of the teacher. Once a student claims ownership of the token by dripping a blood drop on it, it means that they acknowledge the teacher as their mentor. On the other hand, if they would like to withdraw from the lesson, the teacher only has drip a blood drop on it and the information of the student would be erased. Standing up, he walks out of the classroom. The sun outside shines brightly and a heat wave assaults through the shade of the tree, causing people to sweat profusely. Freshmen and older students are walking on the pavements of the academy and excitement could be seen on their faces. Coming into a new environment and acknowledging a teacher, the freshmen are overjoyed. On the other hand, upon thinking of the arrival of new students for them to play with, the older students are full of smiles as well. While walking along the pavement, a large infrastructure appears before Zhang Xian. There are 2 giant words hanging on a board in the center of the building, Logistics Building. The tokens that represent the identity of a teacher are claimed from this building. Yo, who is this? Isn't this our star teacher? For you to not be recruiting students in the classroom to visit me, what do you want? Oh, let me guess. Could it be that you used none of the identity tokens, so you are here to return them? Right after walking in, he hears a sarcastic voice sounding out. Zhang Xian raises his head and a plump man whose face is full of fats comes into view. This fellow at least weighs 300 to 400 kilograms. From afar, he looks like a giant ball of meat. Chen Biao. A name floats from the depths of his memories. This Chen Biao is one of the teachers in charge of logistics. He is a very spiteful man who always likes to eat into the spare change of others. As the teacher on the lowest level, Zhang Xian's salary has been minute and the resources he could claim had always been minimal. Thus, he has never been respected by him. Due to this affair, he offended him. The moment they meet, all kinds of sarcasm and insults would come flying out. Previously, Zhang Xian been given 4 identity tokens under the premise that he wouldn't finish it is the work of this man. I have finished using my identity tokens. I would like to claim a few more of them. Can't be bothered with the other party. Zhang Xian speaks calmly. Finished using it? Chen Biao stuns for a moment before howling in laughter. Haha! Everyone, come and take a look. This teacher who is first from the bottom comes here to brag that he has used up all of his identity tokens. Haha! This is the funniest joke I have heard in the entire world. I seem to recall that you gave him 4 identity tokens back then. Finished it? Him? What a joke! The teacher who is second from the bottom, Sun Yen Laosher, is said to only have 1 student currently. This fellow who made history by scoring 0 in the teacher qualification examination could accept a single student. What are you trying to brag about? Throw him out. Anyway, after today, he would be fired. Upon hearing Chen Biao's shouting, the few teachers in the logistics branch came rushing over. They stared at Zhang Xian with looks of disdain. For a teacher who is at the very bottom and scored 0 for the teacher qualification examination, why the hell is he trying to show off? Students would run the instant they hear your name. For them to acknowledge you, what kind of joke is this? Oh? You said that I am bragging? Fine, why don't we bet on it? Xianxia doesn't get mad. Instead, he smiles. Bet? Fine, since you want to lose so badly, I will fulfill your wish. Just that, given how poor you are, I doubt that there is anything you could offer. Qian Biao didn't expect this fellow who he had always looked down on would challenge his authority face on by betting with him. He snickers in disdain. It isn't your problem whether I am poor or not. Since I proposed the bet, of course, I will take out something I am willing to bet on. Xianxia widens his eyes. Oh? You are able to take something out? Given your background, the things you take out would probably just be some rotten metal or similar shit-like things. You think that grandfather I would bet with you? I can't afford to lose my reputation betting with you. Qian Biao states contemptuously. Xianxia is the lowest level teacher in the entire academy, not to mention first from the back. Not mentioning the fact how he is unable to get a single student, he doesn't even have bonuses or so. If one must point out the poorest teacher in the entire academy, it would definitely be him. He lives thriftily even in his daily life, not to mention resources for cultivation. Hee. Xianxia isn't bothered by his insults at all. He chuckles and continues. The thing I would like to bet isn't a treasure or an object. It is face. If you were to lose, I will slap you 3 times in front of everyone else. If I were to lose, I will let you slap me 3 times. Do you dare to bet with me? Slapping face. He didn't expect the other party would bet on this. Qian Biao couldn't help but to hesitate over it. To be slapped by the academy's worst teacher. If he were to lose, he wouldn't even feel like living on. He would be so embarrassed that he would want to die. How, do you dare or not? Xianxia smiles at him. Qian Biao, what are you scared of? It's not like you don't know his standards. Can a teacher who scored a 0 in the teacher qualification examination get a single student? Isn't he just dreaming? He is just scaring you. If he is able to recruit them, then won't I have a few hundreds of students by now? Even if the students of this year were to be blind, they wouldn't be blind to such an extent. The other teachers of the logistics branch smirk. None of them believe that Xianxia would be able to recruit students. This is as difficult as a pig climbing up a tree. Fine, I agree. Finding everyone's words logical, he nods his head in agreement. Since the rest of you are cheering so happily, would you all like to make a bet along with me? With the same terms as him. Seeing him agree, Xianxia looks towards the other 3 teachers of the logistics branch. The previous 3 who were so disparaging a moment ago didn't mind adding to the bet since one of them had already agreed to it. Why? Do you find your face itchy that you would like us to slap a few more times? Fine, I'm in. The teacher declares haughtily. I'm also in. Who's afraid of you? To be bragging in front of us despite scoring a 0. You are looking for death. The 3 of them nod their head with a smirk on their face. In their opinion, Xianxia is bound to lose this bet. Today, he would definitely be slapped. All right, since you said that you accepted 4 students, bring them here now so that can we verify your claim. Or, you do want to just present your face now for us to slap. Looking at the teacher who is first from the bottom arrogantly betting with the 4 of them, Qian Biao smirks coldly. Bring the students here? Xianxia shakes his head. You are all teachers of the logistics branch. It can't be that you don't even know the simplest thing. It is easy to verify whether I recruited 4 students or not. As long as students were to claim ownership of my token, their personal information will automatically appear in the Education Bureau. As long as we verify it with the Education Bureau, the truth would be clear for all to see. After all, the Education Bureau can't possibly be working with me just to lie to you all. As long as a student had verified his relationship with a teacher, the information would be automatically transmitted to the Education Bureau and recorded. No one would be able to fake the results. Li Yuan, you take a look. I want to see how this fellow could still act so smug after that. After looking at his confident expression and hearing his words, Qian Biao is taken aback for a moment before turning around to command Li Yuan. Li Yuan is one of the teachers who mocked Xianxia previously. Hearing the orders, he turns around and walks out of the logistics branch. The Education Bureau and Logistics Branch belong under the Administration Branch. It didn't take long for Li Yuan to return with a darkened face. How was it? Looking at the expression on his face, Qian Biao's heart pounds furiously. Jidong. As an ominous premonition looms in his head. There is, for students who acknowledged him as their teachers. These are their names, are personal information. Li Yuan's face turns strikingly pale. Even now, he still finds the fact hard to believe. Are those 4 students blind? Of the many teachers in Hongtian Academy, why did they have to choose a teacher who scored a 0 in the teacher qualification examination? A fellow who doesn't know anything. Let me look at it. Let's make sure that he didn't find some disabled and blind fellows who could be expelled at any time to be his students. Qian Biao grabs the name list. The other 2 teachers hurriedly surround him. There are quite a few teachers who would recruit some inadequate students so as to boost the number of students they have. These people could be expelled at any time. Even if they were kept in the academy at the moment, they probably wouldn't last more than a few months. In Qian Biao's opinion, for a person like Xianxia who ranks at the very bottom, even if he successfully manages to recruit students, he could only recruit the worst of the lot, students whom no one wants. Accepting this kind of students just to fill the numbers doesn't bring the teacher any pride. It brings shame instead. Wang Ying, a female? She doesn't sound like anything by her name. She is probably one of the students who scored the worst in the entrance examination. Looking at the first name on the name list, Qian Biao snorts in disdain. Hongtian Academy is not a place anyone can enter. If one wishes to enroll, they would first have to undergo the entrance examination. Then, the students would be ranked based on their results and those who meets the prerequisites would be accepted. Those who scored the first few in the entrance examination are hot targets for the more outstanding teachers. Each of them is famous in this academy and among them, there doesn't seem to be a student called Wang Ying. Qian Laosher. Continue looking on. Before Qian Biao could finish his words, he hears the trembling voice of one of the teachers beside him. Why? Could she be worse than I have described? With a cold laugh, Qian Biao continues browsing down the list. With just one look, his eyes narrow as he reads the detailed information on Wang Ying below her name. Rank 67 of the entrance examination, younger sister of Wang Tao, an elder's disciple, and the young mistress of one of the 4 great families in Tianxian City. The young mistress of the Wang family? Wang Tao's younger sister. Qian Biao gasps in astonishment. There are 4 great families in Tianxian Kingdom and the Wang family is one of it. The young mistress of such an esteemed family acknowledges the fellow who got a 0 for his teacher qualification examination as her teacher? Are you for real? Shouldn't a figure like that go for Lu Sun or Wang Chao? If her family were the ones who induces fear in him, then what that causes him to fall into despair is Wang Ying's elder brother, Wang Tao. He was enrolled in the academy 2 batches prior and after his enrollment, he has always scored within the top 10 in the annual comprehensive evaluation. This year, an elder in the academy even sets his eyes upon him and accepted him in as his disciple. If the older brother has that kind of talent, how bad could the younger sister be? Having an influential background, talent, and a good brother, she still chose to acknowledge this fellow as her teacher? My eyes must be going blind for it to make such a mistake. Qian Biao could hear lightning rumbling around him and he feels on the verge of fainting. Look at the ones below. Just as he is convulsing in disbelief, another teacher exclaims with a shaky voice. He probably used up all of his luck to be able to admit a Wang Ying in. I don't believe that he would be capable of getting someone even more incredible. Clenching his teeth, Qian Biao continues glancing down the list. When his eyes gaze on that name, his entire body convulses yet again and he feels the sight before him turning dark. Xiaoya? The Xiaoya who is 7th in the entrance examination. The daughter of the city lord of Baiyu City. Qian Biao feels like tears are going to stream down from his eyes at any point. He just said that he wouldn't believe that Xianxia would be able to recruit an even more incredible student and never in his dreams would imagine that he was able to. Not only so, it is a popular student whom countless teachers would go crazy for. He has already heard of this Xiaoya before she even enrolled in this academy. She is the daughter of the city lord of Bayou City, and not only is she pretty, she is also blessed with great talents. This kind of talent would be competed over by the teachers who rank at the top. Why would she acknowledge such a trash? Impossible. This is impossible. He tries to forcibly suppress his emotions. Glancing downwards, he sees the names Lu Yang and Zheng Yang. The two may not be very famous, but their rankings are not low in the entrance examinations, scoring within the front 100, especially Zheng Yang. It is said that he specializes in the spear. Due to the limitations of the examination, he wasn't able to exert his full strength, causing his ranking to fall behind. If he were to be allowed to use his spear, he might be even able to get into the top 20. Staring at the names of the four on the list over and over again, Chen Biao and the other teachers feel like they are going mad. This isn't rational. You must have used some kind of deception to get them to acknowledge you. Even though they acknowledged you as their teacher, they don't know who you are. The moment they find out, they would withdraw from your lessons. Suddenly, Chen Biao howls with a savage expression. What rights does a teacher who scored 0 in the teacher qualification examination have to recruit such outstanding students? He must have used some kind of despicable method which no one knew of. The moment these methods are revealed, these students would abandon him in anger. That is to say, while it is true he has 4 students, these students probably won't follow him for long. They will withdraw from his lessons in a matter of time. It isn't your problem whether they withdraw from my lessons or not. The bet that we decided on was whether I have students now. Now that you all have verified that I have 4 students, shouldn't we be fulfilling the conditions of our bet? Cannot be bothered with the savage-looking quartet whose minds are around the place. Xianxia speaks calmly. Chen Biao, Li Yuan and the other two have expressions on their face that look as though they are in a funeral. The content of their bets was indeed on whether he had students now, and not what would happen in the future. Going by such, they have lost. However, they are unable to accept the fact that they have lost and that they would be slapped by the worst teacher in the academy. Bet? Little fellow, what if we refuse? After a slight hesitation, Chen Biao smirks coldly and a ferocious look appears on his plump face. Indeed, even if we go against our words, what can you do? Haha. Do you want to beat us up? The fact is, do you have the ability to? The worst teacher in the academy with the worst cultivation. To be so smug in front of us. Do you believe that even if we were to beat you up to the point that your head swells up like a pig head, no one would come to stop us? Stop acting cool and perhaps you could stay in the academy a little longer. Otherwise, it wouldn't take long for you to be kicked out and be shamed. Li Yuan and the others immediately understood Chen Biao's intentions and sneers. Not only did Zhang Xian fare the worst in the teacher qualification examination, his cultivation is also subpar among all of the teachers. Even if he isn't the very worst, he isn't far from it. That's precisely the reason why he doesn't have the eye to discern the problems in the training of his students. Naturally, Chen Biao and the rest wouldn't be willing to be slapped. Since the other party doesn't possess the strength to enforce the agreement, they intend to go against their words to the end. Oh? That is to say, you all don't intend to follow the rules of the bet. Zhang Xian isn't angry. Instead, he smiles at them. That's right. You brat, what do you think you are? To think that you would think of slapping me. Do you believe that I will slap you to your death right now? Seeing how this fellow doesn't back out and continues acting so smugly, Li Yuan is provoked and immediately sends a slap towards him. Even before the slap reaches, the pressure from the wind causes one to experience shortness of breath. Although this Li Yuan is only a teacher of the logistics branch, his cultivation isn't low. He has already reached the level of a fighter 4 Dan advanced. There are 9 Dan to a fighter, 1 Dan Jushi, 2 Dan Dantian, 3 Dan Jinshi, 4 Dan Pigu, 5 Dan Dingli, 6 Dan Pishue, 7 Dan Tongxian, 8 Dan Zongshi, 9 Dan Jizuan. Another new world appears with every level. The higher you climb, the harder it is for you to progress. In every level, there are 4 tiers: primary, intermediate, advanced, and pinnacle. Zhang Xian is the youngest teacher in the entire academy, being just 19 this year. His cultivation is only at 3 Dan Jinshi pinnacle. Li Yuan is a level higher than him. The difference between each level is very great and is almost cannot be overcome. Pa! Just when everyone thought that Li Yuan would definitely strike on Zhang Xian's face, leaving him faint-headed, a sudden crisp sound echo. Everyone immediately sees a red mark on Li Yuan's face as fresh blood spurts out of him and a large bunch of his teeth fall to the floor. How? How is this possible? Everyone stands in their spot dumbfounded and on the verge of going insane. In the Fighter 4 Dan Pigu realm, one's muscles, bones, and even skins will be tempered, causing one's strength to soar rapidly. The difference between it and Jinshi realm is like heaven to earth. Yet, the brat in Jinshi realm is able to cause a Pigu realm expert to vomit blood with just a single slap. Everyone found the sight unbelievable. Besides, wasn't this fellow the last in the sparring during the teacher qualification examination? Why, is he so strong now? It must just be a coincidence. Do not fear him. Chen Biao howls. One of the teachers also agrees with what Chen Biao says and charges over. Just like Li Yuan, he has reached Pigu realm advanced stage. His muscles are just like metal tendons and his skin is just like a metal plate, giving an impression of indestructibility. You shall fall to the ground. Stepping forward, this teacher lifts his eyebrow and prepares to smack him with his palm. Pa! The compression of the air results in explosive sonic booms. Facing the other party's ruthless blows, Zhang Xian remains calm. With his forefinger and middle finger together, he strikes upwards at a slanted angle. Pada! The teacher whose body is like a metal plate feels a slight pain at his armpits before his vision went dark and he collapses onto the floor. What? In 2 strikes, 2 Fighter 4 Dan teachers were defeated. The remaining 2 teachers, including Chen Biao, knows that the teacher whom they had been looking down upon isn't as simple as they thought to be. Let's attack together. With a loud roar, Chen Biao raises his fist and charges over. However, even before he made a move, Zhang Xian suddenly appears right before him. His left hand grabs his face while his right hand pokes him lightly. Pudong! A pain in the abdomen and Chen Biao collapses to the floor as well. The moment his body hits the floor, the last teacher whom he teamed up with also falls to the ground and convulses as though he is epileptic. You! How did you know all of our Ming men? With a spurt of fresh blood, Chen Biao stares at the fellow in front of him in fright. He finally understands why, even though the other party's strength is far from them, the results ended in the direct opposite. Their opponent found the Ming men of their cultivation the moment he strikes. How could they have possibly expected this and guard against it? All cultivators would tend to have a Ming men as their weakness, and the moment it is struck, even if the person striking is a child, it would be possible to kill the person. However, Ming men is the core of a human, thus cultivators would protect it carefully. Even the closest kin would not know where their Ming men is. Although Zhang Xian does not possess strong cultivation, he seems to know where their Ming men is and strikes at their vitals directly. How could they resist against someone like that? Hearing his words of astonishment, Zhang Xian smiles without explaining. Of course, it is through the Library of Heaven's Path. Not only does the Library of Heaven's Path allows him to see through flaws in one's cultivation techniques, he is also able to see the personal problems of the cultivator and his Ming men. They are all written in detail on it. Knowing his opponent's Ming men and the weaknesses in their skills, even if Zhang Xian transcended from Earth and still isn't very familiar with the skills of this foreign world, it is still a simple task to subdue the 4 of them. Since you all chose to accept the bet, you all should have prepared yourself for the consequences of losing the bet. If you all had obediently allowed me to slap you all, we wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. Zhang Xian chuckles. Zhang Xian, you don't need to get gleeful over it. I don't know what kind of despicable methods you used to find out where our Ming men is to wound me. But as the least experienced teacher, you attacked other teachers in public. Just by this alone, I am able to send a complaint letter to the academy to have your teacher qualification revoked. Chen Biao howls. There are clear levels between teachers in the academy. For lower-level teachers to make a move against higher-level teachers is an immoral action. Zhang Xian is young, and he also scored 0 for his teacher qualification examination. Thus, he is considered as one of the least qualified teacher in the academy. For him to wound for people who are more qualified than him, if the academy were to be informed of this incident, there would definitely be an uproar. His teacher qualification license being revoked is a small matter. It might be possible for him to be directly expelled. Why? Since you can't defeat me using martial arts, you want to try to the rules to suppress me. Despite facing such threats, Xianxia doesn't seem to be bothered by it. Indeed, Li Yuan is also thinking about this. Excitement and cruelty flash across his eyes. If you obediently kneel before us now and allow us to beat you up, perhaps when our moods lift, we won't report the incident. Otherwise, prepare to be fired. After being fired from your position, without your identity as a teacher protecting you, no one will say anything even if you are killed. Another teacher howls. In Tianxian Kingdom, the teachers of an academy are of high social status. The moment they lose their job, their social status would also fall correspondingly. If so, the few of them would really dare to make a move to kill him. Since you all want to deal with this using rules, all right, I will also deal with this using rules then. With a tranquil gaze, he walks a few steps to Chen Biao and says, Chen Biao Laosher, you secretly used Elder Chun Ming's treasure to please your concubine. 3 months ago, you embezzled from the school's fund to buy a house for her. A month ago, when you broke Elder Lu Quan's most beloved porcelain, you pushed the blame onto a student, causing him to be expelled. Do I need to be recounting all of these matters in front of the school leaders? You. Chen Biao's eyes narrow as his plump body twitches uncontrollably. An inconceivable fear surges through his entire body. He looks as though he has seen a ghost and is on the verge of going insane. He committed all of those without leaving behind any traces, so no one knew about it. Even his colleagues, Li Yuan and the others, aren't aware, so this fellow, how did he know about it? Furthermore, with such details? Li Yuan Laosher, did the female student, whom you robbed of her dignity that resulted in her suicide from 3 years ago, return as a vengeful spirit to look for you? A few days ago, you grew an acne on your back. Perhaps, this could be her seeking you for revenge. Ignoring Chen Biao's terrified expression, Xianxia turns to look at Li Yuan. Ah! Hearing those words, Li Yuan hurriedly backs away from fright as his face drains of all color. 3 years ago, he was enchanted by a beautiful female student and he humiliated her, causing her to commit suicide from the shame. This incident was very covert and except for him, no one knew about it. Due to his conscience acting up against him, throughout the 3 years, he often dreamt of the other party coming to reap his life as a vengeful spirit. Furthermore, half a month ago, a giant acne in the shape of a human palm grew on his back, scaring him out of his wits. After hearing Xianxia recount this event with great details, his entire body trembles uncontrollably out of overwhelming fear. Put on. His knees lost his strength and he kneels onto the floor. A sudden pungent smell wafts around the room. To think a fighter 4-dan advanced stage expert would be frightened to the point of peeing out in public. Du Chun Laosher, you stole your good brother's business and even poisoned him to death through toxic wine. Although this incident was inconclusive back then, if rumors were to spread out now, do you think that you can continue being a teacher? By Lin Laosher, there isn't any major flaws in your actions. However, due to your interest in antiques, you have accepted many gifts from the students. If I'm not wrong, the ancient jade ring which you wear should be a gift from back then when a student had something to request of you. As for what the request is about and who the student is, do you still need me to go into details? Looking at the 2 remaining teachers, Xianxia states, You are a devil. You aren't human. The remaining 2 teachers are also all frightened out of their wits. This time, their stares are full of fear. Those things that they have done, although it might not be impeccable, they were confident that no outsider would know of it. Yet, how could this fellow be so aware of it? It is as though he is a specter. When he defeated them through his skills, they only felt ashamed, but not fear. However, when he revealed all of their secrets, they were truly terrified. It is as though the multiple clothes on them were instantly ripped to shreds, causing them to stand nude in front of everyone else. They can already imagine that when the information leaks out, whether they could remain as teachers is already a small affair. In the worst-case scenario, they might be sent to the teacher court and be killed on the spot. We were wrong. Xianxia Laosher, as a great man, don't bear grudges against minor figures like us. Please spare us. Trembling, they unwillingly beg for mercy. I am lazy to bother with what you all did in the past. Just stop pissing me off in the future. Also, if you all don't change and continue committing more vile actions, I won't mind interfering to ensure that you all would receive punishments proportionate to your crime. Zhang Xian waves his hand in disdain. Actually, if these people didn't get on his nerves, he wouldn't be bothered with them. The Library of Heaven's Path is able to peer into all of one's flaws. Even personality and past actions are counted in its midst, not to mention that this is only a small portion of the entire book. However, he isn't the savior of the world, so no matter what they did in the past and do in the future, as long as they do not cross his path, he wouldn't be concerned with them. What these people should have never done is to find trouble with him and make things difficult for him. Since you made things difficult for me, I will show you what death looks like, so that you would never dare to think of doing the same the second time. We don't dare, we will never dare to. Xianxia Laosher, these are the identity tokens that you wanted. Take as much as you want to. Hearing that he would not expose their past actions, Qian Biao and the rest heaves a sigh of relief. An hour later, Zhang Xian walks out from the logistics branch and his eyes twinkle in excitement. If it had been his previous self, he would have ended up being taken advantage of today. However, with the Library of Heaven's Path, his life took a complete turn towards another direction. Perhaps it is a blessing for me to transcend over. This kind of exciting life is what I hope for. Zhang Xian clenches his fist and exhales a breath of air. In his previous life, he was only a librarian living a plain and simple life that only rotates around the library and his home. Even if he were to continue on like that, he would only continue claiming his salary and continue with his aimless life. However, things are different here. With a great gift package known as the Library of Heaven's Path, perhaps he would be able to walk further and become stronger. He would be able to live an entirely new and exciting life. At this moment, Zhang Xian has finally become a part of the world. He no longer struggles in his heart over the dilemma between his homeland and this world. Don't pull me. Let me die, I want to die. Just when he is secretly celebrating, he hears a piercing wail from a distance not too far away. It sounds like a frenzied bull, causing one's heart to tear in agony. Turning around, he sees a fatty howling that he would charge towards the man-made lake in the academy and commit suicide by jumping into it. Behind the fatty, no one tries to stop him. The fatty himself also doesn't charge forward despite howling non-stop. Suddenly, he turns around and grabs the palm of a student beside him and puts it on himself, making it seem as though the student is pulling him back. Then he continues howling. Don't pull me, let me die. I don't want to live anymore. Everyone is speechless. That's too shameless. Zhang Xian shakes his head. This fatty, despite not wanting to die, insists on portraying a fake image of someone restraining himself from committing suicide. He is really shameless. Knowing that this fellow can't possibly die, he can't be bothered with him anymore. Instead, he walks towards his own classroom. Before he could walk far, the howling voice seems to close in on him as the ground tremors, following which a pair of thick arms hugs his leg. Teacher, I'm begging you. Please accept me as your disciple. They all scorn me because of my size and reject me. The fatty bursts into tears. Let go. Zhang Xian is speechless. Isn't this fellow too eccentric? Rushing over to beg him to accept him as his disciple upon seeing that he is a teacher, Zhang Xian has never seen such a person in his life. Teacher, I will only let go if you accept me. Tears and snot flow freely from the multiple faucets of the fatty. His voice sounds so sorrowful that even those who are watching from the side start to sympathize with him. Today, I have already visited over 10 teachers, but none of them were willing to accept me. This teacher over here, seeing how pitiful I am, please accept me. The examinations among the students would also affect a teacher's evaluation. A plump person like him would tend to have trouble in his battles and his agility. Most renowned teachers would be unwilling to accept him. If you want me to accept you, you would have to at least show me your abilities. What do you expect to achieve by hugging my leg? Xianxia says. He possesses the library of Heaven's Path, so he should have no trouble recruiting students. If this person turns out to be mediocre, Xianxia would not accept him as his disciple. Teacher, you have to accept me as your disciple. I am quite capable. The fatty looks up hesitantly before slowly loosening his arms. We have to see before we know whether you are capable or not. There is no use saying so much. Seeing how he is still slightly reluctant to release his grip, Xianxia kicks him away scornfully. What is this? It would be one thing for a female student hugging his leg. However, not only is he a male, he is also a fatty. He shivers just by the thought of it. Fine. Look at my abilities. The fatty doesn't feel scorned. He stands up and surveys the surrounding. Then, he carries a few concrete blocks over from a short distance away. After which, lifting one up with his hands, he smashes his head into it. Pong! The concrete block shatters. After which, he carries a few more concrete block and shatters it using his elbow and leg. Without an exception, they all shatter. This fellow may seem plump, but he is skilled in Hunglian martial arts. Ignoring his Hunglian, Xianxia is currently looking through the book that is automatically compiled in his mind. The skills trained through Hunglian can also be considered as a type of martial arts. The moment the fatty displays his prowess, the library began to compile his information. Yuan Tao, a wandering cultivator in Dihuang City. Fighter 1 Dan Jushi Realm Intermediate. Flaws, 18 aspects. Number 1. The ancient emperor bloodline in his body has yet to be activated. Number 2. His foundations are too weak. The martial arts he trains in emperor bloodline? Looking at the records on the book, Xianxia is taken aback. After merging with the memories of the previous owner of the body, he knows that in this world, bloodline and one's innate body is very important. As long as one possesses either one of the two along with a suitable method to utilize it, their cultivation will soar by leaps and bounds in the future, causing their strength to increase exponentially. There are many types of innate bodies such as pure yin body, pure yang body, immaculate body, golden body. There are also many types of bloodlines such as ancient bloodlines, new bloodlines, inheritances, and mutations. Once found, every single one of them would become a target competed over by countless teachers. The emperor bloodline which the fatty possesses is one of the ancient bloodlines. It is said that when those who possess such bloodline reach the peak of their cultivation, their body would be impenetrable, no objects in the world would be able to break through their defenses. It is one of the most powerful bloodlines among defense-based bloodlines. This inconspicuous, fat and shameless fellow would actually possess an ancient bloodline? His ancient bloodline has yet to be activated. From the looks of it, this fellow doesn't seem to be aware of it as well. A glint flashes through Xianxia's eyes. Of all types of bloodlines, ancient bloodlines are quite powerful. For this fellow to not be accepted after visiting a dozen of teachers, it doesn't mean that they are unable to recognize such a bloodline. Rather, his bloodline has yet to be activated, causing him to be just like any other normal people. Not mentioning how other people aren't able to discern his bloodline, probably even he himself doesn't know about it. However, even if he doesn't know, he does have the potential in this aspect. His defensive abilities are much stronger than the others, and that's the reason why he chose to train in this kind of punchbag martial arts. I must accept this fellow under my tutelage. His eyes twinkle. The entire academy might not even witness a single student possessing ancient bloodline throughout a course of multiple years. For such a good bud to appear before him, how can he possibly allow him to escape? Not bad. I will accept you as my student. Come. Acknowledge me as your teacher. Xianxia suppresses the jubilation in his heart and throws an identity token over to him with a calm face. Teacher, are you really going to accept me? This is great. The fatty seems to have taken quite a few mental blows throughout the day. Upon hearing that a teacher is willing to accept him, He is so excited that he cuts his finger without second thoughts and squeezes a blood droplet on it. It seems that the standard of the teacher determines the standard of the students he would accept. When the teacher is trash, the student would also be trash. At this moment, a cold scorn sounds out. Turning around, Xianxia sees a cold and arrogant young man walking over. There is a beautiful lady walking beside the young man. Her pitch-black silky hair flows down her shoulders. Her pale skin has a creamy texture to it, and her eyes captivate the gaze of those looking into it. Shang Bin? Shun Bai Ru. Upon seeing the two of them, two names immediately float into his head. In the entire academy, there are probably no one who would be unaware of Shun Bai Ru. She doesn't have any unique background, but she is publicly acknowledged as a beautiful teacher. Even the school bell would pale in comparison when compared to her. It wouldn't have meant anything if she was all looks. The crux of it is that she is skilled in teaching as well. Despite being in this academy for less than a year, she has already become one of the most famous teachers in the academy. Noble, elegant, beautiful, and intelligent, she attracts the frenzied pursuit of quite a few teachers. Zhang Xian's previous self is also one of her pursuers. However, the previous Zhang Xian was too much of a failure. Not mentioning his weak cultivation, he is also the last in all kinds of examinations. Due to his low self-esteem, even though he is interested in her, he has never talked to the goddess of his heart, needless to say, court her. This young man is called Shang Bin, and he is the grandson of the academy's elder Shang. He is also one of her pursuers, and he has used his identity to suppress the other pursuers. He seems to have received word from some source that Zhang Xian is also interested in Shen Bai Ru, prompting him to insult him whenever they meet, sometimes even resorting to physical violence. However, Shen Bai Ru doesn't seem to be interested in him. All along, she has been cold to everyone, as though she isn't interested in anyone else, leaving Shang Bin distressed and helpless. Who are you insulting as trash? Hearing Shang Bin's unrestrained sarcasm, Zhang Xian doesn't get angry and turns around to look over. Trash is insulting to you. Shang Bin smiles contemptuously. Oh, so trash is insulting to me. So smelly, so smelly. Zhang Xian waves his hand in front of his nose, putting on a disgusted expression. You? Only now does Shang Bin reacts. Being made fun of by the worst teacher in the academy, his face turns red. In ancient China, they believe in looking at one's facial features to determine one's future. Naturally, there's a face for one destined for nobility as well. One of these noble faces is this Longxi face, which is usually termed as the face of an emperor. This fellow may seem plump, but he is skilled in Hungarian martial arts. Upon hearing those words, the ice-cold Shin Bai Ru smiles faintly. Although this roundabout manner of insulting another means nothing on earth, it is an incomparably novel concept here. Seeing the expression on his goddess, Shang Bin feels that he is being mocked. His face flushes in a moment and pales in the next. However, in front of the female goddess, he is determined to uphold decorum. Thus he doesn't dare to attack Zhang Xian directly. Why? Is there something wrong with my words? Suppressing his anger, Shang Bin sneers. There isn't a single person who doesn't know what your standards are in the entire academy. This fatty came to my classroom previously. Fat like a pig, he only knows how to defend and nothing else. The strength behind his fist is only a mere 15 kilograms. He must be either the first or second from the bottom in the entrance examination, so if he isn't trash, what is he? Even though he can't teach Zhang Xian a lesson physically, he is resolute to strike a blow onto him through his words. The first from the bottom in the entrance examination? Zhang Xian only paid attention to the emperor bloodline and wasn't aware of such a situation. He turns around to look at the fatty. Who says that I am the first from the bottom? The fatty retorts confidently. Then, he scratches his head in embarrassment. I am only the 9,997th place. 9,997th place? Only? A faint spell afflicts Zhang Xian and he almost vomits blood. Hongtian Academy only accepts 10,000 students every year. Although it recruits so many people every year, There are always several students who fail to report due to several reasons. 9,997th place, it is almost as good as being in the last place, alright? Besides, with such a low ranking, how can you still be so confident? Xianxia feels as though he hasn't fully woken up. It can't be that you accept anyone who is a student? Xiangbin sneers once again. Then, flinging his sleeves, an arrogant look appears on his face as he declares, I have a clear requirement when accepting students. I don't accept anyone who is below the 500th in rank. The teacher who is first from the bottom and the student who is first from the bottom. How compatible. Haha. Are you done talking? Towards his mockery, Xianxia simply shakes his head. Now that you're done, you can leave. Previously, he has examined Yuan Tao clearly with the Library of Heaven's Path. That fatty is a wandering cultivator, so it is normal for him to know no cultivation technique and martial arts. As long as he finds a way to activate his emperor bloodline, his cultivation would definitely soar by leaps and bounds. If it was someone else being mocked to such an extent, they would definitely be trembling from anger. However, this fellow doesn't even bat an eyelid to it. For Xiangbin's attack to land on thin air, his face turns even uglier. It seems that a rotten wood cannot be carved. After a cold humph, Xiangbin looks at Xin Bairu beside him and says, Bairu Lauscher, let's go. If we stay with this kind of trash for too long, we would be contaminated by them. Hearing Xiangbin's direct sarcasm, Xin Bairu frowns and chooses not to leave with him. Instead, she turns around. Xianxia Lauscher. Her voice is like an aureole, clear and enchanting, stirring up complex emotions in its listeners. Xianxia didn't expect that the academy's prettiest teacher would initiate a conversation with him. He is taken aback. Although the previous time you didn't score so well for your teacher qualification examination, do not give up on yourself. Work hard and you will find yourself rewarded in the end. Xin Bairu nods her head. From her point of view, Xianxia accepting one of the worst students means that he doesn't hold any hope and has given up on himself. Towards this ex-pursuer of hers, even if she doesn't fancy him, she doesn't hope to see him wallowing in his failures. Thank you for your advice. He knows that the other party is truly concerned for him. Xianxia nods his head and explains, this student, although he might not be anything now, he could turn out to be a jade. As long as I guide him properly, it isn't impossible for him to shine. Xin Bairu doesn't speak any further and instead starts to walk away. She thinks that Xianxia's explanation is only an excuse. Given Yuan Tao's size and his lack of basic knowledge at his age, there is bound to be a limit to his future achievements. Darn it! Seeing the goddess of his heart talking to the worst teacher in the academy and even motivating him, Xiangbin's face distorts savagely. The inferno in his heart rages as he stares at Xianxia coldly before following behind Xin Bairu. Bairu, it is better for you to avoid contact with this kind of people. It will sully your flawless disposition. Xiang Lauscher, I am a little tired today and would like to rest. I hope that you do not follow me. Before Xiangbin could finish his words, Xin Bairu turns around to leave. Damn it! Damn it! Xianxia, just you wait. I will definitely get back at you for this. He watches as his goddess walk further and further away before she disappears from sight. At this moment, he has already directed all of his anger towards Xianxia. In his opinion, if it wasn't for that inauspicious fellow, the goddess would definitely have dinner with him. How could it be possible for her to turn around to leave? Since you have acknowledged me as your teacher, you must know where my classroom is. After the both of them left, Xianxia turns his attention away from them and calls out to the fatty. Great! The fatty hurriedly stands up and smiles at him. Teacher, now that I am your student, can you tell me which teacher are you in the academy? Hearing his words, Xianxia grabs his forehead. This fellow, to think that he acknowledged whichever teacher he manages to set his eyes upon, not even clarifying Xianxia's identity beforehand. I am Xianxia, Xianxia says. Xianxia Lauscher? The Xiang Lauscher who scored First from the bottom for the teacher qualification examination, not to mention a 0. At this moment, Fatty finally realizes who he acknowledged as his teacher. The fats on his body tremble as his lip twitches. All he is lacking now is tears. That's me. Xianxia nods his head. Ah, that, Zhang Laosher. Fatty scratches his head. Seeing how I am weak and dim-witted, not to mention fat, why don't you take me out from your lessons? Xianxia. Teacher, I am being serious over here. The two teachers from a moment ago have also said it. If you don't expel me from your tutelage, your reputation would be sullied. I am afraid of pulling you down with me. Fatty continues. I am not afraid of being pulled down. Besides, now that we have verified our relationship through the identity token, I only have a sentence for you. You will live as my student and die as my student. Stop talking about useless things here. Xianxia waves his hand. Fatty's face distorts and he is on the verge of crying. Due to his weakness, he wanted to acknowledge a good student so that his future could be boundless. However, never would he dream that the last place student would be paired with the last place teacher. Why is my life so difficult? Alright, this is my classroom. Now, claim your bedding and remember to come to lessons punctually tomorrow. Xianxia says impatiently. This classroom. Looking at the size of the classroom, Fatty finds himself on the verge of tears yet again. Even the locations where he underwent the entrance examination previously were much bigger than this. A classroom of this size probably can't hold many students. Teacher, if I don't come tomorrow, would you expel me? Fatty is still bearing illusions in his mind. Expel? That I won't. However, I will throw you into the lake which you wanted to jump into to feed the turtles. Xianxia nods his head seriously. Didn't I say it? You will live as my student and die as my student. Relax. I will fulfill the role of my teacher and bury you properly. Teacher. Before Xianxia could finish his words, he was interrupted by Fatty. With a serious face and unwavering will in his eyes, he says, What time do we start lessons tomorrow? I will come in advance to clean the classroom. It is my honor to meet such a great teacher. In the future, no matter who wants to admit me as their disciple, I will reject them firmly and reprimand them. Xianxia. Initially, Xianxia thought that he himself is shameless. However, he didn't expect that his student would be even more shameless than he is. It wasn't easy for Xianxia arrange everything properly with Fatty and send him away. Only then did he realize that the sun is already setting in the west and it is about to turn dark soon. Looks like I only have 5 students. He shakes his head. Today is the last day to recruit students. Judging from the current time, it is probably the end of the recruitment. Initially, he thought that he wouldn't even recruit a student. He didn't expect that he would end up pulling 5 students in. For a teacher who scored the worst in the teacher qualification examination, it isn't a bad result. Closing the doors to the classroom, Xianxia follows the path back to his room based on his memory. As a teacher of the academy, he has a dormitory room of his own. However, it is only a small room of around a dozen meters square large. Soon, he reaches the dormitory. Pushing the door open and looking at the sight within, he couldn't help but sigh. His previous self really had it bad. Not mentioning how the room is small, it is extremely humid. Mold is growing on some of the bedding and such. He really has no idea how that fellow managed to survive like this. Let's forget about this first. Lessons are going to start tomorrow, so I have to first ascertain my level of cultivation and try training a bit. Since he isn't hungry now anyway, Xianxia follows the method he recalls in his memories and sits with crossed legs on the bed. As a transcender, although he has inherited the memories of his previous self and isn't foreign to cultivating, he is still quite excited at the thought of growing stronger. After he is done with the recruitment, it is about time for him to solidify his cultivation. No matter what, in this world, strength reigns supreme. The Library of Heaven's path is capable of to identifying others' Mingmen and flaws, allowing him to easily break through the defenses of opponents of the same level. However, if his enemy is much stronger than he is, Even if he is able to identify the gaps in their attacks, he is unable to keep up with them speedwise. Before he could injure his opponent, he might already have been severed into multiple pieces like a lab rat. Thus, even though the Library of Heaven's path is formidable, it doesn't ensure his invincibility. If he wants to become stronger, cultivation is the way to go. The cultivation technique of my previous self is called the Hongtian 9 Dan formula. It is a skill created by the founder of Hongtian Academy. The skill consists of 9 Dan, with each of the Dan corresponding to the cultivation realm of the cultivator. He recalls the skill memorized in his head. There are 9 Dan to a cultivator, and every level opens up a new realm. The higher one climbs, the harder it is to cultivate. Hongtian 9 Dan formula is one of the most common cultivation technique in Hongtian Academy. It also consists of 9 Dan which correspond to the cultivator's 9 Dan. Right now, I am the weakest of all of the teachers in the academy. In the academy, almost all teachers have reached Fighter 4 Dan, leaving him to be the only 3 Dan. Thus, he has to train harder to catch up to them. Following the exhalation method in his memory, he focuses his concentration. In an instant, countless bright particles appear before him as he slowly inhales and exhales while absorbing them. Gradually, the Xianxia within his dantian enriches. After cultivating for an unknown period of time, Xianxia opens his eyes and shakes his head. This is way too slow. Even though he has inherited the memories of his previous self, his consciousness still remains that of an earthling. He finds it difficult to be sitting still to cultivate for long periods of time. Especially upon viewing the process of the gathering of Xianxia, he feels even more helpless. Gathering Xianxia refers to the action of pulling and gathering in the spirit particles in the air and suppressing them together. Just like the stacking of logs, they would be accumulated to form a river. This is an extremely huge project. There are some cultivators who persist in it every day without fail and fills up their dantian within 3 years to break into higher realms. It is a work that requires accumulation over time. To cultivate so blandly for multiple years? You might as well kill him. Oh, that's right. Although the Hongtian 9 Dan formula is the most popular cultivation technique in the academy, it isn't the strongest one. I can use the Library of Heaven's path to seek out its flaws and find a way to correct them. Once I correct the flaws, won't my training be much more efficient? A thought pops into his mind. There are different tiers to cultivation technique as well. Better cultivation technique allows one to cultivate faster, while the weak ones cause one to cultivate at a slower pace. Could it be that the better cultivation technique has fewer flaws, causing the difference between the two? Other people might be unable to improve their cultivation technique, but Xianxia is different. With the Library of Heaven's path in hand, he could make use of it to seek out the flaws in it and think of a way to correct them. If he were to create a cultivation technique where even the Library of Heaven's path is unable to find a flaw in, won't his cultivation speed soar significantly? At this point, Xianxia stands up, places the Hongtian 9 Dan formula in his palm and starts flipping through it. Just as he expected, the library in his mind jolts and a book with the exact same name appears in it. Opening the book gently, he realized that there are countless flaws on the Hongtian 9 Dan formula on it, numbering more than 1,000. This is the skill that I was training with a moment ago? Xianxia is shocked. Just a simple 3 Dan and there are countless flaws in it. Isn't this way too much? It is just like eating a vegetable full of worms. Xianxia feels that it is already incredible that his cultivation hasn't disappeared after training in that skill. What about the other cultivation techniques? As a teacher, there are quite a few books in his room: Supreme 4 Inscription, Heaven Meridian Technique, Lotus Acupoint Breakthrough Might. As he casually picks each of them and flips through them, the library would automatically compile a corresponding book on it that records all kinds of flaws in the skill. For these skills, the flaws that are recorded exceeds 3,000. That is even scarier than the Hongtian 9 Dan formula. Won't I die out of exhaustion while searching for a way to correct all of those? After taking a look, Xianxia feels like he is about to go mad from frustration. It is hard to find a correct path when there are more than 1,000 flaws in a secret manual. It is like having 1,000 different paths before you and each of which have countless divergence to them. Even if the Library of Heaven's path is capable of ascertaining whether the path is right or not, finding the most accurate path would definitely tire him to death. Right now, my cultivation is at Fighter 3 Dan Jinchi Pinnacle, just a little bit away from breaking through. Right now, I only have to find the flaw in the secret manual regarding this aspect and correct it. Upon seeing the countless mistakes in Hongtian 9 Dan formula, he knows that it is impossible for him to resolve them in a short period of time. Thus, he flips the manual to the very last page. It is difficult to train in the Fighter 3 Dan, but the last step to breaking through is significantly easier. As he expected, there are only 10 flaws in this page. Error in the method in sensing the spirit in the air, error in manipulating the flow of spirit particles, error in guiding the gathered spirit to flow through the Yangwei meridian. The 10 flaws that written here are detailed clearly. The Library of Heaven's path only records flaws. It doesn't list methods to resolving them. It isn't easy to search for the correct path one should take. Right? It seems that the parts of the Fighter 3 Dan breakthrough method in the other books have different flaws from this. A thought flashes through his mind as he recalls what is written in the other secret manuals. Thus, he flips through the other books to view the portion of it about breaking through the Jinchi realm. It is indeed as he recalls. Although there are mistakes in those as well, their errors are in different aspects. If it isn't demarcated as an error, then it should be correct. Xianxia's eyes lit up. He immediately grabs pen and paper and jots down the correct portion of each of them. Soon, a new cultivation method appears before him. Let's see if there are errors in this. With a faint smile, he grabs the book that he had just written and the Library of Heaven's path jolts once more. A similar book appears, just that this time, there's only one error in it. After researching for a moment longer, he corrects this final error and uses the Library of Heaven's path to ascertain once again. Indeed, all of the errors have been filled up and it is in its perfect form. This is the most precise method to break through Fighter 3 Dan realm. Let me give it a try. Looking at the contents he wrote himself, Xianxia nods his head excitedly. He hurriedly gets into position and starts to cultivate. Relax my body and allow my pores to open, as though I am sinking into a tub of spirit air. Every single pore of mine is a complete life form by itself, breathing by its own will. Tzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzz. Cultivating through this method, although he isn't very used to it at the start, it didn't take long for him to feel the spirit in the surrounding surge into him. The spirit absorbed by a single pore may not be much, but when all of the pores of a body are undergoing the same process concurrently, the absorption speed is one to behold. The spirit in the air gathers like a flowing river, forming a giant flood in his body and rushes towards his dantian. Boom! An explosion echoes from his spirit sea. Initially, he was just a step away to breaking through his bottleneck. At the current moment, Jinchi overflows from his dantian and courses through his entire body, enriching his muscles and bones, generating a refreshing sensation. Figure for Dan, Pigu realm. This is too fast. Xianxia's eyes widen. Based on what is recorded on the Hongtian 9 Dan formula, he would need to take at least 3 to 5 months to break through, and this would still require a certain amount of luck. After slightly modifying the skill to correct the flaws on it, how long did he take in comparison? 10 minutes? 5 minutes? Probably, he didn't even take 3 minutes to successfully achieve a breakthrough. Furthermore, despite only correcting the breakthrough method for Fighter 3 Dan Pinnacle, the purity of the Jinchi he absorbed is incomparably pure, containing much more power as compared to the ones he cultivated in the past. If the Jinchi he cultivated in the past is sloppy mud, then this wave is a clear spring water without any impurities in it. There are also different tiers to Jinchi: superior, intermediate, and inferior. The higher the quality, the more clear it would be and the further one would be able to climb in the future. In the past, the Jinchi he cultivates is murky and probably of inferior quality. The ones he are cultivating is so clear that you could see through it. Most probably it is Jinchi of superior quality. Didn't they say that, if one wants to cultivate superior Jinchi, they would require a god or saint cultivation technique? There are different tiers to a cultivation technique as well, namely God, Saint, Spirit, Phantom, and Mortal. In each tier, they are classified further into inferior, intermediate, superior, and pinnacle. Based on rumors among cultivators, one would need at least a Saint cultivation technique in order to cultivate superior Xianxia. Hongtian 9-Dan formula is the lowest mortal cultivation technique, so how could it cultivate Xianxia of such quality? It is the library of heaven's path. Zhang Xian clenches his fist. He is still cultivating the Hongtian 9-Dan formula, but as he managed to avoid the mistakes recorded on it and followed the correct path upwards, he is able to gather superior Xianxia. It seems that what is recorded on the library of heaven's path is accurate. The Hongtian 9-Dan formula is indeed too far from perfection. If so, with the help of the library of heaven's path, could it be possible for me to create a book of saint or even god cultivation technique? Zhang Xian's eyes twinkle. Needless to say, Hongtian Academy, even those top sects might not even have god or saint cultivation technique. Besides, even they have it, it is hidden deep inside the sect and normal people would be unable to obtain it. What he wants to do is to create such a skill so that his training would be more efficient so as to hasten the rate of the rise of his cultivation by leaps and bounds. I don't have any 4-Dan cultivation method. Let me go to the Teacher Compendium Pavilion to take a look. Practicing the Hongtian 9-Dan formula, the cultivator can only retrieve the secret manual for the next realm after breaking through their current realm. At this moment, he only has the cultivation method for 3-Dan. He has yet to see the one for 4-Dan. Walking out, the sun hasn't set for too long and there are still quite a few passers-by on the road. The bright moonlight reflects on the surface of the pavement, dyeing it with a layer of silver. A few couples who had just tasted the forbidden fruit are snuggling under the tree as they whisper sweet nothings to one another. Even so, the surroundings have a serene atmosphere. Zhang Xian didn't bother himself with these. Instead, he hastens his footsteps and soon, a giant pavilion appears before him. The Compendium Pavilion is split into two main sectors, teacher and student. Within it lies the compendium of all kinds of secret manuals and cultivation techniques. It is one of the most important locations in the entire academy. Elder Mo. Walking to the entrance, he bows to an elderly who is sitting at a proximity from the great door. Elder Mo is one of the guardians of the Compendium Pavilion. It is unknown what realm he has reached, but it is said that he is ranked among the top in the academy in terms of his strength. However, as he hasn't fought for many years, no one could tell his actual strength for sure. You're here. You have reached Fighter 4-Dan. Elder Mo looks over and strokes his sparse beard. It is just luck. Zhang Xian doesn't try to conceal the fact that he has reached Fighter 4-Dan. Good. Train harder. The academy still needs young blood like you. Elder Mo nods his head in satisfaction. Yes. Zhang Xian doesn't continue speaking and instead lifts his leg to walk into the room. The moment he leaves, Elder Mo shakes his head and laments. He is a good child, just that he is lacking a little in talent and is slightly too slow in his cultivation. Other cultivators take around 2 years to break through Fighter 3-Dan, whereas Zhang Xian took a whole 3 years to do so. His talent is indeed subpar. Upon reaching Fighter 4-Dan, if he were to train properly, he should still be able to become an average teacher. Just that, I hope he doesn't score too badly for him teacher qualification examination the next time. After muttering for a bit, Elder Mo doesn't go on any further and shuts his eyes once more. Zhang Xian is one of the more polite ones among the numerous young teachers. He doesn't really like him, but neither does he dislike him. It is just that he finds it lamentable for him to be lacking in talent. Oblivious to the mutterings of Elder Mo, Zhang Xian walks into the Compendium Pavilion. Although the Hongtian Academy's Compendium Pavilion is of significant size, nowhere paling in comparison to the working location of his previous life, it is still much smaller than the Library of Heaven's Path in his mind. The two aren't even on the same level. He walks quickly to the cultivation technique section and to the 4th row of it. Indeed, the Hongtian 9-Dan Formula 4-Dan cultivation technique is in here. Reaching out to grab it, he casually flips through it. Who? A similar secret manual appears in his mind. Taking a look, it is around the same as the one for 3-Dan. There are more than 1,000 flaws. There are other secret manuals here as well. Let me take a look at them as well. After the prior experience with breaking through, Xianxia doesn't focus on the flaws in it and instead looks towards the bookshelf before him. On the bookshelf of the fourth row, there is an amazing amount of different kinds of cultivation technique manuals. They are all cultivation techniques for 4Dan, and there is quite a plenty of notes and explanations in them left behind by predecessors. Just by a rough look, there are around a few thousand of them. If it is someone else, their eyes would definitely blur from the sight. After all, there are so many books with countless notes left in them. Furthermore, some of the theories for the cultivation techniques are at ends with each other, so it is hard to gauge whether which one is the right one. If one were to randomly cultivate without knowing better, it is possible for them to go berserk. However, Xianxia is different. Possessing the Library of Heaven's Path, he is capable of telling which one is the right one. He doesn't hesitate to grab a book and flip through it. A similar book appears in his mind. Xianxia doesn't stop and picks up the next one. He isn't browsing through them nor picking them. Rather, he is trying to increase the number of books in the Library of Heaven's Path so that he could derive a more precise cultivation method. Walala! The sound of flipping pages fills the entire room. A weak will, impatient and unrealistic. Hearing those words, Elder Mo frowns. Since Xianxia has already chosen to cultivate in the Hongtian 9Dan formula, then he shouldn't think about any other skills. He should make use of the time to copy the formula for the 4Dan so that he can analyze it and start training. Although it is possible to make use the strengths of others to make up for the flaws of one, the more miscellaneous knowledge one reads, the easier it is for one to get impatient and rash. In the end, it is a small thing if he achieves nothing in the end. If things go wrong, it is very possible for him to go berserk and ruin his cultivation. 30 years ago, a talented genius blessed with great talents who thought he is much greater than others insisted on looking through the various cultivation techniques to create an ultimate one tailored to him. In the end, due to reading too many manuals, he became uncertain of the route he should walk on and his cultivation went berserk. As an individual, he became insane as well. Being greedy would cause indigestion. This is the absolute truth and reality. For him to take 3 years to break through Jinchi realm, his talent is apparent. With such talent, he should just obediently cultivate 4Dan of Hongtian 9Dan formula. Yet, he chooses to flip through other manuals. Is he just trying to seek for something thrilling? With one look, one could tell he is an unrealistic fellow. The good impression that he holds towards Xianxia disappears without a trace. Putting on a show just to obtain the fleeting praises of the crowd. After a cold harumph, he realizes that Xianxia is just casually flipping through without taking a careful look at them. Elder Mo's eyebrows knit even closer together and he feels a little disgusted with him. If one were to study those manual closer, even though they are being unrealistic, they would still obtain some knowledge on them. However, this fellow simply casually flips through it and given the speed he flips at, even Elder Mo himself is unable to look through the contents properly. So, what can a lad who had just reached Fighter 4Dan see? Now, he is truly putting on a show to obtain the fleeting praises of the crowd. The Academy's culture is really degenerating, getting worse with each passing generation. After those words, he shuts his eyes, refusing to bother with this unrealistic fellow anymore. I'm done. His pace of browsing is extremely fast. He is able to finish flipping through a normal manual in just 1 or 2 breaths. In 2 hours, he finished browsing through all of the cultivation manuals and thousands of identical books had appeared in the Library of Heaven's Path. Time to return to assess them. Knowing that his aim has been achieved, he smiles and walks towards the outside without hesitation. You aren't going to copy any notes? Seeing him leaving empty-handed, Elder Mo couldn't resist asking. Even if he is unrealistic, he should at least copy the secret manual so that he can analyze it after returning to his living quarters. Coming and leaving empty-handed, are you coming here to play? It's okay. I am actually just taking a casual look. Unsure about what the other party is thinking about, Xianxia smiles and takes his leave. Taking a casual look? Frivolous. The Academy should punish this fellow. How can such a frivolous person be a teacher? Elder Mo waves his hand in anger. Cultivation manuals are the core of every cultivator, and every cultivator should hold some respect towards them. However, this fellow only came to take a look and returns back after casually flipping through them. His behavior is unacceptable. Looks like he should have a talk with the principal to deal with these teachers who are sullying the culture of the academy. Returning back to his living quarters, Xianxia takes out pen and papers and flips through the Hongtian 9-Dan Formula 4-Dan manual to copy down the correct portions of it. Then, he takes out another book and copies down the correct portions as well. After flipping through a few of them, Xianxia rubs his temples. It is actually quite troublesome and tiring to flip through a few thousand books like that. It isn't as simple as he thought it would be. Just when he is thinking about how he could hasten his pace, his mind suddenly jolts again. The thousands of book that was just compiled in the library of Heaven's Path crumple and slowly merge as one. Wang! The few thousand books merge together completely with a crisp sound to form a single book. There isn't any name on the book. Xianxia casually flips through it. This is the compilation of the correct routes in the few thousand secret manuals? After taking a look at it, Xianxia's face flushes red from excitement. Previously, he was still troubled by how he could find the correct route out of a few thousand of books. It would have been an arduous task taking a long period of time. Never in his dreams would he expect that the library would compile it automatically. This book, there isn't a single flaw in it. The nameless book is the compilation of all of the correct cultivation route, and there isn't a single flaw in it. The contents of it is no longer Hongtian 9-Dan formula or any one of the individual manual that was compiled into it. It could be said to be something no one has ever seen before. Since it is the correct method chosen and compiled by the Library of Heaven's Path, let's call it Heaven's Path Divine Art. A thought flashes through his mind and he decides on the name of the nameless manual. Wang. As though sensing his thoughts, the empty cover trembles and 4 words appear on it. Heaven's Path Divine Art. Let me give it a try. After obtaining a cultivation technique without any flaws, Xianxia doesn't hesitate to follow the method recorded in the Heaven's Path Divine Art and starts to meditate. The pores on his body widens as he absorbs spirit energy from the air into his body. Fighter 4 Dan. 1 Dan Jushi, 2 Dan Dantian, 3 Dan Jinshi, 4 Dan Pigu. Jushi realm. Cultivators would learn innate breathing and sensing of spirit in the air. Also, they would gain the ability to look into their body and control the flow of spirit energy in their body with their mind. Dantian realm. The opening up of a cultivator's Dantian to allow it to hold spirit energy as well as to reform his body, turning a normal human into a true fighter. Jinshi realm. The gathering of the spirit energy in the Dantian to create Jinshi. Pigu realm. The Jinshi-filled Dantian will overflow and enrich one's body, causing the cultivator's physical body to become powerful. The capabilities of their organs will also be strengthened, thus turning them into true experts. The first 3 Dan of a fighter are the building of foundations. Only at the 4 Dan does one the result of one's cultivation truly reflects on one's body, causing one to stray away from illnesses and become stronger. The cultivation method of Hongtian 9-Dan manual is to make use of the Jinshi overflowing from the Dantian to nourish one's body, thus reforming and tempering one's bones, muscles, tendons, and skin. However, the Heaven's Path Divine Art is different. It uses the spirit energy from the surrounding to nourish one's body, while having the Jinshi in one's body overflow to the other parts of the body at the same time. Gugagugu. The stream of spirit energy flows through his veins towards his entire body. The Jinshi would mend and fill up the incomplete parts as it flows through his veins. Gaji. Gaji. It didn't take long for the infusion of both spirit energy and Jinshi to strengthen his bones and muscles. It feels as though it has been tempered with concentrated fire as it turns clear, emitting a warm glow. Boom! After the Jinshi circulates around his body for an unknown number of times, his body suddenly jolts and he feels as though he has broken through a certain bottleneck. A surge of relaxation gushes through his body. Previously, his body feels as though it has been bound by some shackles, but now, his entire body feels light and he has perfect control over every single motion of his. It feels as though he has been broken through his cocoon to be reborn as a butterfly. Fighter 4 Dan Pigu Realm. I have finished cultivating in this realm. Opening his eyes, Xianxia is still in a state of disbelief. The sign of breaking through the Pigu realm is the destruction of the shackles of one's body, allowing one to ascend into greater heights. How long has he been training? 2 hours? 4 hours? Pungent. Curious. He looks at his body and realizes that there is a layer of filth on the surface of his skin. Pigu realm is the nourishment of one's body using Jinqi, expelling the impurities within one's body and cleansing one's muscles and bones, thus reforming their body. From birth, humans would ingest all kinds of food for survival. As a result, they would accumulate more and more impurities in their body. In the Pigu realm, through the nourishment of Jinqi, one cleanses their body of impurities, and only then are they able to break through the shackles of their body and return back to nature. I have long heard of the Pigu realm, but I have never seen anyone who can expel so much impurities. Smelling the pungent smell from his body, Xianxia couldn't take it anymore. He grabs a pail and cleans himself while muttering under his breath. Figure 4 Dan Pigu realm is the cleansing of one's muscles and bones. It is already not bad for one to strengthen their body just by a small bit in one sitting. He has never heard of a person expelling so much impurities that their entire body would stink from it. Very quickly, he finished cleaning himself. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly realizes that his body is as clear as a jade and as smooth as a mirror. All of the scars which he accumulated from his previous training sessions have disappeared without a trace. Right now, he is just like a newborn infant, perhaps even smoother than a newborn infant. My Zhenqi. Surprised by the changes in his body, his attention turns to his dantian. His entire body trembles. The murky Jinqi that was in his dantian previously has turned to become as clear and water, and it is emitting refreshing fragrance. Without a doubt, it is definitely superior Jinqi. Not only is my body enhanced, even the quality of my Jinqi has improved. This Heaven's Path divine art is too powerful. Xianxia is taken aback. To break through Pigu realm, others have to continually nourish their body for at least a few years. However, he took less than 4 hours to break through the realm directly. Not only so, the quality of his Jinqi has been refined. Exactly what kind of secret manual has the Library of Heaven's Path created? This is way too powerful. Let me test my strength. Upon breaking through Pigu realm, one would reach Fighter 5 Dan Dingli. The moment a cultivator steps into this realm, they will possess 1 ding of strength. He walks over to the strength measuring rock pillar, which is just a few dozen meters away from the dormitory. This kind of strength measuring rock pillar can be found around the academy so as to allow the students to measure their strength at any time and anywhere. Upon reaching Fighter 5 Dan Dingli, one would possess 1 ding of strength, which is around 1,000 kilograms. This kind of strength already exceeds the limits of an ordinary human and is on par with horses and bulls. After practicing the Heaven's Path divine art, Xianxia's body has been reformed and he has broken through the Pigu realm. This is an opportunity for him to test how much strength the possesses. Will it be like in the rumors, that he would possess 1 ding of strength? Gathering and controlling his breath, the sole of the feet clutches onto the ground. Suddenly, his knees spring forth and his entire body immediately takes on the shape of a giant bow, while his arm bursts forth from him like an arrow. Pong! His fist strikes on the stone pillar and a glint of light flow on it. 5 ding! A number appears on it. How is this possible? Xianxia narrows his eyes and a dumbfounded look covers his entire face. Is this for real? For a normal Dingli primary stage, one would possess 1 ding of strength. In the intermediate stage, one would possess 2 ding of strength. In the advanced stage, 3 ding of strength, and in the pinnacle, 4 ding of strength. Yet, despite barely breaking through the Pigu realm to Dingli realm, he actually possesses 5 ding of strength. What is going on? Isn't this too exaggerated? It must be due to the nourishment of my body by the Heaven's Path divine art and the superior Jinqi in my body. After a short moment, Xianxia recovers from the shock and infers. He is very clear that he isn't a genius. The only explanation for it is the Heaven's Path divine art which he has just cultivated with. Not only does this cultivation technique temper and reforms his physical body and cleanses his jinqi, raising it to superior quality, it also increases his strength significantly, thus granting him the strength beyond that of Dingli pinnacle expert despite just reaching the Dingli realm. Fearsome. There is only a few esteemed teacher in the academy who reached Fighter 5 Dan. In the academy, only some of the higher-level teachers possess the strength of a Fighter 5 Dan Dingli realm. People like Chao Xiong and him could never hope to reach such heights. Now that I have reached this level, I should go and look for the cultivation technique for 5 Dan. While his strength soars rapidly, a problem arises. The multitude of 4 Dan cultivation techniques that he flipped through in the teacher compendium pavilion previously are useless now. If he wants to continue cultivating, he has to look for 5 Dan cultivation techniques. Right now it isn't too late. The teacher compendium pavilion shouldn't be closed yet. Scratching his head, Xianxia walks over the compendium pavilion once more. In order to prevent people from getting greedy and hasty in their training, the academy imposed a rule that one can only view cultivation techniques that correspond to the level of their cultivation. It didn't take long for Xianxia to arrive at the compendium pavilion once more. Why are you here again? Seeing that it's the same guy from a moment ago, the custodian Elder Mo frowns. This impractical fellow just left the pavilion not long ago. Why is he back again? Elder Mo, I would like to view the cultivation technique for 5 Dan. Xianxia is a little awkward. He can't possibly say that he broke through after leaving for just a short moment. If he were to say that, the other fellow would either kill him or kidnap him to examine him like a lab rat. There isn't much of a change in jinqi between Pigu realm and Dingli realm. As long he doesn't manipulate his jinqi, it is difficult for even experts to tell the difference. Elder Mo may be strong, but it is inconceivable to him that this youth might have broken to greater heights in the short moment he was gone. 5 Dan cultivation technique? What do you want it for? Elder Mo's face darkens. His final sliver of appreciation towards his fellow disappears. He didn't copy any notes on the 4 Dan cultivation technique and didn't try to cultivate it. Yet he is back now to look at the 5 Dan? What kind of joke is this? Elder Mo, it is like this. Today, I accepted a student and his parent asked me some questions about 5 Dan cultivation. I was unable to answer it, causing him to look down on him. Thus, I would like to take a look and derive an answer to it. This way, I would be able to deal with these questions in the future. Xianxia has already thought of an excuse beforehand. Some parents are indeed troublesome to deal with. Hearing this explanation, Elder Mo nods his head. With a solemn expression, he says, "You can take a look, but do not cultivate them by any means. If you try to cultivate 5 Dan without even breaking through 4 Dan, even deities would be unable to save you when you go berserk." "Yes, I understand that," Xianxia hurriedly replies. "All right, enter." Elder Mo waves his hand and closes his eyes. The 5 Dan cultivation technique are on the very last row. "Yes." Xianxia hurriedly enters. "Hypocritical. Vain." After entering, Elder Mo adds 2 more words to his evaluation of Xianxia. "So what if the parents ask about it? You are the lowest level teacher. It is normal that you can't answer their questions. So, in order to put on a show, you specially came here to view the 5 Dan cultivation technique. If this isn't being hypocritical and vain, what is it? Tomorrow, I will look for the principal and have this unrealistic fellow expelled." Scoffing coldly in his heart, Old Mo's mind is resolute. Leaving such a vain fellow who doesn't cultivate properly in the academy will just sully the culture of the academy. Xianxia doesn't know that the 2 meetings with Elder Mo have placed him in the expulsion list of the latter. If he were to know, he would have no idea whether he should burst into laughter or weep in tears. Those words that he said are only excuses. In reality, his cultivation has reached such a level. He can't possibly stop training due to the lack of cultivation technique. Very quickly, he found the very last row of the cultivation technique section. Even the most famous and powerful teacher in the academy is Fighter 5 Dan. The moment one breaks through into the 6 Dan Pishua realm, they would automatically become an elder in the academy. This is only the teacher compendium pavilion, so there aren't any records on the 6 Dan cultivation techniques. Thus, the 5 Dan cultivation techniques are placed on the very last shelf. There are significantly less 5 Dan manuals than 4 Dan. There are around 2,000 to 3,000 cultivation technique secret manuals on the 4 Dan, whereas there are only 1,000 on the 5 Dan. However, it is also a natural occurrence when one thinks about it. No matter what it is, the higher one climbs, the scarcer the resources. Although the Academy has been present for a long time, there are definitely significantly less 5 Dan than 4 Dan in its entire history. As a result, the cultivation techniques and notes they leave behind would be fewer as well. Shaking his head, he decided not to contemplate over such matters. Xianxia casually takes out a book and flipped through it. Around an hour later, the 1,000 cultivation techniques secret manuals have been browsed through, and the Library of Heaven's Path has compiled corresponding books to the secret manuals. After receiving what he wants, Xianxia smiles faintly and bids Elder Mo farewell before walking into the distance. Seeing how he is randomly flipping and viewing the books, not even stopping in the midst of it, Elder Mo can't help but chastise him yet again in his mind. Returning back to his living quarters, Xianxia follows what he did previously and searches for the correct phrases and paragraphs within the 1,000 books. As he expected, not too long later, the library compiles the 1,000 books into a single one. This time, the book isn't nameless and the 4 big words Heaven's Path Divine Art is written on it. He starts to cultivate again. Fighter 5 Dan Dingli realm is an extension of the Pigu realm. The purpose of this realm is simple. It is to temper the Jinqi of the cultivator to his body. The difference in strength between each stage in Dingli realm is mainly due to the level of compatibility between one's Jinqi and their body. The greater their compatibility, the more strength one is able to exert. Reading the cultivation method for the Dingli realm in the Heaven's Path Divine Art, Xianxia focuses his attention. He carefully controls the crystal-clear Jinqi in his dantian to slowly flow in his body, going at a fixed rhythm to allow it to merge completely with his body. The Heaven's Path Divine Art is indeed worthy of being a cultivation technique compiled by the advantages of over a few thousand secret manuals. The efficiency of the cultivation method is indeed one to behold. His Jinqi and muscles swiftly merge together as one. The strength of his body and the compatibility of his Jinqi soars up exponentially. Dingli Realm Primary Stage. Dingli Realm Intermediate Stage. Dingli Realm Advanced Stage. Dingli Realm Pinnacle. Boom! After 4 hours, his body jolts again. Xianxia reopens his eyes. His eyes are filled with disbelief. This, Fighter 5 Dan Pinnacle. Initially, he thought he would take a long period cultivating in 5 Dan. Never in his dreams would he possibly imagine that he could reach the pinnacle in 4 hours through the Heaven's Path Divine Art. To his previous self, cultivation is as difficult as trying to ascend the heavens. Yet, to Xianxia, who is practicing the Heaven's Path Divine Art, it is as easy as eating and drinking. Just by half a night worth of effort, he rose from Fighter 3 Dan Jinqi Realm to Fighter 5 Dan Dingli Realm Pinnacle. This is too exaggerated. Furthermore, if it wasn't for the fact that he didn't know the cultivation method for 6 Dan, unaware of which acupoint he should break through, he might have already successfully broken through to become a 6 Dan Pishua Realm expert. In 6 Dan Pishua Realm, one opens up all of the blocked acupoints in their body. For every acupoint broken through, one's Jinqi would become richer and one's prowess will rise. It is said that there are 108 acupoints in the human body. However, only 72 of these can be opened and there is an order to opening it. Everyone's body is different, thus everyone would require a different sequence in breaking through each of them to obtain the best results out of it. If one is unable to find the correct sequence, they could very possibly end up only opening 3 to 4 acupoints and be stuck there for the rest of their lives. This is just like cleaning the silt by a river. It has to be cleaned gradually from the upper stream to the lower stream. If one were to start at the center and clean towards the upper and lower stream, not only will the river not be cleaned thoroughly, it might even result in a blockage, causing one to be unable to progress further. The same logic goes for breaking through one's acupoints as well. If one doesn't find the ideal sequence, the other acupoints might get blocked and for the rest of their lives, they would be unable to open it. Thus, without a cultivation technique, Xianxia doesn't dare to try to cultivate further. However, he isn't anxious. It is already unheard of to break through two great realms in a single night. He is already very satisfied with the results. Unless required, it is best for me to not to reveal my level of cultivation. As a transcender, he has read many books and watched many shows. He knows that possessing a treasure itself is a crime. He is the worst teacher in the entire academy. Yet, in a night, he suddenly gains the strength of a fighter 5-dan pinnacle. If others were to find out, won't they all rush to him? Thus, it is best for him to not tell anyone about him reaching Dingli Realm pinnacle. The more confidential it is, the better it is for him. Let me see how much strength would I hold this time. After making a decision, Xianxia walks over to the strength measuring rock pillar. While other people only possess 1 ding of strength in their Dingli primary stage, he possessed 5 ding. If so, how much strength would he hold now that he has reached the pinnacle? Pong! Light flows through the rock pillar and numbers appear on it. 8 ding. 8 ding of strength? That is almost the strength of a Pishue realm expert who has opened up for acupoints. Xianxia's eyes lit up. A normal Dingli pinnacle cultivator would possess 4 ding of strength. After which, for each acupoint they break through, their strength would increase by 1 ding. Despite just being at Dingli pinnacle, he possesses the strength of 8 ding, putting him on the same level as an expert who has broken through 4 acupoints. As expected of the Heaven's Path divine art. Incredible! Xianxia is quite happy. After training for such a long period of time, he intends to find something to eat then go to sleep. However, his ears suddenly twitch. Why would someone be here at such a time? Xianxia frowns. Due to an advancement in his cultivation, his hearing and sight have improved tremendously. He is able to clearly perceive the sound of someone hiding somewhere not too far from where he is, staring fixedly at his living quarters. Looks like he is surveying my room. He probably has yet to detect my presence. At this moment, Xianxia isn't at his room but behind a strength measuring rock pillar which is a distance away from the dormitory. After measuring his strength, he has been suppressing his breathing. Thus the other party has yet to notice his presence. Let's see who's the one finding trouble with me. He didn't expect that someone would want to deal with him right after he is done cultivating. The doubts in his mind grow. Rummaging through the memories of his previous self. Although he doesn't have much accomplishment, there hasn't been a scenario where someone sneaked onto in the night to deal with him. No matter who he is, I mustn't let him identify me. Just when he was about to meet the other party, a thought suddenly flashes through his mind. The entire academy knows that he is a fighter 3-dan Jinchi realm trash. If he were to appear at this moment as a 5-dan pinnacle, the other party would definitely be scared to death. Furthermore, if the news were to spread out, there would surely be quite a few person who would look into him. Thus, no matter who the other party is, Xianxia mustn't allow him to identify him. At this moment, he suddenly recalls the numerous movies he has watched back in his previous life. Thus, he tears away a fabric from his sleeves and covers his face. Who, after finishing with his preparations, making use of the darkness of the night, Xianxia gradually creeps towards the other party with light footsteps. Although he has just broken through and he has never studied any footwork, the cultivation technique he is training with is the Heaven's Path divine art which grants him superb control over his body. Not to mention, he is also very familiar with his surroundings, so the other party didn't notice him even when he is just 10 meters behind him. At such a proximity, he could clearly see the black suit donned by the other party. His face is also covered, so it is impossible for him to make out his identity as well. Lad, if you must blame it for your daring guts to dare to lay your hands on our young mistress. Hiding behind a large tree, Xianxia stares at the silhouette before him as the mutterings of the latter vaguely drift to his ears. That voice sounds familiar. Xianxia's eyebrows knit tightly together. Xianxia is sure that he had heard this voice before. However, he has difficulty recalling exactly when and where he heard it. Who? Just as he is trying his best to recall whether it is the memory of his previous self or after he has transcended, the silhouette before him flickers and gradually moves towards his dormitory. At the same time, with a flick of his wrist, A cold gleam shines and a sharp dagger appears on his palm. You want to kill me? Seeing the other party whipping out a knife, Xianxia raised his eyebrows. It is fortunate that he has been cultivating and not sleeping. Otherwise, when the other party approaches him silently like this, won't he be killed for sure? Let me first ascertain who this fellow is. Xianxia knows that conducting this kind of night assault would mean that he is not an individual. Perhaps there could even be an organization behind him. If he doesn't accurately identify the one trying to murder him, even if he were to kill this assassin, there might be more coming for his life in the future. If he doesn't dig out the organization behind the assassination, he wouldn't have to dream of sleeping peacefully anymore. Who is it? Just when Xianxia is pondering how he should force the man before him to confess the organization backing him, he hears a hushed voice. Unknowingly, the black-clothed man grasping the dagger is already standing at proximity to him. Xianxia has never tracked anyone before. Upon seeing the other party whip out a dagger, he got nervous for a moment and leaked out his breath, causing the other party to notice his presence. To be noticed so quickly, Xianxia frowns. Just when he is about to rush forward to duel with the man before him, a thought flashed through his mind and a brilliant idea pops out. I am here to kill Xianxia, that useless teacher. Who are you? Suppressing his tone so as to not be identified, Xianxia declares. Since the other party is here to kill him, he would be able to confuse him by saying that he is here for the same purpose. You're here to kill him? The black-clothed man is taken aback. However, looking at how Xianxia conceals his face and his sneaky attitude, he couldn't help but trust his words slightly. Indeed, the Academy's worst teacher will only bring harm to the students if left alone. Xianxia couldn't help but turn red upon talking about himself. Oh, then you do it. I will help you keep a lookout, the black-clothed man says. Kung? Uncomprehending look appears on Xianxia. He tries to push the responsibility to him. I think it would be better for you to do it. Anyway, we are here for the same motive, so it doesn't matter who does it. You do it. Actually, I have no intentions of killing him. I only wanted to punish him. However, if he were to die, that would be for the best. The black-clothed man urges him on. Punish him? Xianxia is a little confused. Punish him? Then why is he holding a dagger? He couldn't resist asking, how do you want to punish him? Humph, that fellow dares to do something disrespectful to our young mistress. I intend to chop off his thing and turn him into a eunuch, the black-clothed man proclaims furiously. Hearing those words filled with vile intentions, Xianxia could only feel a breeze at his crotch and shivered unconsciously in fear. The hell? If I were to sleep peacefully tonight, I would probably be qualified to serve the emperor after this. Who the hell are you, for you to be so vicious, disrespectful to your young mistress? Xianxia tries to recall the memories of his previous self and after his reincarnation, but he doesn't seem to have gotten into any physical relationships with any young mistresses. That Xianxia, I have only heard that he is unqualified as a teacher. I have never heard of him bullying females. What is this about? Xianxia couldn't resist asking. Humph, that fellow is an animal with a human skin. What teacher? He is a beast. Our young mistress. Forget it. The more I think about it, the more furious I get. Untold rage could be felt from the suppressed voice of the black-clothed man. Xianxia could only see stars. So what the hell is it about? For you to insult me as a beast? What did I do to your young mistress? Besides that, who the hell is your young mistress? It is one thing if she is pretty, but if she is ugly, isn't it too much for such a reputation to be forced on me? Why do you want to kill him? After his insults, the black-clothed man looks over. Me? Xianxia didn't expect that the other party would question him. He is stunned for a moment before clenching his jaw and answering, I can't accept his actions of bullying women. You know that he bullies women? Who did he bully? The black-clothed man is alarmed. He. Xianxia harumphs and says, there is no reason for me to answer your questions. That is true. Since we both have the same goals in mind, you go first. Seeing that the other party is unwilling to reveal anything, although there are doubts in his mind, he chooses to ask no further and waves his hand to gesture Xianxia to go ahead. It would be better if you go first. If I were to strike first, he would be dead before you can castrate him. It would be better for you to castrate him first before I kill him, Xianxia replies. That. The black-clothed man starts to hesitate. He looks at Xianxia in doubt. He has started to get suspicious. How could it be possible for such a coincidence to occur? Just when he intends to castrate Xianxia, another person appears to assassinate him. If it wasn't for his fear of the strength of the other party, he would have struck him unconscious by now. Why? You don't trust me? If I don't want to kill him, why would I sneak here in the middle of the night? Noticing his doubts, Xianxia tries to dispel them. Hearing those words, the black-clothed man hesitates for a moment before nodding his head in agreement. That's true. It is already late at night. If the masked man isn't here to kill Xianxia, why would he be here for? It isn't because I don't trust you. Since our goals align with one another, let's go together. The black-clothed man replies after pondering for a moment. He is still a little suspicious of the fellow in front of him. You are still way too careful. Rest easy, I have basic principles as a human. However, since you do not trust me, Xianxia doesn't drag on the conversation and gestures, let's go together, after which he charges forward. Fighter 5 Dan Pinnacle? Seeing his movement, the black-clothed man instantly identifies his level of cultivation. He exerts his qinggong and follows closely behind. Seeing the black-clothed man following behind him, Xianxia immediately turns around to take a look. Boom! The Library of Heaven's Path jolts and a book appears. The skill the other party exerted to follow him is equal to executing a battle technique. As long as one were to use a skill, the Library of Heaven's Path would be able to compile a book on his flaws and thus, his background would be revealed. Xianxia glances at the book. He only sees 2 words Yao Han written on the cover. This name sounds so familiar. Where have I heard of it? Xianxia stares at the front cover for a moment before flipping over to the first page. Yao Han, the butler of Bayou City Lord Residence. Fighter 6 Dan Pishua Primary Stage. 8 acupoints opened. It's him. Seeing the words Bayou City, Xianxia immediately recalls the identity of the man before him. Isn't this the butler from Bayou City who rushed over to threaten him when he accepted Xiaoya as his student? No wonder his voice and name sound so familiar. Just that, this means that the young mistress that he mentioned refers to Xiaoya. What did I do to her for you to make the journey here just to castrate me? To dare to malign me? Even though you are stronger than me, I must teach you a lesson. The more he thinks about it, the angrier he gets. If it is something his previous self did, since he has transcended over to take his place, even though he would feel wronged, he would admit it. However, the crux is that he didn't do anything. For Yao Han to label him with this crime when he did nothing, he is simply too vile. As such thoughts race through his mind, he continues to glance through the list. Cultivation technique. White jade circulation technique. Battle techniques. Mystical diagram palm. Expert. Mystical diagram fist. Expert. Flaws. 16 aspects. Number 1. His Mingmen is at his bottoms and his skills are unable to guard against attacks directed at the point. Number 2. Number 3. Just as how it did previously, the book records all the flaws on this fellow. Having broken through 8 acupoints, this means his current strength is at 12 ding. If Xianxia were to try to match him in a direct combat, he would definitely not be a match for him. However, so what if you are in Pishua realm? So what if you possess 12 ding of strength? If I don't teach you a lesson today, I wouldn't be called Xianxia. Who? At this point, Xianxia stops abruptly. What's wrong? Seeing Xianxia stopping abruptly, the black-clothed man asks with a confused look. Look, an UFO. Xianxia casually points. UFO? What is an UFO? The black-clothed man is taken aback and hurriedly turns around to take a look. This action reveals the Ming men on his bottom to Xianxia. Incomprehension plagues Yao Han. He knows of butterfly, ultimatum, and spy. However, what exactly is an UFO? Butterfly, to Hu Dai ultimatum, to Tong Dai spy, to Jian Dai UFO, flying saucer. To Fei Dai Dai is pronounced as Die. Go to hell. What Xianxia has been waiting for is this opportunity. Without any hesitation whatsoever, he sends a kick filled with his wrath towards his bottom. Pong! Before the black-clothed man Yao Han could react, his Ming men is kicked on. He flies forward and crashes head-on with a boulder not too far away. Blood trickles down from the wound on his head. Since you are here to castrate me, should I castrate you right now? The more he thinks about it, the angrier he gets. Xianxia rushes forward and sits on the other party's body. He sends a couple of fists onto his face. What Pishua realm expert, what 12-ding expert. They are strong. If you were to find their Ming men and exploit their flaws, an unexpected assault will still lead to their deaths. Apparently, Yao Han didn't expect the fellow who wanted to teach Xianxia a lesson along with him would suddenly attack him frenziedly. What's worse, his Ming men is struck, causing his entire body to go stiff. He couldn't retaliate even if he wanted to. His body shivers from anger. Didn't we agree to deal with Xianxia together? The heck? Where is your trust? Where are your basic principles as a human? Besides, no matter what, you are a fighter 5-dan Dingley pinnacle master, an expert among experts. You should have some demeanor even in the midst of a battle. To shamelessly lie to me and launch a secret assault before riding on my face. What about battle techniques? What about crossing blows? What about your cultivation technique? Even gangsters on the street don't fight this way. He only feels wave after wave of pain on his face. Yao Han is about to go insane. At this moment, he finally knows that he have been scammed by the masked man. Furthermore, it is the worst kind of scams. Qinggong, literally translated as the art of lightweight. It refers to footwork which allows one to tread lightly, increasing one's jumping ability, running speed, and dodging skills. After a violent thrashing, Xianxia finally feels the rage in his heart subsiding slightly. Lowering his head to take a look, Yao Han's mask has already fallen off in the midst of the bashing, and his face is warped from taking his hits. Probably, even his own mother would be unable to recognize him in his current state. Kang! Now that anger is no longer clouding his mind, Xianxia immediately grasps his current situation. This fellow is the butler of Bayou City Lord, as well as the uncle of my disciple. It is still okay for me to teach him a lesson, but I should not kill him by any means. No matter what, this fellow is still Zhao Ya's Uncle Yao. If Xianxia were to really kill him, won't the disciple he just admitted go to waste? There would surely be zero possibility for reconciliation if that were to happen. Besides, Bayou City is reputed as the third biggest city in Tianxian Kingdom. To be able to become the city lord of such a city, Zhao Ya's father should be rather powerful and holds great influence. If his butler was killed and he chooses to pursue this matter, it might be possible for him to investigate onto himself. So he would be in deep trouble. Being a newcomer in this world, he has yet to create a firm foothold for him to stand on, so it is best for him to keep a low profile. I mustn't let me become suspicious of me. The thought flashes through his mind. Since Yao Han cannot be killed, then Xianxia have to let him go alive. For him to get beaten him in the midst of an assault against Xianxia would definitely be the first person he would be suspicious of. Oh right, I have the perfect scapegoat for this. If he didn't come looking for trouble today, I wouldn't have thought of him. Person flashes through Xianxia's mind. That person is the man who was beside Xin Bairu earlier today, the one who kept mocking him, Shang Bin. Anyway, that fellow is the grandson of Elder Shang Chen. If Xianxia were to push the blame to him, Yao Han wouldn't dare to take revenge even if he wanted to. In fact, it would be better if Yao Han were to take revenge. The two of them would then bite viciously onto one another. At this point, Xianxia stares at the distorted face of Yao Han and deepens his voice. I have a grudge with Xianxia. Earlier today, he got on my nerves, and so I intended to teach him a lesson in the night. However, if he were to be castrated by you, she would definitely suspect that I am the one who did it, and a misunderstanding would arise between us. Blame this all on the fact that you met me today, as well as your untimely arrival. Only now did Yao Han know why he was thrashed. He wants to retort, but his mouth is swollen like a pair of sausages, making it impossible for him to talk. Scram! Seeing that the other party has comprehended his words, Xianxia doesn't continue speaking. He stands up and kicks Yao Han's body a dozen meters away. Damn it! Hurling vulgarities towards the other party in his mind, Yao Han knows that he is in a disadvantageous situation today. Gritting his teeth, he turns away and leaves. At the same time, he carves the two main characteristics of the attacker onto his mind. Firstly, the person who beat him up had an encounter with Xianxia earlier in the day and was incensed by his words or actions. Secondly, the relationship between him and Xianxia should be love rivals. The woman who they are pursuing has a Bai in her name. As long as he remembers this two distinctive features, it is an easy task for him to find out who the fellow who laid his hands on him is. Only after seeing Yao Han disappear into the distance does Xianxia heave a sigh of relief. He pats away the dirt on his clothes and returns back to the dormitory. This event is a great fright to him. If he didn't stay up to cultivate tonight, it would be hard to tell what would have happened. However, at least the danger is averted temporarily. The key to survival in this world: power. Sitting on the bed in his dormitory, Xianxia mutters to himself. If his cultivation didn't soar today, even if he knew Yao Han's weaknesses, he wouldn't have been a match for him. The one to suffer in the end will be him. Thus, the urgent matter at hand is for him to swiftly raise his strength. The stronger he is, the better it is. He slowly drifts into the world of dream with his mind filled with sentimentality. The next day, Xianxia wakes up the moment the sky lights up. Although he has barely slept for 2 hours, not to mention how hard he had worked the previous night, he still feels refreshed without the slightest fatigue. Time to start lessons, he mutters as he puts on his clothes. After which, he walks to his classroom with large strides. It didn't take long for him to arrive at his classroom. The moment he pushes the door open, a plump youth welcomes him enthusiastically. Zhang Laosher, you are here. Look, I have already finished cleaning up the room. He is the final student Xianxia accepted yesterday, the fatty Yuan Tao. Xianxia didn't expect that this fellow would be the first to arrive, given how he threatened him yesterday. Furthermore, he even cleaned the classroom spick and span. Not bad. Xianxia nods his head in approval. Hee, since teacher said that I did not bad. Is there any reward for my effort? Like some martial art or cultivation technique and such? You can casually reward me with 3 or 5 of them. Hearing Xianxia's acknowledgement, a wide smile appears on Fatty's face. This fellow is the type who would go too far when you give him some leeway. Wait by the side first. I will start the lesson after the other students arrive. Xianxia gestures. The first to arrive is Fatty. Unexpectedly, the second to arrive is the student whom he won from the bet, Lu Yang. However, Lu Yang's attitude isn't as good as Fatty's. Indignation spells on his face as he gazes at Xianxia with a look of contempt. In his opinion, Xianxia only won the bet by luck, and it is a torture for a genius like him to come under the tutelage of a teacher of such horrendous standards. The third to arrive is the youth who specializes in the way of the spear, Zhang Yang. After Xianxia pointed out the problem in Zheng Yang's spear, his strength rose by more than a single fold. As a result, Zhang Yang holds great confidence towards his teacher, and out of the current few students who acknowledge Xianxia, he is the only one who came to him on his own free will. The fourth to arrive is Wang Ying. The shy lass couldn't help but blush upon catching sight of the other students when she enters and immediately hides at the corner. I should be able to solve the problem of my body today. Xiaoya opens her eyes. Yesterday, the academy's worst teacher claimed that he is capable of solving her problem. After returning to her dormitory, she felt lost and worried, causing her to roll about her bed, only falling asleep after a long time later. Regardless of whether the other party is telling the truth or lying, there would surely be a conclusion by the end of today. When such a thought strikes her, she gargles her mouth, puts on her clothes and leaves the room swiftly. As the daughter of Bayou City Lord and one of the top 10 scorers of the entrance examinations, she is granted a personal residence, unlike the shared dormitory of the other students. There are many rooms in the residence and the butler, Uncle Yao, stays in one of the rooms not too far away from hers. Uncle Yao, I'm going to class. Seeing no movements in the room after shouting, Xiaoya prepares to walk off. Young mistress, wait for me. I will go with you. A shout echoes from beyond the door. The door opens and Yao Han walks out. Looking at his face, Xiaoya is taken aback. Uncle Yao, what happened? Xiaoya is stunned to see Yao Han's swollen face and the dark rings around his eyes. In a single night, the dignified Yao Han has been disfigured. If it wasn't for the familiar voice, she wouldn't have known who he is. Oh, I accidentally hit myself after getting too absorbed in my training yesterday, Yao Han explains. Who would hit themselves in the midst of their training? Is it possible for anyone to find an even worse excuse than that? Uncle Yao, what happened? Who did it? No, I have to tell my dad, Xiaoya exclaims furiously. Young mistress, don't bother yourself with this. This is my own problem. I can resolve it myself. You better hurry to your class first. I want to see how the teacher you acknowledged is like. If his standards are exactly like what the rumors dictate, I will immediately report this to the city lord and have the Hongtian Academy get a new teacher for you. Yao Han waves his hand imposingly. However, as his movements are too big, his wounds are pulled on and cold sweat drenches his back. Fine. Seeing how adamant Yao Han is against her interference in the matter, Xiaoya doesn't touch on any further on the subject. The two of them walk towards Xianxia's classroom. Uncle Yao, given how severely wounded you are, I think you should go back and rest first. I can attend the lesson by myself. There is no need for you to send me. After walking a short distance, Xiaoya noticed how his entire body is trembling and drenched in sweat. She couldn't help but say these words. Yesterday, Xianxia didn't pull back his blows even in the least. Despite applying medicine on the wounds and resting for a few hours, his wounds are still severe. It is quite incredible that he is even able to walk. Young mistress, the city lord has tasked me to find a good teacher for you before we set off. Yet you had to choose such a fellow. How can I face the city lord in the future? Yao Han says, no matter what, I want to expose the true face of that fellow before you and prove to you that he is a fraud. Only our pure and innocent young mistress would fall for his tricks. Given those standards of his, it is impossible for him to recruit a second student. When you finally witness that there are no other students in his class, you would know that. Jaya! The door to the classroom is pushed open, revealing its interior. Within the classroom sits Xianxia and his 4 new students. After hearing that the young mistress has acknowledged Xianxia as her master, Yao Han rushes here furiously, oblivious to the fact that Xianxia has already accepted several students. He had just let out word that the other party would be unable to recruit a second student other than the young mistress, but in the next moment, he meets Wang Ying and the rest. He feels as though he was slapped in the face in public. His face immediately darkens. Teacher! Xiaoya also feels a burning sensation on her face and she feels tempted to find a burrow to hide in. You are all right? A short moment later, Yao Han recovers and stares in confusion at Xianxia. That fellow yesterday was so brutal to him, so he thought that even if Xianxia isn't reduced to a pig head, he would at the very least be crippled. So why does he seem to be fully intact, to the point of being unable to find even a single scratch on his skin? Actually, even though he said that he wanted to assess Xianxia's standards as a teacher, his true purpose is to see his pathetic state after getting thrashed by the mysterious man. Yet, in the end, as a Fighter 6 Dan Pishua realm expert, he went to assault him yet ended up getting beaten up while the one who he intended to assault isn't even wounded in the least. He feels as though he has lost greatly and he finds it unacceptable. Why wouldn't I be all right? Xianxia knows what Yao Han is thinking, but he replies with a stoic expression. He looks towards Xiaoya and asks, "This disabled person is?" "Disabled person?" Peculiar expression appears on Xiaoya's face. Before she could speak, a voice interrupts her. "You are the one who is disabled." Yao Han suppresses the urge to vomit blood. His eyebrows shoot upwards and he flings the sleeves of his robe. "I am the butler of Bayou City Lord Residence. Yao Han." "Oh, since you are disabled, you shouldn't be walking around here. Otherwise, if you were to die here, it would be difficult for me to explain." As though not hearing his words, Xianxia gestures to the door. "Send off our guest and shut the door." "You!" Yao Han clenches his fist furiously and almost exploded on the spot. "Who is he?" "The butler of Bayou City Lord Residence. He possesses great authority. In the Hongtian Academy, even the executive of the Education Bureau would have to give in to him. Yet, a teacher like Xianxia dares to say that he is disabled and even tries to throw him out. How could it be possible for him to not be angry? "I want to see how you are going to teach them." Putting his hands behind him, Yao Han stands upright proudly. "Oh, since you know that you have to leave, make it fast. We need to maintain a silent atmosphere when teaching the students, so we don't just allow any cats and dogs in our classrooms." Xianxia seems to be on a different frequency as him. As though hearing nothing at all, he gestures towards the exit yet again. "You? Who are you calling cat and dog?" The rage burns with him and blood flows out from his wounds. Yao Han trembles uncontrollably. "Do you think that I wouldn't dare to kill you with a palm of mine right now?" "Xiaoya, send him out, so that I can solve your problem. Can't be bothered to argue with the other party." Xianxia signals to Xiaoya. "Uncle Yao, please, leave for the moment. I am about to start lessons." Hearing those words, Xiaoya's eyes light up. "I am not leaving. I want this fellow to clarify who he is talking about. Yao Han, a Fighter 6 Dan Pishua realm expert, is respected wherever I go. Who dares to say that I am crippled, even trying to drive me out?" "Pang!" Before he could finish his words, Xiaoya pushes him out. The next moment, the sight before him turns dark as the door closes on him. If he didn't dodge fast enough, he would have been smacked by the door. "Young mistress." Standing outside the door, Yao Han frowns and his face twitches. If he was driven out by Xianxia, he would surely retaliate. However, since it was the young mistress who drove him out, he wouldn't dare to lay his hands on her even if he was beaten to death. Even so, he directs all the resentment he has accumulated onto Xianxia. He is unable to understand what capabilities the fellow possess, to be capable of deluding the young mistress to such an extent. "Uncle Yao, I'm sorry to bother you to wait outside. We are going to start lessons." Xiaoya knows about her own problem. Her own illness must not be revealed to anyone, especially to Uncle Yao. If her teacher is going to help her solve her problem, she would naturally have to drive him away. "Fine, young mistress. I will be waiting outside. If anything happens, call me and I will rush in immediately." Hearing the words of the young mistress, Yao Han knows that he would be unable to enter. He is on the verge of erupting but without a choice. He could only grit his teeth and bear with it. After Yao Han leaves, only Xianxia's 5 newly accepted students and him remain in the room. Xianxia surveys the surrounding. "Since all of you have acknowledged me as your teacher, you all would be fellow peers. Make sure to take good care of one another, so as to not sully my prestige." Prestige. Hearing this word, the 5 students stare at one another. "Teacher, you don't seem to have any prestige?" Cough cough, even if we wanted to sully it, there is nothing there to sully. My way to teaching is slightly different from the others. I pay particular importance to cater teachings to the student's personal condition. The way to guiding everyone is different. Thus, there is nothing to compare between you all. Xianxia seems oblivious to the expressions of his students and puts on the airs of a teacher. "Right now, I will go to the little room by the side. When I call your name, enter the little room." Xianxia's classroom isn't big, around 100 square meters. Even so, there is a partition in which the teacher is able to give specific guidance to a student. These 5 students are different from one another. If he were to guide them together as a whole, it would be troublesome and highly ineffective. Wang Ying, you were my first student. Come in. After which Xianxia leads the way into the small room. Yes. Given Wang Ying's obedient nature, she doesn't dare to retort and walks closely behind him. Wang Ying feels a little regretful. Yesterday, she got lost and came over to ask for directions. Yet, she was scammed into acknowledging this teacher as her mentor. Initially, she didn't know what was going on, but after thinking through it, this teacher doesn't seem to be truly capable. Other teachers are able to tell the problem with her leg through her punching routine. However, not only was this fellow unable to tell, he even bragged about being able to cure the injury on her leg. For this injury, her father even found the most famous of physicians, but it was to no avail. Even so, the man before her claims that he is able to treat her. If this isn't a scam, what could this be? Furthermore, Lu Laoshi told her many things regarding this teacher. Only then did she realize that this teacher had such a radiant background. The first teacher to score a 0 in the teacher qualification examination and the weakest in terms of strength among the teachers. Why was she so unfortunate to be scammed by him and to believe his words? No wonder Big Brother said that there are many bad guys outside. When her elder brother told her that there were untrustworthy people outside, she didn't believe him. Now, looking at the teacher before her, she feels wronged, that she has been lied to. Just as she is thinking about how she should withdraw from the lessons of this teacher, that at most it would simply end with a scolding and she could find her elder brother to help her find another teacher, she hears a familiar voice sounding out. Display your battle technique once more. Xianxia sits at the center of the room and looks over with a calm expression. The previous time, when he tried to coax Wang Ying into joining him, the Library of Heaven's Path wasn't activated yet. So he still has no idea what flaws do Wang Ying have. All right. Although Wang Ying is tempted to withdraw from the lessons, she nods her head after hesitating for a moment. Once again, her fists generate gusts of wind and soon, her punching routine came to an end. Xianxia nods his head. Although Wang Ying's character may be a little dense, her punching routine is quite satisfactory. Teacher, actually I want to. Wang Ying wavers for a moment, and just when she was about to express her intention to withdraw from Xianxia's lesson, the young man opposite of her speaks. If I'm not wrong, your leg was probably struck by someone during a duel 2 years ago. Xianxia says. You? How did you know? Wang Ying is taken aback. Her words jam in her mouth as her beautiful eyes widen in circles. She only talked about the injury on her leg yesterday, and not the origin of it. She didn't expect the other party to be capable of telling that it is an injury from someone's blow and even the time of the injury. She couldn't help but be shocked. There are 3 acupoints on a person's leg, and individually, they govern strength, speed, and dexterity. When you battled with someone else, the other party accidentally struck the acupoint which governs strength. When this acupoint is struck, it closes, resulting in your blood to flow in reverse, thus preventing you from exerting strength on it like any other normal person. Xianxia states calmly. That. Wang Ying's body trembles. Her face flushes completely red. For her leg, Wang Ying's father had invited all of the renowned doctors in the kingdom, including the famous Master Yuanyu. He seems to have spoken similar words, but even he was unable to identify where the acupoint which governs strength is, thus he was unable to treat her. If she wants to be treated once and for all, she has to invite a fighter 8-dan Zhongshe realm master who possesses superior jinqi to treat her. Otherwise, it is impossible for the treatment to succeed. Initially, she thought that this teacher who claimed that he would be able to treat her leg is just trying to coax her to come under his tutelage. Yet, she didn't expect that he would say the exact same words as what Master Yuanyu said. So how could she not be shocked? Teacher, are you able to treat me? Wang Ying couldn't resist asking. It is just a small matter. Xianxia replies her question blandly. A small matter? Wang Ying's eyes narrow as her breathing quickens. Even though she had no problem walking normally with her leg injury, she faced great difficulty in her training. It feels as though poison has soaked into her bones. In the past half year, there doesn't seem to be a single day she spent in happiness. Precisely so, she became the current her who is a little fearful towards stranger, as well as reticent. Initially, she thought that her injury would stay with her for her entire life. Yet, she didn't expect that the Xianxia Laosher, whom everyone thought was trash, would say that it is a small matter. She found it hard to believe what her ears are hearing. If it was a moment ago, she might have thought that Zhang Xian was simply bragging. However, from the instant he pointed out the reason behind her injury, expectation starts to well up in her. The reason why I had you to come into this room individually is to treat you. All right? Relax your entire body. Zhang Xian retrieves a medium-sized jade box from the room and opens it gently. Within it lies numerous silver needles of different length. During the training sessions of a martial artist, it is easy for one to incur injuries. Thus, the Academy prepared a kit of such in every single classroom to help to boost blood circulation of the wounded, as well as to temporarily ease the injury. Yes, Wang Ying listens to the voice of the young man which was steadfast, confident but without a trace of arrogant, and replies. Somehow, Wang Ying trusts the man before her from the depths of her heart, and her tense body relaxes. So, sitting on his original spot without moving, he grabs a silver needle and flicks it over. A soft sound, and the silver needle, he infused with Jinqi, shoots tautly towards Wang Ying and pierces her leg. This is Zephyr acupuncture. Wang Ying widens her eyes as her slim body trembles yet again. Zephyr acupuncture. It is a method which makes use of a martial artist's control over his strength to control the pathway of the silver needles to pierce the correct spots without coming into contact with the patient's body. In this way, a male physician would be able to apply acupuncture without coming into proximity to a female patient. This way, awkwardness between the two is able to be avoided. Such a method of practicing acupuncture may seem simple, but it is actually incredibly complicated. Firstly, it requires the martial artist to hold absolute control over his strength. If there is a slight imprecision, there is a high possibility that it would result in failure. Furthermore, one's eyes must be sharp. It is difficult to recognize the exact acupoints beneath the patient's clothes. If the physician were to recognize the acupuncture inaccurately, all kind of troubles could happen. Master Yuanyu has once said that one must at least attain the cultivation level of Fighter 5 Dan Dingli realm to practice Zephyr acupuncture. Has the teacher termed as trash in the academy reached such a level? Impossible. Those who have reached Dingli realm are all famous figures in the academy, such as the famous teacher Lu Sun. According to Lu Laosher, Xianxia Laosher is only a Fighter 3 Dan Jinqi realm. There is still a huge way to go before he reaches 5 Dan Dingli realm. A Fighter 3 Dan Jinqi realm is capable of executing Zephyr acupuncture? She finds it unbelievable. So. While she is still in a state of disbelief, the young man flicks a few more silver needles towards her. A few gusts of wind whip up and the silver needles pierce into her leg with the exact same depth. This shows that the other party has already reached a rather advanced level of his control over his strength. The silver needle pierces into the flesh of her leg. Just as Wang Ying is about to ask Zhang Xian how he intends to treat her, his hand slides past the needle and the Jinqi that is contained in the needle activates and probes into her body. Ah! As the Jinqi enters her body, she feels a tingling sensation in her leg. The acupoint which was sealed previously immediately opens under the surge of the Jinqi. This is superior Jinqi. As the tingling sensation spreads across her entire body, Wang Ying clearly sees the look of the Jinqi in her body. Clear like water, deprived of any impurities. This is the quality that only superior Jinqi would possess. Superior Jinqi? That is something that can only be cultivated if one possesses a god or saint cultivation technique. In the entire Tianxian kingdom, it is unheard of for anyone to cultivate superior Jinqi. Yet, to think the lousiest teacher in the academy would possess it? Can't be that I am seeing things. Done. While she was still overwhelmed by shock, her body relaxes completely and slumps. By then, the silver needles had already been retrieved by the other party. Following which, Wang Ying feels a surge of relaxation in her leg, a comfortable sensation which she has never experienced. After her injury, although she is still able to move normally, her legs feel as though they have been plastered, plagued with a stiff sensation at all times. At this moment, wave after wave of pleasant sensation surges through her leg, as though it has broken through some shackles. Her leg feels incomparably nimble and lively. My leg! She might be slow-witted, but it is clear to see that the injury on her leg has been cured. Teacher, thank. Wang Ying's knees slacken and she kneels onto the floor. Her eyes are entirely red. For this day, she has waited for a very long time. In fact, she even felt despair at her situation. Never in her dreams would she imagine that such a stubborn illness would be cured by the Academy's worst teacher. It seems that the fact is that he is a very capable person, just that he maintains a low profile. Such a thought pops into her head. If he wasn't intentionally maintaining a low profile, regardless of how his lessons are like, just the fact that he is able to cure her legs means that he is more than capable of building his reputation up in this academy. How else is it possible for him to be the last in the teacher qualification examination? With such a thought in mind, Wang Ying kneels to the floor and acknowledges Xianxia as her teacher from the depths of her heart. All thoughts of withdrawing from his tutelage dispel. Now that your leg injury has recovered, go out and train properly. If you have any other problems, come over and find me afterward. Xianxia gestures and entrusts her with a task. By the way, call Lu Yong over. Yes. Wang Ying replies excitedly before walking out of the room. I intend to withdraw from his lessons later. Are any of you all with me? In the classroom, after Lu Yang, Zheng Yang, Xiaoya, and Yuan Tao had introduced themselves to one another, Lu Yang said, to tell the truth, he feels extremely dispirited. Scoring within the top 100, there are many top teachers who are vying for him. Yet, in the end, due to the bet made between two teachers, he was lost to the worst teacher in the entire academy. The intense feeling of being wronged makes him go into a frenzy. No matter what, I have to withdraw from his lessons today. Even if it means that I have to withdraw from the school, no one will be able to halt my footsteps. I also want to withdraw from his lessons. But if Xianxia Laosher were to be angered, it is hard to tell what he might do. Fatty Yuan Tao couldn't resist saying, angry? So what if he is angry? What can he do? I don't want to go berserk from his misguidance. Lu Yang scoffs. Berserk. Zheng Yang looks over doubtfully. He only knows that the teacher before him scored badly for the teacher qualification examination, being the last of the lot. He has never heard of the incident of a student going berserk from his guidance. Lu Yang continues, if you don't believe it, just wait and see. When Wang Ying walks out later, her face would surely be awful. She would feel like she has been scammed. I have already long heard of Xianxia Laosher's teaching standards. If he was able to offer proper pointers, he wouldn't have landed in such a state, being viewed in contempt by the other teachers. Jiaya. Just as they were speaking, the door opens and Wang Ying walks out with an excited look. Lu Yang is taken aback. Initially, he thought that she would be depressed. Yet contrary to his expectations, she is smiling happily. The other few students are also puzzled. That joy comes from the depths of her heart. She must have reaped some great rewards for such an expression to appear. Could it be that the teacher with such a horrible reputation could give proper pointers? To get a student to be so excited in just a single session, as though she has attained some precious treasure, probably even the famous Lu Sun Laosher isn't capable of such a feat. Lu Yang, teacher called for you to enter. Oblivious to what the others are thinking, Wang Ying informs him before going to one corner to start training. Me? Lu Yang clenches his jaw. I would like to see what pointers you are able to offer me. If you can't offer me any good pointers, I will withdraw from your lessons. Muttering silently in his heart, he walks into the room. Lu Yang might have been guided by Xianxia previously, but he doesn't believe that the latter is capable. Rather, he thought that Xianxia simply got lucky. After all, asking someone to use a different hand to execute a punching routine doesn't involve much skill. Thus, from the depths of his heart, he still looks down on the teacher in front of him. Teacher. Walking into the room, he cups his hand and bows slightly to Xianxia, although his tone isn't very respectful. I have seen you execute your battle techniques before. Seemingly oblivious to his disrespect, Xianxia continues. To be able to train Soaring Flower Fist to the rookie level and Dragon Inch Fist to the expert level. Not bad. What? You? How did you know that I am trained in Dragon Inch Fist? Hearing those words, Lu Yang, who was disregarding Xianxia, almost faints from shock. Logically, due to his weak strength, he should have focused on his cultivation technique. Even if he has to learn battle technique, he should have practiced a normal battle technique such as Soaring Flower Fist instead of Dragon Inch Fist. Dragon Inch Fist, being a mortal lower-tier battle technique, is much more formidable than the Soaring Flower Fist. In order to become stronger, he hid the fact that he was practicing this punch routine from his family members. Ever since his Dragon Inch Fist reached rookie level, he has never executed it in front of anyone else. Previously, the battle technique which he showed Xianxia was the Soaring Flower Fist. Yet, Xianxia was able to tell that he practices the Dragon Inch Fist and that it is at the expert level. How could he tell? There is shadows of the Dragon Inch Fist in your Soaring Flower Fist. Naturally, Xianxia can't possibly reveal that it is due to the Library of Heaven's Path. He didn't even blink when telling an outright lie. You can even tell from that. Lu Yang is still in a state of disbelief. The two skills aren't even in the slightest related to one another. Previously, he also executed the Soaring Flower Fist in front of Chao Xiong Laosher, but he wasn't able to tell that much from it. Yet, the Academy's worst teacher is able to see through it with one glance. Is this for real? While he is still holding doubts in his heart, the teacher sitting before him continues. Reaching the level of an expert, your Dragon Inch Fist holds considerable might. However, do you feel an ache under your armpits and an itch in your Genjin acupoint whenever you execute it? This. Taking a few steps back, Lu Yang looks as though he has seen a ghost, fear appearing within his eyes. Not only are the words of the other party correct, they are exactly spot on. It is as though he has seen him training. You? How did you know? Lu Yang couldn't help but ask with a pale face. It is very simple. You have been practicing an inappropriate battle technique. If you continue training at this rate, I can guarantee that the muscles of your entire arm will be destroyed within 3 years. Even immortals will find it hard to save you. In fact, the effects are already apparent now. Do you feel your body going stiff when you are sleeping at night? Sometimes even spasming? Xianxia questions. Lu Yang trembles. Indeed, he has such a condition. Just that, he thought it was due to overexhaustion from excessive training, so he didn't pay it much heed. Never in his dreams would imagine that it was due to him practicing the Dragon Inch Fist. Dragon Inch Fist. It is a skill which regards one's body like a dragon and emphasizes the concept of might in every inch of your body. If you had reached Fighter 4 Dan Pigu realm and had Jinshi nourish your muscles, there won't be any side effects from cultivating this battle technique. However, you are only in Jushi realm and your body is far too weak. Forcefully cultivating this battle technique will only cause your body to be injured. As time passes, the injury will only worsen. This is also the reason why, although you aren't left-handed, your left hand possesses significantly greater strength than your right hand. That is because you practiced the Dragon Inch Fist with your right, causing great damage to it. If you don't stop now, you will become crippled. Xianxia warns. Teacher, save me. At this moment, Lu Yang no longer possesses the arrogance he had when he first walked in. His knees weaken and he kneels to the floor. At this moment, he understands that the teacher before him is definitely an expert, a master among experts. That is because everything Xianxia said fits perfectly with what is happening to him. If Xianxia didn't voice it out, Lu Yang wouldn't have paid much attention to it. However, now that he has stated all of it out clearly and logically, Lu Yang immediately understands that everything he said is true. In the face of such an expert, what rights does he have to remain arrogant? It is laughable that he thought that he felt wronged for acknowledging him as his teacher. Only now does he realize how fortunate he is. Before acknowledging Chao Xiong, he has also met quite a few notable teachers in the academy and displayed his battle technique before them. However, they were unable to tell that he is trained in the Dragon Inch Fist. Needless to say, seeing through the fact that his right arm is injured. First, stop training in the Dragon Inch Fist and try your best to raise your cultivation. As for the injury that you have sustained and accumulated, I will think of an idea to solve it, Xianxia declares. All right, call Xiaoya in. Yes. Lu Yang nods his head hurriedly. Not daring to say anything further, he quickly walks out. The moment he walks out, he sees Zheng Yang, Xiaoya and Yuan Tao staring at him. Have you withdrawn from Zhang Xian Laosher's tutelage? Yuan Tao asks in agitation. Withdraw? Why should I withdraw? Lu Yang waves his hand and declares proudly, his face not turning red in the slightest. He who teaches me for one day is my father for life. I, Lu Yang, will not withdraw from Zhang Xian Laosher's lessons. What kind of people do you think I am? Do I look like that casual a person? I really don't know what you all are thinking, to be thinking about withdrawing all day long. Aren't you all embarrassed? Zheng Yang, Xiaoya, and Yuan Tao. Shameless. He is too shameless. Just a moment ago, he is still going on about how determined he is to withdraw from Zhang Xian's lessons. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he changed his words entirely. Exactly how thick is his skin? That teacher is probably truly capable. Seeing the vastly different attitudes between the two when they went in and came out, Xiaoya thinks in her mind as she pushes the door open. Actually, after hearing Uncle Yao Han's words, it isn't like she never wavered in her determination. However, the truth still stands that the other party was able to point out her illness accurately, giving her hope for a cure. After all, she is too embarrassed to speak of this illness in front of others, so it is impossible for her to reveal it to too many people. Sit down. Upon walking into the room, she sees Zhang Laosher and sits down. Teacher, you said that you can cure my illness. Xiaoya reddens. Zhang Xian nods his head. Your illness is an easy problem. Actually, it isn't very difficult to solve Xiaoya's problem. She isn't really sick, but rather, she possesses the pure Yin body, a physical body which countless women desire. The Yin energy in her body is overpowering, and if it is directed correctly, her cultivation would soar rapidly. However, it is a pity that no one in Bayou City noticed it and even chose a Yin nature cultivation technique for her. For the other females, it is indeed quite a good manual to cultivate. However, for Xiaoya, who possesses a pure Yin body, to cultivate such a cultivation technique, it is simply worsening the situation for her. The Yin energy in her body accumulates gradually over time. When she was younger, it was still undetectable. However, as her body develops, the unique traits of a female becomes apparent, and she would start to find it hard to suppress her urges. If she isn't cured in time and continues on this way, she might become a being possessed by her lust and find it hard to satisfy his desires no matter how hard she tries. This is precisely the reason why such an awkward situation is occurring in her. Xiaoya is taken aback. She didn't know that she possesses a pure Yin body. In fact, even her father is oblivious to the fact. However, the part about her cultivating a pure Yin cultivation technique is true. Is this really the cause? White Jade Pure Maiden Skill, it is an impressive skill, but it isn't suited for you. If you want to solve this problem at its roots, you have to find another new cultivation technique. After explaining the situation, Zhang Xian states, how did you know that I cultivate the White Jade Pure Maiden Skill? Xiaoya is taken aback. This cultivation technique has been passed down in the Bayou City. Other than the Bai family, there are very few people who are aware of it. Even the butler Yao Han, who is at the entrance of the classroom now, isn't too sure about it. Yet, the teacher before her is able to point it out instantly. Xiaoya is in a state of disbelief. If I am capable of seeing through illness naturally, I would be able to see through your cultivation technique as well. Zhang Xian tilts his head 45 degrees as he assumes the look of an expert whose depth cannot be seen. Cultivating a new cultivation technique can solve the problem? Then, what kind of cultivation technique should I cultivate? Suppressing the astonishment in her mind forcefully, Xiaoya asks, You should find a cultivation technique capable of unleashing the potential of your body, and not one that accumulates energy. How about this? I will go to the Academy's Compendium Pavilion to take a look for you to see if there are any suitable ones for you. Xianxia says. Thank you, teacher. Xiaoya nods her head hurriedly. The problem hasn't been solved yet, but at the very least, she is aware of the cause now. A surge of exhilaration gushes through her heart. Zhang Xian waves his hands to show that it is a small matter. Call Zhang Yang in. While Zhang Xian is providing pointers to his students in the room, outside the classroom, a tall youth walks over in widened strides. Elder Lu, is what you said true? As the tall youth walks, he questions the elderly following him behind. Young master, that is the truth. Young mistress has acknowledged Zhang Xian as her master. Old Lu nods his head quickly. If Zhang Xian was here, he would definitely be able to recognize that the old Lu here is the person who tried to withdraw Wang Ying from his lessons yesterday. The person who he calls young master should be Wang Ying's elder brother, the genius of Hongtian Academy, the disciple of an elder Wang Tao. Zhang Xian, the teacher who scored a 0 for his teacher qualification examination? What rights does he have to teach my younger sister? Damn it! If I don't teach him a lesson today to let him know the price for deceiving my younger sister, I will not call myself Wang Tao. As Wang Tao walks towards the classroom, he declares furiously. Tianxian City is the capital of Tianxian Kingdom. To be capable of becoming one of the 4 great families of the city, the prowess of the Wang family is one to behold. Even the principal of the Hongtian Academy would have to spare some face for such a powerful family. To think that of all teachers, Wang Ying would choose to acknowledge a fellow who has scored 0 in the teacher qualification examination. That is an insult. A massive insult. Even though other people might not be aware of the affairs shrouding Zhang Xian, as a student of the academy, Wang Tao has heard a lot about him. He has once misguided a student, causing his cultivation to go berserk, thus sullying the reputation of the teachers. This person is the topic of discussion and target of mockery over a meal or tea with his peers. Yet, never in his imaginations would he expect his younger sister to choose to acknowledge him as her teacher. If the other students were to be informed of it, won't he become a laughingstock? The more he thinks about it, the more angry Wang Tao becomes. He walks towards the entrance of the classroom and spots Yao Han, who is wrapped like a mummy. I see, it is young master Wang Tao. As the butler of Bayou City Lord residence, Yao Han had come into contact with many different powers. Given that Wang Tao is a talented genius and the son of the head of the Wang family, it is natural for Yao Han to be aware of his existence. You are. Glancing at him, Wang Tao's eyebrows shoot up. After getting beaten up so savagely, not a single hint of his original appearance remains. Even Xiaoya finds it hard to recognize him in his current state. Needless to say, Wang Tao. I am Yao Han from Bayou City. Yao Han says. Oh, so you are Butler Yao. Why are you? Wang Tao is slightly taken aback. I accidentally injured myself in the midst of training. Yao Han explains awkwardly before changing the topic. May I ask what young master Wang Tao is here for? My younger sister has acknowledged Zhang Xian as her teacher. I am here to take her back, as well as to teach the arrogant teacher a lesson. Wang Tao doesn't even try to conceal his rage. Ah? Your younger sister? You mean Wang Ying Xiaojia? Yao Han was driven out of the classroom right shortly after he entered it. Furthermore, his attention was focused on Zhang Xian the whole time. Thus, he didn't notice Wang Ying's presence. Wang Tao nods his head. I have heard that Wang Ying Xiaojia's talent is in no way inferior to yours. Why would she choose him? Yao Han is puzzled. My younger sister rarely comes into contact with the outside world and has an innocent personality. That fellow has a glib tongue, and I'm not sure what the fellow said. But my younger sister actually believed the nonsense he spouted. Recalling what old Lu told him, fury flares from Wang Tao. How vile! That fellow is a scourge, the scum among the teachers. Upon recalling how the young mistress of his family has fallen for his deception as well, he grits his teeth angrily. Young master Wang Tao, you have to teach that fellow a lesson. Wang Tao replies. At the same time, he stares at him doubtfully. Right, Butler Yao, why are you here? Let's not talk about it. The more I talk about it, the angrier I get. Our young mistress had also fallen for the deceitful words of Xianxia and acknowledged him as her teacher. Yao Han scoffs. You mean Zhao Yisiaojie? Wang Tao is taken aback. Yes. Yao Han nods his head. Then, why don't you barge in and expose that hypocritical fellow? Why are you waiting at the entrance instead? Wang Tao is bewildered. I wanted to expose that fellow, but our young mistress got agitated. I had no choice but to wait outside. Young Master Wang Tao, you came at a perfect timing. If you were to go in now, teach that shameless fellow a lesson and expose his ugly intentions, our young mistress would be able to see his true colors. Yao Han says, rest assured, I will be exposing his fraud now. I will make sure that shameless fellow reveals his despicable self. Wang Tao grits his teeth and nods his head. Then he kicks the door open and walks in with widened strides. On the other hand, Xianxia has finally gone through the individual situations of his 5 students with them. There are quite a few flaws with Zheng Yang's spear. Xianxia elaborated on them slightly, causing Zheng Yang's strength to soar once again, and the latter rejoiced over his improvement. On the other hand, Yuan Tao has never cultivated a proper cultivation technique or battle technique. Xianxia took out the Academy's basic Hongtian 9-dan formula's 1-dan formula and modified it slightly before passing it to him. He didn't modify much of it, so there is still a large gap between it and the Heaven's Path divine art that he is currently cultivating with. Even so, it is still several times more effective than the original Hongtian 9-dan formula. With just one look, Yuan Tao almost leaps up from the joy rushing through him, overjoyed to realize that he has acknowledged an accomplished teacher. All right, I have roughly gone through the problems you all have on you. You all need to persevere in your training. Returning back to the classroom, Xianxia gathered all 5 of his students together and was explaining the situation to them when boom, the door to the classroom is kicked open. Following which, a furious howl echoes in the room. Xianxia, withdraw my younger sister and Zhao Yisiaojie from your lessons right now. Otherwise, I will make you will suffer. Following which, Wang Tao rushes in and stands furiously before Xianxia. His eyes are dyed crimson red, as though he is ready to murder someone. Big brother. Seeing her elder brother in such a state, Wang Ying is shocked and immediately rushes forward. Don't interfere in this. He pushes his younger sister to his back before staring coldly at Xianxia. With a haughty expression, he says, Xianxia, it is one thing if you use your nonsense to deceive others, but to think that you would dare to coax my younger sister with lies. You are seeking death. I will give you 10 seconds. If you withdraw my younger sister and Zhao Yisiaojie from your tutelage now, I can let this slip. If not, even if you are a teacher, don't blame me for not going easy on you. Boom! With a scornful look, Wang Tao releases his full strength, revealing a very powerful aura. He had reached the level of a fighter for Dan Pigu realm. No wonder he could become a disciple of an elder. This strength is in no way weaker than an average teacher of the academy. I am conducting lessons right now. Get out. Xianxia looks at him blandly. Conducting lessons? With your standard, what could you possibly be teaching? Wang Tao mocks him coldly. Get out? You want me to get out? Who do you think you are? The only reason why I call you a teacher is out of basic respect. Look at how you are you not aware of it? You are only a lowly teacher who is still in Jinchi realm. Don't act like you are a big shot before me. Even if I were to beat you up today, the most that would happen is a reprimand by the elders. What could you possibly do to me? He isn't wrong. There are quite a few disciples of the elders in the academy who are stronger than the teachers and hold esteemed positions in the academy. Even if a conflict were to break out between them and the teachers, the most they would do is to reprimand them slightly. There won't be any severe punishments. Big brother. Wang Ying's face pales. She is very aware of the fact whether the teacher before her has standards or not. When all of the expert physicians in the entire Tianxian kingdom could do nothing about her problem, he was able to solve it casually. How could such a person possibly have no standards at all? Just as he was about to stop that rash elder brother of hers, the face of her teacher darkens and his eyes narrow. Scram! To ask me to scram! He didn't expect that the trash of a teacher would get him to scram. Just as he is about to continue speaking, he catches a glimpse of the cold gaze of the other party. Looking into his eyes, Wang Tao shivers uncontrollably, as though he is a rabbit who had caught the gaze of a tiger. Under the oppression of a powerful aura, he retreats a few steps subconsciously and his legs tremble. He has only felt such sharp aura from his master. How could it possibly appear on the Academy's worst teacher, a fellow who is just Fighter 3 Danjinshi realm? It took a moment before Wang Tao regains his composure. In that instant, Wang Tao's face darkens like an ant's nest as his eyes took on a deep shade of red. In his eyes, even though Xianxia is a teacher, he is not any more than a trash. Yet, this trash dares to shout at him and cause him to retreat out of fear. If this were to spread out, how could he possibly face any other people? How would he be able to maintain his prestige? You are courting death. Feeling humiliated, Wang Tao roars and with a flick of his hand, the sword on his waist has been drawn. Pooh! The sword stabs out in a flash. Pa pa pa! At Fighter 4 Dan Pigu realm, one would possess strength beyond 500 kilograms. Even before the sword reaches him, the continuous sound generated from the friction between the sword and the wind creates an oppressing atmosphere, as though it would be impossible to counter the attack. Zhang Laosher. Seeing her elder brother striking out with such speed, Wang Ying's face turns ghastly white. Although she is impressed by the guidance of Zhang Laosher, she is well aware of the fact that the teacher before her is only at Fighter 3 Dan. He is far from a match for her brother. It is impossible for him to dodge the blow. He would definitely be injured. Frightened, she shrieks in fear and closes her eyes subconsciously. How could this be possible? Just when she thought that the Zhang Laosher who just resolved her problem for her would be wounded by the sword, she hears voices of disbelief from Xiaoya and the others. She quickly opens her eyes to take a look and her eyeballs almost popped out from their sockets. She petrifies on the spot. She sees her elder brother's incomparably powerful and mighty slash getting stopped in midair, and what is stopping it is the two seemingly weak fingers of Zhang Laosher. To block such a powerful blow with just the pinching of two fingers. Impossible! Wang Tao is also in a state of disbelief. Before he came, he had made sure to look into Zhang Xian's strength. Back then, the information he got was that he was only Fighter 3 Danjinshi realm, a weakling. How could he possibly stop his attack with just two fingers? In order to achieve such a feat, not only must one possess sufficient strength, he must also be precise in his timing, control over his strength, his positioning, and many other factors. If there were to be a slight discrepancy in his judgment, it is possible for his fingers to be severed and he would be severely injured. The other teachers, or perhaps even the Pishue realm elders, would be unable to achieve such a feat. Yet, a fellow who is reputed to be trash. Impossible. Coincidence. It must be a coincidence. Such a thought pops into his mind. A savage look appears on Wang Tao's face once more, and exerting strength through his both hands, he howls, "Let go!" He wants to retrieve his sword that is trapped between the two fingers of Zhang Xian. However, despite trying twice consecutively, to the point that veins are popping out on his temple and that he is about to vomit blood due to overexertion of strength, he is astonished to realize that the sword that is held between the Zhang Xian's fingers seems to be firmly latched onto his fingers. No matter how much strength he exerts, it doesn't budge in any way. Could it be? His true strength isn't Jinchi realm. Peculiar thought appears in his mind. But this is impossible. It hasn't been long since the last teacher qualification examination. Everyone in the academy is aware of the fact that he only has the strength of a Jinchi realm pinnacle. Furthermore, even if he were to break through his current realm, he would only be at Pigu realm, which is the same level as him. He wouldn't be so hard-pressed just by a mere 2 fingers of the other party. Scram! Just as Wang Tao is considering the peculiarity of the situation, a surge of might suddenly comes rushing towards him through the sword and the impassive words of the other party echoes by his ear. Who? Before he could even react, his entire body is sent flying through the air. Boom! His head bashes through the door of the classroom. All right, let's continue on with our lessons. After casually throwing Wang Tao out, Xianxia turns towards the rest and says blandly. Wang Ying, Zhaoya, Lu Yang, Zheng Yang, and Yuan Tao stare at one another. The turn of events left them unable to react, and they are on the verge of exploding due to the overwhelming shock. That is a fighter 4 Dan Pigu realm expert. Not mentioning how an attack of his full strength was easily dealt with. To think he would be thrown out with such ease. Isn't this teacher of theirs the worst teacher with the lowest combat ability in the entire academy? How did he do it? Teacher has been hiding his strength? Suddenly, Zhaoya comes to a realization as her face flushes from excitement. The only viable explanation is that the teacher before her has been concealing his true strength. If not, how could he possibly point out the problems whom no one else could discern and boost their might with just a casual pointer? The others aren't fools as well. They clench their fist in agitation. Coming to the academy to come under the tutelage of the teachers, who wouldn't hope to be under the guidance of a capable teacher? Before this, everyone thought that their lives would be miserable, judging from how they came under the tutelage of the academy's worst teacher. Only now do they know that they have won in the competition of choosing one's teachers, an overwhelming one at it. The teacher with the worst reputation in the academy is actually a true worldly expert. When their path of thoughts reaches this point, all of the excessive thoughts disappear from their minds as they nod their head vigorously. Even Lu Yang, who held doubts about Zhang Xian's lessons, couldn't help but look over in enthusiasm, afraid that he would miss out a single word of his teacher. What Lu Sun Laosher and Wang Chao Laosher, all of these has been thrown to the back of their minds. Not just them, even the elders would have to kneel when compared to Zhang Laosher. To rush in like this, I hope that young master is fine. Outside the classroom, old Lu looks worriedly at Wang Tao, who had barged into the classroom furiously. Rest easy, Wang Tao Xiaoya has reached Fighter 4 Dan Pigu realm, while that Zhang Xian is still stuck at Jinqi realm. Soon, he would be able to teach him a lesson and bring young Mistress Wang Ying out. Xiaoya, it's mean young master. Yao Han nods his head with a bright smile on his face. Just as he is visioning the pathetic state the shameless teacher would be in with his teeth scattered all over the floor, he suddenly hears Wang Tao's furious howl from the room. It has begun. Yao Han's eyes light up and the edges of his mouth creep upwards. If that Zhang Xian was only the last in the entire academy, Yao Han wouldn't be bothered to interfere in his affairs. However, to think that he would dare to be disrespectful to the young mistress. If Zhang Xian didn't execute some underhanded tricks, how could the young mistress possibly willingly acknowledge him as her teacher? If Yao Han were to make a move personally, he would definitely incur the ire of the young mistress, not to mention offending the Hongtian Academy at that. It would be more than ideal for Wang Tao to make a move in his stead. Hongtian Academy is located in Tianxian royal capital, the home ground of the Wang family. Even if Wang Tao were to beat up a teacher, they would definitely have the means to deal with it. Furthermore, Wang Tao is the disciple of an elder and holds an esteemed position in the academy. It is much more appropriate for him to make a move. I would like to see how would that trash of a teacher embarrass himself. The more he thinks about it, the more delighted he gets. Yao Han creeps towards the doorstep, intending to open up a crack between the doors and peek through it, when he hears a boom and the tightly shut doors burst open. Pong! Yao Han didn't even have the time to react from the sudden assault by the metal door. It slams right into his face, rattling his consciousness. In the midst of his daze, a head comes crashing into him. Kacha! The intimate encounter between his face and the head creates the crisp melody of the cracking of a bone, and the two remaining teeth that survived yesterday's attack after much difficulty dislodges valiantly. Pooh! The intense pain causes Yao Han to convulse and a mouthful of fresh blood bursts forth. His body isn't fragile, but he had yet to recover from his injuries from the prior day. Yesterday, he had been bashed in his face and now, he was slammed by a metal door before a head comes crashing into him right after. It is already quite a blessing for him to be alive at this point. Young master. Old Lu realizes that the one who was sent flying was his young master, and he dashes over, frightened. Damn it! Damn it! Wang Tao might have knocked into the metal door, but with Yao Han cushioning his fall, he isn't severely injured by that encounter. Standing up and recalling how the trash caught his blow and threw him out, he feels an intense fear. Although he shouted loudly, he didn't dare to approach the classroom anymore. Young Master Wang Tao, you! Faint-headed, Yao Han only realizes at this point that the one who knocked into him is Wang Tao. With an intrigued expression, he struggles to stand up. Didn't you rush in to beat him up? How come you are the one who was sent flying out? I was practicing as a new type of battle technique. Wang Tao didn't dare to say that he had been thrown out by a trash, so he could only come up with something else. Battle technique? Yao Han's vision is still blurry from the previous impact. He hurriedly questions, "Did you expose the true face of that fellow? How did our young mistress react?" Cough, cough. I didn't have the time to make a move when my younger sister pushed me out. I think, why don't we try waiting here? Wang Tao says with an embarrassed look. Just a moment ago, he was still declaring how he would make the other party suffer. Yet, the next moment he was sent flying out. He wouldn't acknowledge such a shameful affair even if he were beaten to the verge of death. Wait! Yao Han scratches his head as doubts appear in his mind. However, he didn't think that he should point them out, so he chooses to change the topic instead. Wang Tao Xiaoya, I have a question to ask of you. Seeing how you are also a student of Hongtian Academy. Xiaoya, it's mean young master. Go ahead. Seeing how Yao Han doesn't continue pursuing the events that transpired in the classroom, Wang Tao heaves a sigh of relief and replies, "Is there any female teachers in the academy who has Bai in their name?" Recalling the fellow who beat him up the previous day, Yao Han's anger billows. Bai? The most famous one of them all is the academy's female goddess, Shun Bai Ru. I heard that Zhang Xian Laosher wanted to court her as well. He is truly a toad lusting over the flesh of a swan. Halfway through his words, Wang Tao pauses abruptly. Before this, everyone knew that Zhang Xian's abilities were subpar and his capability as a teacher was horrendous as well. With such standards, he dared to pursue the academy's female goddess Shun Bai Ru. That's why everyone termed him as such. Now that Wang Tao has experienced the other party's strength firsthand and understands that he is on a different level from him, he finds it unnatural to continue saying that he is a toad lusting over the flesh of a swan. Shun Bai Ru? Zhang Xian wants to court her. Yao Han's eyes light up as he comes to a realization. The person whom the fellow yesterday was talking about must be her. He continues asking, other than Zhang Laosher, is there anyone else who is courting her? Shun Laosher is incredibly beautiful. The teachers who wish to court her are far too many for me to count. However, the most famous of them all is the grandson of Elder Shang Chun, Shang bin Laosher. After pondering for a moment, Wang Tao looks over in suspicion. Why is Butler Yao asking such a question? Oh, I am just casually asking. Yao Han doesn't touch any further on the topic, but a glint flashes past his eyes. I will be able to ascertain it after looking into whether this Shang bin had gotten into a conflict with Zhang Xian yesterday. If it really is him, regardless of whether he is the son of an elder, I would definitely make him suffer. When had the butler of the Bayou City Lord, a figure that rises above the others, standing beneath only an individual, suffered such a great injustice? If he doesn't seek vengeance on him, it would be hard to quell the resentment accumulating in his heart. For it, he is willing to turn into a demon. While Yao Han is still considering whom he should find to gather intelligence, the person in question, Shang Bin, had just finished conducting a lesson and had left his classroom when he met a young man. Chao Xiong Laosher. Shang Xiaoye. Chao Xiong says respectfully. Chao Xiong Laosher, you were looking for me? Shang Bin looks over with a puzzled expression. They might be both teachers of the academy and they often bump into one another, but their relationship is still stuck at the level of an acquaintance. Indeed, I have something which I would have to trouble Xianxia with. Chao Xiong hesitates for a moment before speaking. As long as it is something I could help you with, I will try my best. Chao Xiong replies. As the grandson of Elder Shangchan, there are quite a few teachers who come looking for him for favors every day, and he has long gotten used to it. Is that so? Yesterday, I took much difficulty in admitting a student under my tutelage, but he was snatched away by another teacher through deception. Isn't Elder Shang in charge of the Education Bureau? I would like to ask if it is possible to transfer the student back to me. Chao Xiong says. Lu Yang is the best student which he spent a lot of effort to recruit. Yet he lost him to Zhang Xian due to that bet. When he returned, he got angrier and angrier the more he thought about it. Eventually, he couldn't bear it anymore and came to look for Shang Bin today. Shang Bin's grandfather is Elder Shang Chun, the head of the Academy's Education Bureau. Allocating a student to another teacher would be quite a simple feat for him. Transfer back. Shang Bin frowns. If that student willingly came under the other person's tutelage, it would be difficult. You also know that students are much more troublesome nowadays. If they are dissatisfied with anything, they would report the incident to the royal court and the teacher union. Then we will. He isn't willing. I can guarantee that. Chao Xiong hurriedly replies. Even if he isn't willing, if the other teacher is unwilling to let him go, it won't be easy as well. You know the school rules. Shang Bin waves his hand. Suddenly, he raises his head and asks. Just now you said, deception? May I know which teacher is the one who coaxed your student over? It is our academy's trash teacher Zhang Xian. Speaking of that young man, Chao Xiong clenches his jaws and hatred could be plainly seen on his face. Zhang Xian? Your student was coaxed over by him? Hearing that name once again, Shang Bin's rage burns once again. If it wasn't for this fellow, he would definitely be able to get a dinner date with his goddess. A fellow who is only fighter 3 Dan and scored a 0 for him teacher qualification examination would actually dare to disregard his authority. He is seeking for death. If it wasn't for the presence of the goddess yesterday such that it was inconvenient to resort to physical means, he would have definitely beat him until he is on the verge of dying. Yes, since he is that kind of teacher, no humans would be willing to become his student. So, I would like to trouble Xianxia to help me bring up this matter with Elder Shang and allocate my student back. Chao Xiong says carefully, afraid that the other party would refuse his request. There is no need to bring this up with Elder Shang. I will settle this matter for you now. Shang Bin waves his hand majestically. You're going to settle the matter for me? The other teachers might still require the help of my grandfather for the reallocation process, but since we're talking about the useless trash Zhang Xian, why do we have to go through so much trouble? We just have to go to him straight, and if he refuses, we will cripple him. Shang Bin gestures grandly. He might be at a loss in means to deal with other teachers, but towards the one who scored a 0 for the teacher qualification examination, it is simply too easy for him to make a stand to teach him a lesson. Disregarding his weak abilities, the crux of it is that no one in the academy would possibly come in his defense. The most important point of all is that he had intended to give Zhang Xian a good thrashing to vent his frustration, but he had been vexed over the lack of a suitable justification for it. If he were to strike without a suitable justification, he would surely leave a bad impression with Shen Bairu if she were to find out. But now, he has duped away the student of another teacher, and the person in question has come over seeking for his help. He could make use of this reason to lash out at him. He didn't expect that Shang Bin would be so generous. Chao Xiong is taken aback. There is no need for this. Come with me. If you're afraid, I will do it for you. The corners of Shang Bin's lip curl upwards as a glint of brutality flashes across his eyes. Then, I will be thanking Xianxia in advance. Chao Xiong's eyes light up excitedly as he nods his head hurriedly. The two of them move towards Zhang Xian's classroom with widened strides. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the entrance of Zhang Xian's classroom to see the mummy-like Yao Han and the young master of the Wang family. Wang Tao, what are you doing here instead of training over at grandfather's? Shang Bin frowns. He might be the grandson of Elder Shangchun, but he is still a little off in terms of standing in comparison to Wang Tao. Shang bin Laosher. Wang Tao bows. My younger sister was duped to attend lessons here. I intend to take her back. Shang bin. Yao Han was still considering whom he should gather intelligence on Shang bin from when he heard that the young man before him is Shang bin. He hurriedly lifts his head to take a good look at him. You mean Wang Xiaojie? Shang bin's face darkens. Coldness radiates out of his eyes as he declares, that Zhang Xian is really too daring. To dare to dupe even Wang Xiaojie. He must be tired of living. Looks like if I don't teach him a lesson, it would be hard to appease the crowd. Xiaojie, it's mean young mistress. Indeed. Wang Tao nods his head. Since Wang Xiaojie was duped to come under his tutelage, why don't you barge in to stop him, and chose to wait here instead? Harumphing. Shang bin looks over with a puzzled expression. That. Wang Tao dares not to admit that he was thrown out. Scratching his head, just when he is perplexed over how he should answer, Yao Han, who is beside him, says, isn't there a rule in the academy that states that entry into a classroom is disallowed in the midst of a lesson? Thus, we could only wait outside for the lessons to end. This is. Only now does Shang bin notice the mummy-like Yao Han. This is the butler of City Lord Zhao of Baiyu City, Yao Han. Wang Tao hurriedly introduces him. So it is Butler Yao. I have long heard of your name. Shang bin nods his head and continues. There is such a rule in the academy that no one is allowed to barge into the classroom in the midst of a lesson. However, it doesn't matter in this case. You all can follow behind me to enter the classroom. Today, I will personally take care of the fellow who has no morals as a teacher and goes around conning others. All right. Hearing that he is going to make a move, Wang Tao's eyes light up and follows closely behind him. Yao Han hesitates for a moment before following behind them. In the classroom, Hongtian 9 Dan formula. It might be the most basic cultivation technique of Hongtian Academy, but there are quite a few problems with it. For example, the 5 students sit in the classroom, listening attentively to Zhang Xian's explanations. Despite it only being the first lecture, they are all incomparably shocked. It is as though they have consumed ginseng fruit and is getting drunk on his words. The few students present in the classroom, with the exception of Yuan Tao, have exceptional backgrounds. They might have never gone to an academy, but they had learned everything systematically. They have undergone lectures of many different teachers and even had the privilege of having Fighter 5 Dan and 6 Dan experts offering them pointer. However, they had never been to such a lesson in their entire life. The lecture gives them a feeling of enlightenment. They found themselves suddenly comprehending many things that they were perplexed in the past. The breath in their body seems to be tempted to follow the methods which the teacher is describing to them, and a sensation that they would be able to break through any time now gushes through them. The lecture is simply too well said. Hearing Zhang Xian's lessons, they realize that even the supposed high-level teachers pale greatly in comparison to him. This is especially so for Xiaoya. As the daughter of a city lord, her father often deciphers cultivation techniques for her. Initially, she had always thought that her father is the best lecturer in the entire Tianxian kingdom. After all, her father's strength is clear for all to see. However, in comparison to Zhang Laosher, she feels like a frog in the well. It is laughable. There is totally no way to compare the both of them at all. Zhang Laosher's explanations are spot on. No matter how incredible the cultivation technique and battle technique is, he is able to immediately spot the flaws in it, causing one to be shocked and go into deep thoughts, unable to calm the agitation in them for a long period of time. Often, a single deciphering sentence of Zhang Laosher would send them into thoughts for half a day. After they finally comprehend it after much difficulty, they would realize that he had already been talking for a long period of time and that they had missed many of the knowledge which he had imparted then. Zhang Laosher's standards are way too high. At this moment, the 5 students finally understand how deep the foundations of battle techniques and how wide the tree of knowledge is within this young man who isn't much older than them. Previously, I laughably thought that Zhang Laosher had simply lucked out to make my strength soar instantaneously. Only now do I realize that, given his wisdom, It is a small feat for him to accomplish such greatness. There are more than 100 methods for him to make my strength increase by a fold. The previously arrogant Lu Yang couldn't help but tremble on the spot. In comparison to him, Chao Xiong Laosher, I better not compare the two of them. They are at totally different heights. There is no way to compare the two of them. It is like they both exist in different worlds. It is fortunate that they made that bet. Otherwise, how could I possibly meet such a great teacher? The 5 students are each listening attentively to the lecture in agitation, afraid that they would miss some important knowledge. Jiraya. The door to the classroom is pushed open and a few men walk in with large strides. Enlightenment will trial. Xianxia. I didn't expect that your guts would be so inflated after not meeting for a day. Walking into the room, Shangbin surveys the surroundings and notices that the trash had managed to admit in 5 students. A savage expression flashes across his eyes as he sneers coldly. To dare to deceive Wanging Xiaojia, Zhaoya Xiaojia and the others, as well as to coax the student of Chao Xiong Laosher to come under your tutelage instead. Where the hell did you find such courage? Shang bin Laosher? Chao Xiong Laosher. Seeing the few people who just barged in, Zhang Xian frowns. I am in the midst of a lesson. If there's anything you want to say, please say them after the lessons. Lessen your head. Shang Xiaoya came personally over, so what the hell are you acting so high and mighty for? Given your standards, it is already a blessing for the others to not be misguided by you, yet you talk about having lessons? You little brat who don't even know the basics. How dare to pretend like you're something big before us? Chao Xiong mocks Zhang Xian coldly. Since the both of them are already hostile to one another, there is no need for him to put on an act anymore. Get out. You're not welcome here. Zhang Xian narrows his eyes. You are still continuing on with the act? Zhang Xian, do you even remember your own surname? Shangbin laughs coldly. Quickly release Zhaoya Xiaojia and Wanging Xiaojia from your lessons and reallocate Lu Yang back to Chao Xiong Laosher. If so, I might choose to back down and not teach you a lesson today. Otherwise, I'm afraid that you will have to spend this school term in a wheelchair. You want to make a move on me? Zhang Xian glances over. The academy forbids teachers from fighting one another within its compounds. Is Shang bin Laosher unaware of the academy rules? The academy rules are made for humans. Against others, I would still be worried about the consequences about flouting those rules, but towards you, hee. Do you think that there would be anyone in the academy who would stand up for a trash like you? Shang bin declares with an expression that clearly spells out that his vile intentions. I get it. Is it because I offended you with my words yesterday? That's why you are intentionally seeking trouble with me now? Aren't you afraid that Shen Bai Ru Laosher would be displeased by such actions of yours? Zhang Xian harumphs. At least you are well aware of it. Since I have decided to teach you a lesson, of course, I won't be worried about you talking nonsense. Shangbin doesn't deny it, and just as he is about to gleefully step forward to teach the fellow before him a lesson, he is interrupted by another furious voice. It's you. Yao Han's eyes turn red. Given how Zhang Xian had offended Shangbin yesterday and Shen Bai Ru Laosher is involved in the incident as well, if Yao Han is still unable to figure out the culprit who beat him up, even he himself would suspect that he is a fool. What? Seeing Butler Yao rage out when he is about to punish Zhang Xian, Shangbin turns around to look at him, bewildered. Do you think that it is possible for you to be unaware of what you have done? Before Shangbin could react, accompanied by a loud roar, a fist smashes violently onto his face. The heck? Shangbin could only feel everything before him turning dark. The regions around his eyes bruised up. His body staggers for a moment before falling to the ground. To dare to beat me up to such a pathetic state, I will make you suffer for it. Recalling the agony he undergone from the beating yesterday, there isn't any hesitation in Yao Han's blows at all. Sitting onto Shangbin's body, fist after fist come raging onto him like a storm. Butler Yao. Everything occurred too quickly. Wang Tao and Chao Xiong is flabbergasted. Actually, they aren't the only ones who were taken aback. Even Zhaoya, Wang Ying and the others stare at one another in confusion. Just a moment ago, when these few people came over to find trouble with Zhang Laosher, Xianxia's students were still quite enraged and had intended to stand up for him. Yet, before they could do anything, the other side started fighting among themselves. Isn't this incident too bizarre? This is especially so for Xiaoya. She is well aware of the personality of Butler Yao. He is a very dignified and rational person who handles problems systematically. Otherwise, her father wouldn't have possibly allowed him to become the butler of their family. But what happened today? Why did he start beating up Shang Bin before he could finish his words? Probably, the only one who knows what is happening is Zhang Xian. The reason why he intentionally mentioned that he offended Shang Bin yesterday and brought up Shen by Ru's name is to remind Butler Yao of the two features of his attacker yesterday. In the end, just as he intended, he made a move on Shang Bin. Actually, this cannot be blamed on Butler Yao for being rash. After all, no matter who it is, if they were to be beaten up out of the blue for no good reason, they would definitely hold some resentment in their heart. Furthermore, he is of esteemed position and represents the image of Bayou City, so he had never suffered such injustice. To add on, he had been angered by Zhang Xian multiple times these 2 days, and his young mistress had been curbing him from assaulting him. Without an outlet to vent his frustration, it has been welling up in his chest. At this moment, when he has met his enemy, how could he stand it any further? Butler Yao, what are you doing? Feeling the fists crashing down onto him like raindrops, the confused Shang Bin could only feel his vision going dark. He almost threw up a mouthful of fresh blood. What is going on? This is the first time he is meeting this Butler Yao, and he shouldn't have offended him before. So why the heck is he so brutal? No matter how he tries to recall, he couldn't fathom how he could have possibly offended the other party. What am I doing? Stop acting ignorant here. Are you not aware of it yourself? Pung 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 pung. Butler Yao's fist came landing one after another without any moment of rest. Shang Bin is a high-level teacher and has reached the level of Fighter 5 Dan Dingli realm. Even so, there is still a distance between him and Yao Han's 6 Dan Pishua realm. He isn't even a match for Yao Han in a normal battle, needless to say, a sudden assault. He is done in with just a single punch. Butler Yao, calm down, calm down. We can talk things through calmly. Only now then do Chao Xiong and Wang Tao regain their senses, and they hurriedly pull the both of them apart. At this moment, Shang Bin's handsome face is swollen to the point that there is no difference between it and a pig's head. Damn it! Shang Bin is about to explode from anger. Initially, he had intended to teach Zhang Xian a lesson, but never in his dreams did he expect the Butler Yao from Bayou City to suddenly go insane and assault him. At this moment, all of his accumulated rage channels onto towards Butler Yao. No matter what personal grudges the few of you may hold among yourselves, please settle it outside the classroom. This isn't a location for you all to fight it out. If you all do not leave now and continue to interrupt my lessons, I will inform the Central Education Bureau and call them over. Zhang Xian speaks up. Fine, just you all wait. Hearing that he would inform the Central Education Bureau, Shang Bin turns around and walks away. If news were to spread about his current state, how could still possibly have the face to meet others? He must not allow any teachers to see him in his current state. Shang Xiaoya. Shang Xiaoya. Xiaoya, it's mean young master. Initially, Chao Xiong thought that it would be an easy task. With Shang Xiaoya making a move personally, he would definitely be able to get Zhang Xian to return his student. However, never in his dreams did he expect to see such a situation occurring. Chao Xiong hurriedly follows behind him. Soon, the two of them disappear from view. Uncle Yao, what are you doing? After the two of them left, Xiaoya walks up and looks at her Uncle Yao. Her face flushed red from anger. This Uncle Yao was normal in the past, so why is he getting more and more overboard nowadays? Young mistress, Yao Han doesn't know how he should reply to Zhao Ya's words. After all, he can't possibly say that he had intended to sneak over to Zhang Xian's dormitory in an attempt to castrate him but ended up getting bashed up by Shang Bin instead. And he did a moment ago was to exact vengeance for that. Alright, I am still in the midst of the lesson. I would have to ask for the rest of you to leave. Zhang Xian gestures. After hesitating for a moment, Yao Han, Wang Tao and old Lu leave the classroom yet again. Oh! Damn it! Damn it! After leaving Zhang Xian's classroom, Shangbin cries out in anger that Yao Han must be taught a lesson. Zhang Xian as well. To dare to look at me contemptuously, he must be punished. As the grandson of an elder, his life has been smooth sailing all along. When had he ever suffered such injustice? Furthermore, the worst of it all is that he didn't even know the reason behind it. He was in the midst of talking when the other party suddenly rushed up to assault him in the blink of an eye. He finds the scenario incomprehensible. That Yao Han must be an accomplice of Zhang Xian. Otherwise, why would he make a move on Xianxia? I think he must have been ordered to do so, Chao Xiong says. No doubt that must be it. Shang Bin agrees. He had never offended Yao Han, but the other party made a move on him without any warnings. It must be due to his declaration of wanting to teach Zhang Xian a lesson. Are you sure that Lu Yang did not willingly acknowledge Zhang Xian as his teacher? After a while, Shang Bin calms down and turns around to ask. I can ascertain that he didn't do it out of his own free will. Recalling the unwillingness on Lu Yang's face when he left yesterday, Chao Xiong replies confidently. Great. If you're that sure of it, go and apply for a enlightenment will trial. Shang Bin says. Enlightenment will trial? This Chao Xiong's face darkens. Enlightenment will trial is a special method to determine the allocation of a student who is vied by multiple teachers when the academy is unable to make a judgment. The student would undergo the trial of the Enlightenment will tower, and the Enlightenment will tower will reflect his true thoughts in the form of a confidence meter. If the student is proven to be unwilling to come under the tutelage of the teacher of the student will be punished. On the other hand, if it is proven that the one who applied for the Enlightenment will trial is making a false report, he would receive an equivalent punishment. This is the final resort used when there is truly no means to determine the allocation of the student. Chao Xiong is aware of it, but he feels that things have yet to get to such an irreconcilable point. Why? Are you lying to me? Could it be that the fellow joined Zhang Xian willingly? Looking at Chao Xiong's hesitant face, Shang Bin's face darkens even further. No, he definitely did not join willingly. I will apply now. I will make sure Zhang Xian will get what he deserves. Chao Xiong nods his head. Then hurry up. Looking at his compliance, Shang Bin nods his head in satisfaction. When you are applying for it, make sure to raise the punishment to the maximum. This way, Zhang Xian would be in for a tough time. Perhaps he might even get fired. Punishment can be raised based on the applier's request. The higher the stakes are, the heavier the penalty on the side who fails the trial. All right. Chao Xiong's eyes light up with excitement as he visions the image of Zhang Xian getting fired. All right, we will end the lessons here. Everyone, remember to try to comprehend the contents of this lesson when you get back. If there is anything you are unsure of, you can come over to me to clarify it. Zhang Xian gestures. Yes, the 5 students answers in chorus before leaving the classroom. They didn't spend a long time immersed in the lesson, and there were even a couple of times where someone barged in to create trouble, but they still benefited greatly from it. It can even be said that if they were to persist on to try to comprehend what was taught, their cultivation would surely rise by leaps and bounds. The 5 of them leave the room excitedly. The moment Wang Ying walks out, her elder brother, Wang Tao, grabs her. Go! Let's return back to our clan. Return back to our clan? Big brother, why must we return? Wang Ying is taken aback. Humph, you refused to listen to the words of your elder brother and chose to acknowledge the worst teacher in the academy as your teacher. I have already reported this matter to father, and he says that he would like to talk to you personally. Wang Tao harumphs. The first time he entered the classroom, he was thrown out. The second time, he returned without accomplishing anything. Judging from the expression on his younger sister, he knows that he would be unable to convince her to change her mind. Thus, he sent old Lu back to inform the clan of the matter. He intends to get their father to persuade her. His younger sister's personality might be pure and innocent, but she still listens rather obediently to the words of their father. Father, Fright could be seen on Wang Ying's face. Their father is the current clan head of the Wang clan, Wang Hong. He is a very strict person who rarely smiles. Even his children tremble before his presence. Xianxia Laosher actually isn't the way that you all put him out to be. His lectures are very good. Wang Ying tries to retort. Humph. Say those words to father and see if he believes it. Wang Tao waves his hand and without a second word, he pulls his younger sister out of the academy. Hongtian Academy and the Wang clan are both in Tianxian City, and they aren't too far apart from one another. In a short moment, the two siblings reach their destination and Wang Tao pulls Wang Ying to their father's study. Enter. The cold and strict voice of clan head Wang Hong sounds out. Yes. Wang Ying tremors from fright upon hearing that voice. Clenching her jaws, she follows closely behind her elder brother into the room. In the study, clan head Wang Hong is sitting at the utmost center of the room. The few sitting behind him are the influential elders within the clan. There is also one youth who is sitting by the side. Wang Ying recognizes the youth as the grandson of the second elder Wang Yan. She went to the Hongtian Academy at the same time as Wang Yan. In the end, the latter managed to acknowledge the renowned Lu Sun Laosher as his teacher, whereas she acknowledged the academy's worst-reputed teacher Xianxia. Father! The tense atmosphere in the study makes Wang Ying dare not to breathe heavily. Kneel down. Clan head Wang Hong's face darkens. The teacher plays an utmost role on one's route of cultivation. Before entering the academy, he has reminded her time and time again to acknowledge Lu Sun as her teacher. Yet this lasts. Why can't you acknowledge anyone else? Why must you choose the worst one in the whole academy? When he heard that news, he almost died from sheer anger. Put on. Wang Ying shivers as she kneels down. Do you admit your mistake? Wang Hong asks coldly. Humph, acknowledging one's teacher should be based on an individual's free will, so I didn't want to say too much about it. But are you unaware of the standards of this Xianxia Laosher? The one who scored the worst for the teacher qualification examination and even left a student berserk. Does someone like that have the qualifications to become your teacher? Clan head Wang Hong says with a grave expression on his face. If you were unaware of the situation and were deceived by him, I would still turn a blind eye to it. But why didn't you listen to your brother's words? I heard that your elder brother asked you to withdraw from his lessons. But you refuted him? What are you trying to do? Clan head Wang Hong's voice becomes louder and louder, to the point that the study tremors with creaking noises. Hearing the reprimand of her father, Wang Ying's face turns red before she grits her jade teeth and says, Father, Xianxia Laosher isn't as bad as the rumors put him out to be. He is a talented teacher, just that he keeps a low profile. I want to be under his tutelage. I will not withdraw from his lessons. She benefited greatly from just a single lesson. Wang Ying knows that coming under the tutelage of Xianxia is an opportunity for her. If she were to miss this chance, she would definitely regret it for the rest of her life. A talented teacher? Ha! A fellow who scored a 0 in the teacher qualification examination. Wang Ying, you should listen to the advice of the clan head. Don't be deceived by that Xianxia. You should learn from Wang Yan. He might have only gone on one lesson, but his strength has already increased by 40%. The guidance of Lu Sun Laosher is definitely top-notch in the entire academy. Hearing the words of the young lady, the other elders laugh as they shake their head. There isn't a single person in Tianxian City who is unaware of Zhang Xian's reputation. Yet you say that he is a talented teacher. What kind of joke is this? You! Hearing the words of his daughter, clan head Wang Hong is incensed. I don't care what you say. You have to withdraw from his lessons today. Otherwise, don't even think about stepping into this house ever again. I don't agree with your decision. Wang Ying may seem weak, but she has a stubborn temperament. She stands up and says indignantly, You all have never listened into Xianxia Laosher's lessons. So what rights do you all have to say that his lessons are subpar? What rights do you all have to force me to withdraw from his lessons? We might not have listened into his lessons before, but do you think it is possible for his reputation and teacher qualification examination results to be falsified? An elder replies, Wang Ying Xiaojie, stop being stubborn. There are so many students who can testify for whether his lessons are good or not. Do you think that you are the only smart one of the bunch? Another elder states, Xiaojie, it's mean young mistress. I don't know whether the teacher qualification examination results are falsified or not, but I know that he has treated my legs and gave me pointers for my cultivation. I can easily execute a might that is 1-fold greater than previously. Wang Ying declares, treated your legs? What kind of joke is this? Even Master Yuanyu is unable to do anything about your legs. Yet, you claim that a fellow who scored 0 for the teacher qualification examination is able to treat it. Wang Ying Xiaojie. Even if you wish to lie in his stead, you should say something that is more believable. Everyone in the clan is aware of Wang Ying's leg injury. Hearing her words, a few of the elders scoff coldly. If you all don't believe me, I will prove it to you all. Seeing the looks of disbelief on the elders' faces, Wang Ying doesn't continue arguing and instead walks over to the strength-measuring rock pillar and sends a kick towards it. Pong! The rock pillar shakes and a string of numbers appear. 205. What? Seeing this sight, clan head Wang Hong's eyes narrow subconsciously. The few elders who were reprimanding Wang Ying a moment ago are also taken aback as their lips tremble from shock. The few elders here had specially looked into the injury of Wang Ying's legs and had deduced that it is impossible to treat it. They concluded that it would be impossible to exert strength in them, and just the fact that she is able to walk normally is already a blessing. Yet, to wield 205 kilograms behind such legs. How is this possible? After kicking the pillar, Wang Ying didn't stop. She turns around and strikes on the pillar with a fist. Wang! Numbers display on the rock pillar. 120. A force of 120 kilograms behind her fists. You're still Jushi Realm primary stage. I thought you were only able to hit 53 kilograms when you left yesterday? How could it be possible for you to hit 120 kilograms? Clan head Wang Hong abruptly stands up as his voice quivers in agitation. Fighter 1 Dan Jushi Realm. Cultivators would learn innate breathing and sensing of spirit in the air. Also, they would gain the ability to look into their body and control the flow of spirit energy in their body with their mind. They would have a strength of 50 kilograms in their primary stage, 70 kilograms in the intermediate stage, 90 kilograms in the advanced stage, and 110 kilograms at the pinnacle. This is the mass that a cultivator would be able to carry with their present strength. It is normal for the strength behind their fist to be slightly lower or higher than the strength attributed to their level of cultivation. Normally, it would already be incredible to achieve an increase of 20% to 30% around that level. Even for a renowned teacher like Lu Sun, he could only induce an improvement of 40%. Despite not breaking through in her cultivation, being still in Jushi Realm primary stage, she is able to hit with a force of 120 kilograms, even stronger than someone at Jushi Realm pinnacle. This means that her strength enhancement is greater than a single fold. That is too formidable. I only improved to such an extent due to Xianxia Laosher's guidance. After hitting the pillar, Wang Ying stops and declares calmly. With just a slight pointer, he is able to induce such a great improvement? Furthermore, treating your legs as well. Clan leader Wang Hong is in a state of disbelief. In a few short steps, he walks to the front of his daughter. With a single look, he immediately understands that his daughter's legs are truly cured. As the worst teacher in the entire academy, not only was he able to treat an injury Master Yuanyu is unable to cure, he was even to induce a massive improvement through a short moment of guidance. Is this for real? Can you tell us a little about the contents of the lessons he went through today? What did he talk about? After a short period of shock, clan head Wang Hong can't resist asking. All right, today Zhang Laosher talked about cultivation technique. However, as what he talked about was too profound, I could only remember less than a tenth of it. This is what he said. After hesitating for a moment, she mentions everything that she recalls in her mind. Gathering one's breath and nourishing it, to think that there would be such a profound theory behind a simple Jushi realm. This is too incredible. If only I had undergone such lessons back then, I wouldn't be stuck in such a realm, unable to advance ahead. This is truly the theory derived from a true master. I am enlightened. Just by repeating a few sentences, the clan head and the elders in the room seem to have gone into a daze, as though they are drunk on those words, on the verge of going frenzied. To be able to become the clan head and an elder of a prestigious clan, they all possess high levels of cultivation. Even the weakest of them are Fighter 6 Dan Pishua realm experts. After cultivating for so many years, they have a higher level of enlightenment towards cultivation and they understand much more about it. Although Wang Ying is only reciting those words without understanding the underlying theories behind them, to them, those words are no different from the voice of God. It solves many of the mysteries that they were unable to decipher before in an instant and they feel refreshed. He is truly a master. No, not even a master is able to explain such profound and mystical theories. Clan head Wang Hong's eyes radiate a bright light and his breath quickens in agitation. Father, father? Seeing her father on the verge of going into a frenzy, Wang Ying tries to pull him back. Ah, Inger, you must not withdraw from this Zhang Laosher's lesson by all cause. You must learn from him diligently. After clan head Wang Hong's consciousness is pulled back from a mystical realm, Form looks at Wang Ying with a solemn expression and says, "But father, you just said that." She didn't expect that her father, who tends to be conservative, would change his mind so quickly, to the extent that she is unable to adapt to it on the spot. Father didn't know that Zhang Laosher would be so incredible. Oh, right. At this point, clan head Wang Hong's face has traces of excitement and anticipation on his face as he asks, "Inger, can you ask your Zhang Laosher whether he is still accepting student? Let Wang Yan and Tower learn from him as well. Actually, why don't I become his student as well?" Clan head, as the leader of the Wang clan, how could you become the student of the low-level teacher in the academy? If word were to spread, how can our Wang clan continue to uphold our dignity in Tianxian City? Before clan head Wang Hong could finish his words, he is interrupted by the words of another elder. After reprimanding the clan head, the elder turns over with a bundle of smiles and says, "Look, I am only a normal elder and I don't represent the image of the Wang clan. If it is still unacceptable, I can even resign from my position of an elder. So, can you all help me ask him if I am able to acknowledge him as my teacher?" Wang Tao, Wang Ying, and Wang Yan. Clan head Wang Hong. Inger, Tower. This is quite a close way to address one's sons and daughters, sometimes even close nephews, etc. Enraged elder Mo. Zhang Xian isn't aware of the events that occurred in the Wang clan. After the lesson ended, he walks towards the compendium pavilion. My cultivation might have progressed significantly, but I still don't have an in-depth understanding of battle techniques and such. I should quickly look into them. Also, I should also take a look at the 1-dan and 2-dan cultivation techniques. Otherwise, if I were to go the lessons without knowing anything, I would definitely give myself away. Zhang Xian's had multiple breakthroughs in his cultivation yesterday night, causing his strength has soared significantly. However, his knowledge on battle techniques and such are severely lacking. Furthermore, he doesn't have an in-depth knowledge of the 1-dan and 2-dan cultivation techniques. For example, when he was offering pointers to Xiaoya earlier today, he didn't know what kind of cultivation technique he should have imparted her to resolve the problem of her purine body. This is the ideal time to do a bit of research and prepare for the next lesson. Otherwise, if he is unable to answer the questions of his students, he would expose his ignorance. Elder Mo. Arriving at the compendium pavilion again, Elder Mo is still guarding the entrance to it. "What are you here for?" Yesterday, this fellow, in pursuit of his vanity, came here to make a mess, so Elder Mo had a bad impression of him. Seeing how he is here today again, he couldn't help but frown. "I would like to see the manuals on battle techniques." Zhang Xian bows. Battle techniques? One's cultivation level is the core of one's strength. Instead of training properly with your cultivation technique, you just had to learn from the negative examples of others pursuing vanity, enjoying the pleasures of the illusion and slacking about. Today, You don't have to think about entering the compendium pavilion. Elder Mo waves his hand to chase him away. In his opinion, Xianxia's purpose here isn't even to read the books. Rather, he is here to flip through them to remember a few distinguished points in them to put up a knowledgeable image. The greatest taboo in the guidance of one student is to impart incomplete knowledge. When your pail of knowledge is only half full, it is easy for one student's cultivation to go berserk through misguidance. Yesterday, Xianxia was here twice, and both times, he was only casually flipping through the manuals. Given his speed, he probably doesn't even remember the names of the book, needless to say remembering them. What else can his actions represent, other than his pursuit of vanity? The Compendium Pavilion is a location for teachers to research and study at. How can such a person be allowed entry? I pursue vanity and enjoy the pleasures of the illusion? Xianxia blinks and confusion could be seen in his eyes. Why would he say such words? He couldn't resist asking, Elder Mo, I am really here to learn and not to create trouble. Da. Just as he is in the midst of clarifying the situation, footsteps could be heard from his back and an elegant voice sounds out. Elder Mo, I will be going in to grab a few books. Turning around to take a look, it is the goddess teacher he met yesterday, Shunbai Ru. At this current moment, Shunbai Ru is dressed in light purple. Her slender body accompanied by her incredible figure, and her flawless face brought out an exquisite and refined aura which radiates her surroundings. Oh, it is Xianxia. Go on in. Seeing that it is her, Elder Mo doesn't even try to stop her in the least. Not only is Shunbai Ru beautiful, she is also a reputable genius among the teachers. Despite being just 20-year-old, she has already reached Fighter 5 Dan Pinnacle, just a step away from Pishua Realm. Thank you, Elder Mo. She nods her head elegantly. Turning around, she notices Xianxia, who is just standing by the side, and couldn't help but to be a little surprised. In the past, although Xianxia had never confessed to her, he would blush upon catching sight of her and would be unable to speak in front of her, bashful like a lady. Even the densest of people could tell that something was amiss. Initially, she thought that this would be the case this time as well. However, he only takes a glance at her before turning around, the adoration he held for her in the past totally absent in those clear eyes of his that resemble the pure spring water, as though he is completely immune to her beauty. The most important point of all is that Xianxia isn't strong, and he scored badly for his teacher qualification examination as well. As a result, he would always feel inferior upon seeing other teachers, causing him possess an unconfident disposition from his lack of self-esteem. However, at this moment, just by standing there, he looks dignified with the aura of an extraordinary person. Just by looking at his disposition itself, he is a completely different person from how he was in the past. Recalling the situation when they met yesterday, he even dared to refute Shang Bin straight on. Shunbai Ru couldn't help but feel bewildered. When did that awkward young man who had an inferiority complex change so much? Elder Mo, I am also here to browse through the books. Why is she allowed to enter while I am denied entry? Xianxia is oblivious to the thoughts of the other party and could only gesture helplessly. Despite being both teachers, he is discriminated even in the privilege to browse through books. What ill luck! Xianxia is entering the pavilion to study. As for what you are going in for, you should be more than aware of it. Do you still need me to point it out for you? Elder Mo harumphs coldly. There are only manuals inside. What else could I be doing inside? With a bitter smile, Xianxia shakes his head. Of course I am entering the pavilion to read books and to enhance my knowledge. Enhance your knowledge? Humph. Elder Mo is displeased. Flipping through books non-stop, not even stopping in the midst to read through them properly, and you call it studying? Every single cultivation technique inside is incomparably precious. You can't possibly expect to enhance your knowledge by leaps and bounds just by flipping through tons of books without even jotting down notes. How could you possibly study like this? Elder Mo. Just as he is about to continue explaining, Shunbai Ru smiles faintly, her smile reminiscent of the blooming of a flower, as she says, Xianxia might really be here to learn. So why don't you just let him enter? If he were to be stopped here like this, It wouldn't leave a good impression on the other teachers. Since Shen Laosher pleaded on your account, I will allow you to enter. However, I will tell you in advance first. If you want to look through the books, look through them properly. If I see you wandering around in there and putting up a show, just wait and see how I will punish you. Elder Mo gestures. You have my gratitude. Xianxia nods his head, then cups his hand towards Shen Bairu to show his appreciation for her help before walking into the compendium pavilion. Initially, Shen Bairu thought that since she helped him, he would make use of the opportunity to strike up a conversation with her. Yet, he simply turned around to leave, leaving Shen Bairu a little stunned. Although she is a little surprised, she didn't pay much heed to it and follows behind him into the compendium pavilion. It was just a casual whim of hers to help Xianxia. There wasn't any special reason or intention behind her action. Since the other party didn't want to chat with her, she is also happy to be spared the conversation. To think that coming into the compendium pavilion would be so troublesome. The next time, I probably won't be able to enter anymore. Standing in front of the bookshelves, Xianxia did not rush to flip through the books and instead scratches his head. He didn't know why did Elder Mo stop him, but he is sure that it has something to do with his identity as the worst teacher in the academy. The identity is awkward no matter where he goes. Not just on the recruitment of students, even his colleagues despise him. The main reason why he is able to enter this time is thanks to Shen Bairu's words. However, what about the next time? This compendium pavilion isn't very big anyway. If I hurry up, I might be able to browse through it all within today. This way, I won't need to enter the next time. Suddenly, a thought flashes through his mind. Since Elder Mo is determined to stop him, he should just make it so that he would not need to come anymore in the future. Given the size of the library, there are hundreds of thousands of books in here. Even if one were to spend their entire lives here, they probably wouldn't be able to finish reading through them. However, he is different. No matter what kind of books it is, as long as he flips through it, he would be able to compile an identical book of it in the Library of Heaven's Path with its flaws recorded in it. If he were to move quickly, it shouldn't be impossible for him to imprint all of these books into his head within a single day. Once he succeeds, he wouldn't need to go through so much trouble to come here to look for books. Begin. The moment the thought pops into his mind, Xianxia doesn't dawdle any longer and immediately walks towards the first bookshelf. Not concerned with what books they are, he casually grabs a handful of them and voila, flips through them. Hoo. Just as he expected, the Library of Heaven's Path jolts and an identical book as the one in his hands appears on the bookshelf in it. That's the way to go. After realizing that it is possible to compile multiple books simultaneously, he walks forward and grabs several books at once and imprints them into his head concurrently. Walala. The sound of footsteps and flipping of books echoes in the compendium pavilion. That fellow, he still dares to claim otherwise. That he isn't putting on a show in pursuit for vanity? Elder Mo, who is outside guarding the library, has been paying attention to Xianxia from the moment he enters the library. The previous time, that fellow only flipped through a book at a time before putting it back. Although it is clear to see that he isn't really serious about it, at least it still looks acceptable. Now, he is taking dozens of books at once and playing with them, placing it back in the shelves before he could even see the titles clearly. What the heck is he doing? Is he here to read books or to choose cabbage? Furthermore, after looking at the manuals which the other party is looking through, he feels a spell of giddiness. Cultivation of Wisteria, basics to the relationship of a male and female, the way of amalgamating yin and yang, refining green emerald pill, and the important aspects one should take note of in forging equipment. There are books on all kinds of fields: cultivation technique, battle technique, cultivation of medical herbs, even on male-female relationship. As long as it is a book, there is nothing that this fellow would not flip through. Everyone has their own shortcomings and merits, and there are limits to a person's energy. It is impossible for one to master every single field. Thus, one has to choose properly on which book they should look through. However, this fellow flips through every single book without any hesitation. Is he sure that he isn't here to create trouble? He must be here to cause trouble. When he leaves, I will make sure to teach him a lesson. Elder Mo's face darkens as he harumphs coldly. Shun Bai Ru, who is the compendium pavilion as well, hears the continuous sounds of footsteps and flipping of books. Initially, she didn't think much into, but as time passed, she started to feel that something is amiss with the situation. One would need to read a book slowly to comprehend its contents. How can it be possible for anyone to flip through it so quickly? Bewildered, she couldn't resist walking over to take a look, after which, she sees Xianxia flipping the books from the first shelf. It is very apparent to see that he isn't reading through the contents of the books, but more like looking for something. Is this the reason why Elder Mo denied him entry? After watching for a moment, she realizes that the other party doesn't have the intention to stop. Getting Shin Bai Ru's heartbeats. Previously, the reason why she couldn't resist speaking out to help him upon seeing the difference between the current him and his previous self is because she wants him to work hard so as to be freed from his current awkward position. However, she would have never imagined that this fellow isn't here to study but to look for something. This is the Compendium Pavilion. Every day there are innumerable teachers who come in, so it is impossible for there to be anything valuable hidden here. Flipping through these books so casually is almost a blasphemy to this Compendium Pavilion. How repulsive. Perhaps. He knew that I would be coming to the Compendium Pavilion today, so he intentionally waited outside then came in to make such a ruckus to capture my attention. This would only provoke my ire. The image of the young man in Shin Bai Ru's heart falls to the pits. Due to her beauty, many people have tried many ways to get on her good side, as well as to attract her attention. In her opinion, Xianxia isn't even trying to look through the books. Rather, he is intentionally making those noises to change her opinion of him. In reality, she hates it when people make up this kind of show. After looking at her a moment longer, she ascertains her opinion. If he is truly here to browse through the books, how could he possibly be reading books of all genres? Furthermore, to be flipping through them at such rapid speed, he is probably unable to even ascertain the name of the manual, needless to say, its contents. With a darkened expression on her beautiful face, she walks over to Xianxia. Zhang Laosher, what are you doing? Reading books. Xianxia doesn't realize that his actions have already been labeled as putting up a show, and replies casually without raising his head. Reading books? Shin Bai Ru harumphs coldly. Coldness emanates from her jade-like face as she says, if you think that your actions are cool and would attract my attention, please retract those immature thoughts of yours. I Shin Bai Ru do not fall for such petty tricks. Furthermore, your actions will only incur my irritation. Oh, all right. Xianxia continues flipping through his books. He intends to imprint all of the manuals in the Compendium Pavilion onto the Library of Heaven's Path by today, and time is a little tight for him, so he doesn't have the effort to spare to be chatting with others. Besides, in his opinion, the other party is simply being too self-important. What business does she have to do with what he is doing? You might be truly pretty, but it isn't like I have yet to meet a beautiful woman like you. In the previous world, in the era of information, there are all kinds of beauties stored in the hard disk. Furthermore, they are skilled in blowing, pulling, playing, and singing. A cold beauty like you does not hold much interest to me. I don't have the energy to think of ways to attract your attention. Since you understand it, please leave this compendium library. Stop wasting your effort here. Seeing how the young man's head remains lowered, still putting on a show, Shun Bai Ru turns and gestures him to leave. Dang 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 dang. The sound of the footsteps of the young man leaving. This is more like it. Seeing how he gives up readily, Shun Bai Ru nods her head in satisfaction. Just as she is about to continue to read her book, she hears the sound of the flipping of books echoing in the library once again. Walala, walalala. Turning her head to take a look, she realizes that the young man had no intention to leave. You! Shun Bai Ru almost explodes from anger. Are you done yet? I have already said that doing this will just incur my irritation, yet you still persist in doing so. Is there a point to it? At this point, her slim figure straightens and she walks up to Xianxia once again, and disgust could be clearly seen in her pitch-black pupils. "Did you not hear my words? The more you behave like this, the more disgusted I would be with you. You won't earn my fancy like this. Are you sick?" Seeing the other party coming over to bother him again, Xianxia is a little irritated. He stops in his actions and says, "You read your own stuff while I'll read my own. If you are really bored, you can squat by a corner and draw circles. Don't bother me here. It is not like I have never met a beautiful lady in my life before. Why are you acting so haughtily? You!" She didn't expect the young man to speak like this. Shun Bairu feels her sight blurring, and she almost dies from the overwhelming rage welling in her. Who is she? Hongtian Academy's #1 beauty, blessed with great talent and looks. Almost all of the teachers and students in the academy regard her as a goddess. Before her, they would act respectfully, not daring to even speak loudly for fear of offending her. Yet you dare to say, "I am sick?" Even asking me to squat at a corner to draw circles? I am a lady, all right? Draw circles. Draw your mum's fat head. Shun Bairu feels a heavy and stuffy sensation on her chest that she is unable to relieve. Walala. Walalala. Her face flushes red from anger. Just as she is about to reprimand the other party, she realizes that the young man has gone back to flipping through the books after being done with his words, not even sparing her an additional glance. Fine, fine. Continue putting on an act. See how I will reveal your true colors. Luoluo. Shun Bairu grits her teeth tightly and stomps her leg. This is the first time that a man has talked to her in such a manner. Fine, aren't you putting on an act of browsing through the books now? Let's see how long you can put up with it. When you are finally unable to continue on, I will expose you and leave you embarrassed. Then, Shun Bairu no longer bothers herself with Xianxia and instead, angrily walks back to the manual she had looked for previously and casually takes it out. Then, sitting in a corner in the room, she starts copying it down. Initially, her mood was quite good today and she intended to study for quite a while to boost her knowledge. Yet, never in her dreams would she expect to meet such an infuriating fellow. In the midst of copying down her notes, she sneaks glances periodically towards him. The young man still continues flipping through all of the books with the same speed, seemingly adamant to leave no book unturned. It seems that as long as it is a book of the Compendium Pavilion, he would surely flip through it once. Humph. Let's see how long you can keep up the act for. After being rebuked by Xianxia, Shun Bairu no longer retains her calmness from before, and she intends to make things difficult for him. As she copies down her notes slowly, she waits for the moment when the other party is unable to keep up with the act. However, what that leaves her bewildered is that the young man repeats his actions over and over again with the same astonishing speed. From the very first bookshelf, he moves from one row to another, flipping through the books, from afternoon to night, not even sparing a single minute to rest. It has already been 6 to 7 hours, but yet the fellow is still persisting on with the same motion. Even Shun Bairu finds it inconceivable at this point. If his aim was to attract her attention, she has already clearly told him that she detests such actions, so he should have stopped then. So, how is it possible for him to continue flipping through like this? Not to mention for such a long period of time. Could this fellow's brain be convulsing or something? Has his cultivation went berserk and he himself became insane? Suddenly, a thought pops up in her head. She has heard that when one's cultivation goes berserk, one would start to do many abnormal actions. Could it be that flipping through books nonstop here be one of this kind of abnormal actions? She is looking at the young man with a bizarre expression as she starts to think that the young man is abnormal when she notices that Xianxia stopping in his actions after flipping through the books in the final row. So much knowledge! After a consecutive 6 to 7 hours of hard work, he has finally imprinted all of the books in Hongtian Academy's Teacher Compendium Pavilion in the Library of Heaven's Path in his head. Through the compilation of flaws and strengths from the Library of Heaven's Path towards each individual book, he gains a certain level of understanding towards the cultivation technique, battle technique, pills, equipment forging, formations and such. With Zhao Ya's pure in body, she should cultivate this manual. However, before that, I have to do some preparations. After imprinting the entire compendium pavilion, he finally understands how he should solve the problem with Xiaoya's physical body. He couldn't resist heaving a breath of relief. He has even found out the loopholes and incomplete portions in the previous 3 dan of his cultivation. As long as he finds some time to recultivate through them, he can correct and perfect them. Goo goo goo. When he is finally finished, he feels an ache in his stomach. After working for such a long period of time, his hunger pangs has already long struck, just that he was oblivious to it then. Shaking his head, he starts to walk towards the exit of the compendium pavilion. However, he had only taken a few steps when he sees Xin Bairu standing before him, looking at him with a cold gaze. To think that this woman would still be here after he has flipped through the books for 6 to 7 hours. Can't be bothered with such a self-important fellow. Xianxia continues walking towards the exit of the compendium pavilion. Stop it right there. When he has just walked through the exit, he hears Elder Mo bellowing at him. At this very instant, Elder Mo's face darkens to the point that it seems like the coalescence of numerous storm clouds, ready to explode at any moment. He has tolerated this young man for very long. At this moment, there is only a thought in his head. Troublemaker, troublemaker, and troublemaker. Elder Mo. Xianxia looks at him with a puzzled expression. Humph, Xianxia Lauscher. Elder Mo's face is cold. With an intentionally harsher tone, he says, "You came to the compendium pavilion not to study, but to intentionally cause trouble. From now on, the compendium pavilion no longer welcomes you. If you step in here once more, I will break your legs." Causing trouble? Elder Mo, where did all these come from? I have been looking through the books seriously. How did I become a troublemaker? Although he had already duplicated an identical compendium pavilion in his head and no longer has to come here, he still feels displeased upon hearing those words. Why is it that when other people are here, you think of them as studying, but when I am here, you think of me as a troublemaker? What kind of logic is this? Aren't you being too unreasonable? Reading seriously? A wind tugs on Elder Mo's beard and his face looks so red that it might explode at any moment. Not jotting down notes to decipher its content and simply flipping the books randomly. Tell me, who reads the way you do? Must reading involve jotting down notes to decipher its contents? Only now does Xianxia understand why the other party is so mad. He is at a loss to respond. In his previous life, he was a librarian and his job scope was similar to that of Elder Mo's. However, back then, as long as one holds a borrowing pass, he would be able to enter the premises and no one would bother whether he is eating or drinking inside. As long as one doesn't kill someone or set the place on fire, he is basically free to do as he pleases. Initially, he thought that Elder No was making things difficult for him due to his previous self's astounding results at the teacher qualification examination. After such a farce, the reason ends up to be just this. These books are obtained through the relentless efforts of the Academy's predecessor, and every single one of them is the product of their blood, sweat, and tears. If you are not here to study, then don't touch them. Flipping through them the way you do, what can you be doing other than creating trouble? Elder Mo flings his hands in anger. Fine, if you insist that I'm creating trouble, then just take it to be so. Xianxia wants to explain, but after thinking it through for a moment, he shakes his head and decides otherwise. The matter with the Library of Heaven's Path must not be revealed. This also means that he would be unable to explain his actions of flipping through those books frenziedly. Since he won't be here in the future anyway, there is no need for him to clarify it. Besides, his reputation is already as bad as it is. It doesn't matter whether it is sullied further or not. At least you're willing to admit to it. Now scram. Upon his admittance, intense loath can be seen in Elder Mo's eyes. He waves his hands, gesturing him to leave. I'll be taking my leave. Just as he is about to leave, a pleasant aroma surges into his surroundings and a figure appears before him. Blocking his path, Xin Bairu says, "Wait a minute. What is it now?" Xianxia looks at her helplessly. "You read your own book while I read mine. Surely I didn't bother you then." Humph. Normally, when she stops someone else, the other party would be leaping in joy. Yet, This fellow looks at her with an annoyed expression. Shun Bairu frowns. It isn't about that. Didn't you say that you were reading books in there? After reading for such a long period, surely you would remember some of its contents. What do you mean? Not sure what kind of tricks this woman is playing now. Xianxia stares at her doubtfully. It's simple. I noticed that you read 8 methods of pill refinement. It just happens that there are some parts of it that I am unable to comprehend, so I would like to consult you on it. Surely you won't reject my request. Shun Bairu asks. Actually, her plan is simple. Isn't this fellow before her putting on an act by flipping through all those books? Thus, if she questions him on the book and he is unable to answer her queries, his lie will be exposed. 8 methods of pill refinement? Zhang Xian's consciousness jolts as the book appears in his mind. Indeed, he had flipped through this book previously. If there's anything you are unsure of, feel free to ask and I will answer your queries. However, I have to eat soon and don't have much time to spare, so do hurry up. You! Clenching her fists tightly, Shun Bairu almost faints from anger. His tone is as though a frustrated teacher answering the questions of a student seeking clarification. Firstly, I am a beauty. Secondly, I am a high-level teacher and one of the popular teachers of the school. If I ask you a question, it is obvious that I am testing your standards. Why does it sound like I am learning from you? Everyone has a field of specialty that expertise in, so teachers in the academy often consult one another to learn from each other. However, as a fellow who scored 0 in the teacher qualification examination, what makes you think that you are qualified for me to be consulting you? Suppressing the rage within her that is on the verge of erupting, Shun Bairu grinds her teeth. Just a moment ago, I read a phrase in the book, if the herbs scatter, it would be difficult for the pill to form. If the herbs agglutinate, a yellow pill will form. I find these words a little bizarre and incomprehensible. Can Zhang Laosher clarify its meaning for me? When she says the word clarify, her teeth almost shatter from the intense force between them, and the sound of its grinding is clear to hear. As a great beauty, if it isn't to embarrass him, she would never seek guidance from a trash. You still want to ask questions despite that memory of yours. He didn't expect the other party to ask such a question. He purses his lips and replies, the phrase should be, if the herbs agglutinate, it would be difficult for the pill to form. If the herbs scatter, a yellow pill will form. This meaning is simple. When refining a pill, the moment that the herbal fluid or powder clumps together, it would be impossible to meld their medical properties together. On the other hand, if they are separated and mixed together thoroughly, the pill that would be formed will look like the yellows of an egg. After flipping through all of the books in the compendium pavilion, he is able to retrieve the correct method for the refinement of the pill with just a jolt of his consciousness. She might be able to stump others with such a question, but directing it towards him. What a joke! What's worst is that she even recited the question wrongly. Her standard is too subpar. How, you can't reply it, can you? What did you say? She thought that the young man would be unable to reply her question. Not even in her dreams would she fathom that Zhang Xian would be able to answer the question so casually. Unprepared for such a twist, Shun Bairu is dumbfounded, her beautiful eyes almost popping out of their sockets. She intentionally recited the phrase wrongly so that he would offer the wrong guidance. In her viewpoint, this fellow was just making up a show in the compendium pavilion, not absorbing the slightest bit of knowledge in those books at all. If she were to casually whip out the contents of a book, he would be foreign to them. Thus, she recited it inaccurately so that he would make a fool of himself. Who knew that? He would see through her inaccurate reciting and even offered the most correct answer. How is this possible? Could it be that this fellow has really remembered the entirety of 8 methods of pill refinement just by flipping through it? But that's impossible. He is a fellow who scored 0 in the teacher qualification examination. How could he possibly be knowledgeable in something as unconventional as pill refining? All right. Do you have any other questions? Stroking his shriveled stomach, Zhang Xian hurries her. I still have more. Despite the overwhelming shock, upon seeing the impassive look on his face, Shun Bairu immediately recovers and poses another question. There is another phrase that I don't understand. When refining a metal in flames, never meld them when it is impure. After finishing her words, she smiles coldly as she awaits for the stumped look on the other party. The question she asked previously was on pill refinement, while this one is a dictum on weapon forging. This is a phrase she saw on an ancient book. She was unable to understand the saying ever after analyzing it for a month. In the end, she only managed to clarify it after consulting a master blacksmith. Initially, she only wanted to embarrass the other party to let him know the price of offending her. Yet, she didn't expect him to be able to explain the meaning of the words in the 8 methods of pill refinement. This provoked the competitive spirit within her, inducing her to come up with a difficult question to leave him speechless. Standing by the side, Elder Mo was surprised when Xianxia was able to answer the first question. Even so, he wasn't particularly shocked. 8 Methods of Pill Refinement is a basic manual that innumerable rookie apothecaries would have to learn, similar to what Hongtian 9-Dan formula is to cultivators. Even if one doesn't learn pill refinement, it isn't peculiar for them to know a thing or two about it. When Xinbai Ru asked the second question, he is stunned. That's because even he found it hard to decipher the meaning of these words. When refining a metal in flames, never meld them when it is impure. Just when the two of them thought that he would be incapable of answering, Xianxia shakes his head and looks at Xinbai Ru as though he is looking at an idiot. What is so hard to comprehend about these words? It just means that when forging weapons, one must first refine the respective materials in fire thoroughly to clear away all impurities. Only then can the weapon be melded together more effectively. May I trouble you to ask some harder questions? This basic knowledge can be grasped easily after reading more books. Xinbai Ru's slim body jolts. She had to consult many different people before she got an answer to this question of hers. Yet, this young man managed to point out the crux of the dictum instantly. Not just her, even Elder Mo almost faints from astonishment. For Xianxia to answer a question he didn't know the answer to, could it be that he was studying seriously when he was flipping through all those books? Xianxia Laosher, your answer seems to be incorrect though. I remember that there is an explanation of it on discussions of miscellaneous disputes which is different from what you claim. It states that if one wants to add metal material to a pill, one would have to refine it first, otherwise it would not coagulate as one. In a state of disbelief, Elder Mo speaks up. You remembered it wrongly. There isn't such a phrase in discussions of miscellaneous disputes. Neither is there anything of that sort written in it. The one you read must be Discussion of Miscellaneous Theories written by Senior Lu Zhe. There is a phrase similar to it in there, but what that is written is, when refining a metal along with a pill, never mix them when it is impure, and not refining a metal in flames. Xianxia waves his hand majestically. He isn't aware that the both of them are testing him. He truly thought that the both of them couldn't remember the contents clearly, and thus, he casually continues, "Oh, this book is at the corner of the 9th row in the compendium pavilion. The words that you just said are recorded on the 49th page. As for the question Shenlaosher just asked, if you hold doubts about my explanation, you can browse through 3 Arts of Firecrafting left behind by Senior Du Chu. It is by the corner of the 15th bookshelf, and the explanation of it is written on the 24th page. Let me take a look." Xinbai Ru looks at him with doubtful eyes. She hurriedly rushes back into the compendium pavilion, and in a short moment, she comes back with 2 books in her hand, Discussion of Miscellaneous Theories and 3 Arts of Firecrafting. Flipping to the page that the latter said, she staggers and almost passes out on the spot. To think that it would be identical to what Xianxia said, there is not even a single discrepancy. Not only did he remember the contents of the book, he could even point out which book it came from, its location, and even the page number. Is this for real? Heart of Tranquil Water. Grabbing hold of the book from Xinbai Ru, Elder Mo takes a glance at it and his entire body trembles. This should be impossible. All right. Is there still anything you are unsure of that you would like to consult? If not, I'll be leaving. Xianxia looks at them with puzzlement reflecting on his face. Are these 2 fellows sick? If they wanted to consult him, they should have come up with some harder questions. Yet they chose to ask those that have been answered within the books. He didn't even have to churn his brain to derive out an answer for them. How boring. To think that one of them is a librarian and an expert while the other one is a reputable and popular teacher. Pooey. To be unable to match up to a transcender like me, they are truly lacking in knowledge. If you don't mind, I have another question that has been plaguing me. How would you interpret circulating a cycle of qi, reflecting the sight of 10,000 creations? Suppressing the disbelief in his mind, Elder Mo continues to ask. Another elder has raised this question with him a few days ago. After being stumped by it, he has been scavenging the compendium pavilion to seek an answer to it, but to no avail. Thus, he could only depart from the library dispirited. Now that the young lad before him had answered several questions, he couldn't resist bringing it up to him. You don't even know that? Xianxia looks at him as though he is looking at an idiot. That is the utmost basics of cultivation, all right? It refers to the phenomenon where while one's qi is circulating through one's body in a complete cycle, one's mind would seem to be in a state of wandering around the entire world as they comprehend the rules behind creationism. These words are recorded in Senior by Ming's Theories of Blood and Qi. The book is on the 27th shelf, and the explanation is on the 69th page. Circulating a cycle of qi, reflecting the sight of 10,000 creations. This is one of the few flawless teachings that are in the Fighter 1 Dan cultivation technique manuals. Thus it left quite an impression with Xianxia. It happens that a predecessor of Hongtian Academy had once deciphered it, so he paid additional notice to it. Why would an elder, who is the sentinel of the compendium library, need to direct such an easy question towards him? Elder Mo didn't reply to his words immediately and instead, just like Xinbai Ru, walks into the compendium pavilion hurriedly. A short moment later, he finds the book titled Theories of Blood and Qi and flips it over to the 69th page. His body staggers. It is exactly as he described. A few days ago, that elder flipped through many different secret manuals but couldn't find an answer to his question. Never in his dreams would he have imagined that it would be recorded in an obscure book. Such an obscure book. To think that he would have read it to the extent of even remembering. The pages? Elder Mo feels the world spinning around him and everything seems so ludicrous to him in this instant. If it isn't for his consideration for his image, he might be tugging on the ends of his hair at this moment. A moment ago, he accused the other party of causing trouble in the library. In the end, not only is he reading books properly, he even memorized the contents contained within it. He feels a fiery sting on his face and fervently wishes for a burrow to appear so that he could hide in it. Is he really the same teacher who scored a 0 in the teacher qualification examination? If Xianxia could be the last with such a level of knowledge, doesn't this mean that he isn't even qualified to get 0 marks? All right, in the future, read more books. The answers to the questions that you have posed are all recorded in them. Seeing their stunned expressions, Xianxia lectures them with a deep tone. Then he shakes his head and says, "If there is nothing else, I'll be leaving." After saying those words, he lifts his legs to walk away. He is simply way too hungry. If he doesn't get food anytime soon, he might really faint from starvation. Xianxia Laosher, wait for me. Only now does Xinbai Ru recover from her shock and she swiftly catches up with Xianxia. What else do you want? Xianxia says in a slightly annoyed tone. Is this woman sick or something? I had already clarified your queries for you. Are you done yet? Can't you see that I am hungry and would like to eat? I have yet to eat as well. Do you want to share a meal with me? Xinbai Ru grits her teeth. She is the Aphrodite of the academy. Many men had asked her out for a meal, only to be rejected by her. She had not even accepted a single one of the innumerable meal dates from Shangbin. The shock that this young man generated in her today made her curious about him. Thus she decided to ask him out so as to make use of the opportunity to see what is it that caused the changes in him. You want me to treat you? Xianxia looks at her with a bizarre expression. What are you thinking of? If you want to eat, use your own money. How can one's skin be so thick? You had questions for me, so I answered them for you. You still expect me to treat you after that? How can you be so shameless? In his previous life, he had researched numerous action films, but even so, he is a true shut-in. He had never truly come in contact with the opposite gender before, so how could he understand the thoughts of a lady? You? Seeing the gaze of the young man and hearing his words, Shun Bairu almost shoots out a mouthful of blood and faints. I am a beautiful lady, all right? Beautiful ladies have special privileges. So many people had invited me out and I turned down every single one of them. Yet, when I ask you out, you look at me as though I am a monster. Shameless. Shameless your head. Is there anyone in the world who would term a beautiful lady as such? The lady is on the verge of going berserk. Fine, I'll treat you, okay? I'll treat you. Grinding her silver teeth together, Shun Bairu spits out these words. You treat me? Xianxia pauses for a moment. Due to his previous self being the worst teacher in the academy, his income is nearly negligible. As such, it isn't a bad thing to have someone treat him. Thus, he nods his head. It's fine with me, but I want a luxurious meal. I won't eat just any ordinary mantus and fried pancakes. Shun Bairu goes berserk again. Mantu and fried pancakes? The heck with it. Let's go. She doesn't want to say anything anymore. She's afraid that if she continues talking to him, she would die from anger. The Library of Heaven's Path allows him to see through the flaws of all skills and everyone's Mingmen. However, it is unable to peer into the heart of a lady. Xianxia is oblivious to the fact that he had made Hongtian Academy's #1 beauty furious to the point of vomiting blood with just a few simple words of his. Following behind Shun Bairu, Xianxia walks along the pavement towards the entrance of the campus. Although the night scenery at Hongtian Academy isn't as radiant as the school in his previous life, it is still quite an exquisite sight under the illumination of the moon. Shrouded by spirit energy, the atmosphere seems exceptionally tranquil and peaceful. In his previous life, he was surrounded by hubble-bubble and smog could be found everywhere. It was very different from the serenity one could experience here. Xianxia subconsciously immerses himself in this enchanting scenery. Walking in front, Shun Bairu thought that the young man following behind her would intentionally ask some questions to break the awkward silence. However, after the absence of sound for a long period of time, she couldn't resist turning around to take a look. Sneaking a glance, she is taken aback. The young man walks quietly as the moonlight illuminates his figure, the image of it reminiscent of a serene painting. This will of mine too, Dan, heart of tranquil water. Her eyes narrow. Fighters don't just cultivate their jinqi and physical body. What is even more crucial to them is their mind. The stronger one's mind is, the greater control they have over their cultivation. As a result, one's cultivation can surge even more swiftly, thus allowing them to reach greater heights in the future. That's precisely the reason why experts classified the will of mind into many different levels. Heart of tranquil water is the Tudan realm of it. The mind is harder to train than battle techniques. It is said that, of the entire academy, only the principal has reached such a level. Even Shun Bairu, who is reputed to possess unparalleled talents and has reached Fighter 5 Dan pinnacle by the age of 20, second only to the renowned young genius by Wuxia, is still a long way away from Will of Mind 2 Dan. Wuxia it's mean prince. Initially, she thought that it would be too difficult for a second person to reach such a level, but never in her dreams would she dare to think that the trash teacher in the mouths of others would actually reach such heights. If not for the fact that she witnessed it personally, she would never believe it. How is this possible? That is Will of Mind 2 Dan. It is a height harder to climb to than Fighter 6 Dan 7 Dan. Could it be that he isn't a trash at all, but he intentionally scored a 0 in the teacher qualification examination so as to make use of the insults and derision of others to temper his will? Suddenly, a peculiar thought pops up in her mind. In the past, she didn't have much contact with Xianxia Lauscher, so she isn't really aware of his affairs. Today, through their conversation, she realized that he is not only knowledgeable, he even reached Will of Mind 2 Dan heart of tranquil water. That is a level many dream about, but never achieved in their lifetime. Looks like his teacher qualification examination results are all feigned. His true goal is to make use of the scorn of others to train his mind, so as to break into the will of mind Dan. She finds it unbelievable that a person with such will of mind would be unable to achieve a pass in the simple teacher qualification examination. Humph, continue putting on an act. See how I'll expose you. Thinking about how she was duped by this fellow, she grits her silver teeth tightly. This fellow is simply too hateful. She is resolute to look for a chance to expose him before others. Wuxia is a title granted from the emperor to princes of the country. Heart of tranquil water? Very quickly, Xianxia's consciousness returns from a mystical spiritual world and his eyes light up. Having read so many books, it is natural that he would understand the significance of the will of mind. I am a transcender. Having experienced life and death, it is natural that my will would be stronger than most. Furthermore, I cultivate in heaven's path divine art, so my Xianxia is as pure as clear water. It is normal to reach will of mind Dan so quickly. He is overjoyed over it, but it didn't come as a surprise. If he were to still be like the other ordinary folks when he possesses the godly tool named Library of Heaven's Path, he might as well buy a blob of tofu and commit suicide on it. Remaining silent the entire way, they soon arrive at the entrance of the academy. Hongtian Pavilion. Seeing the two enormous words before him, Xianxia nods his head. There are recollections of this tavern in the memories of his previous self. Hongtian Pavilion is the most luxurious tavern in Hongtian Academy. Every single meal here would blow a hole in one's wallet. Due to his meager pay, his previous self had never been here before. Initially, he thought that Shinbairu would just bring him to some casual restaurant. He never thought that she would be so generous to bring him here. As expected of a renowned tavern, the furnishings inside are majestic. Numerous night illumination pearls of the size of a fist are embedded within the walls of the tavern, making it seem as though it is still daytime. They sit down at a table beside the windows. What would you like? Shinbairu gazes at the young man before her. Anything. Xianxia gestures. Since you're the one treating, I will eat anything that you order. Never been here before, he doesn't know what dishes are good here. Since someone else is paying, he couldn't be bothered to think about it. Seeing the expression of the young man, which seems resolute to take advantage of her wealth, Shinbairu feels her rage welling up. However, as this isn't a good situation for her to flare up, she can only nod her head and casually order a few dishes. Zhang Laosher, was the 0 in your teacher qualification examination intentional? After ordering, Shinbairu stares at the young man before her fixedly. Intentional. Unsure of why the latter would ask such a question, Xianxia pauses for a moment before replying, Of course not. Back then, during the period of the teacher qualification examination, he had yet to transcend over, and his previous self didn't possess the Library of Heaven's Path either. Thus, it is impossible for the results to just be an act. Knowing that he would deny it, Shinbairu laughs coldly in her mind. Denying it? See how I will expose your true colors. Since we're free now, I happen to have some questions that I have been unable to answer. Zhang Laosher, would you mind helping me clarify my doubts? An idea flashes through Shinbairu's mind and she asks, Go ahead. Since the other party is treating him to a meal, he should answer a question or two of hers in return. All right, if one is unable to gather spirit energy in their meridians while cultivating, Shinbairu ponders for a moment before asking a question. You don't know this as well? Hearing that the question is even simpler than the ones from before, Xianxia stares at the other party in bewilderment before casually explaining. I have 9 methods here that can solve the problem. Soon, he finishes his explanation. 9 methods. Hearing how the young man casually throws out 9 methods at her, Shinbairu's face warps. Despite being knowledgeable, she is only aware of 3 methods. Yet, the other party is able to list out 9 in a single breath. Furthermore, there is a few in the mix that are completely foreign to her. She finds the entire situation inconceivable. Then, what if one is unable to guide the flow of spirit energy into the meridians after absorbing it into one's body? Forcefully suppressing her astonishment, she asks once more. That is simple too. I have 8 ways of resolving that. Xianxia starts to explain. Firstly, Shun Bairu's slim body trembles. She had prepared herself mentally for this, but she still finds the situation insane. The methods he brought up are incredible. If these were to spread out, it would cause an uproar in the world of cultivation. Since you know so many methods, why weren't you able to list a single one of them out during the teacher qualification examination and instead scored a 0? Forcibly suppressing her shock, Shun Bairu asks. The two questions that she just raised were the exact same questions listed in the previous teacher qualification examination. Since he is aware of so many solutions, why couldn't he fill them in? Not to mention to end up with a 0. Kung? Only now does Xianxia comes to a realization. So these questions were from the teacher qualification examinations. As it is part of the memories of his previous self, although he found the questions familiar, he wasn't able to pinpoint exactly where he saw them. That, just as he is stumped for an answer, the dishes that were ordered previously are placed on the table one after another. Let's eat first. Looking at the appearance of the dishes and taking in their fragrance, Xianxia's appetite is whetted up. Cannot be bothered with these troublesome matters, he starts to dig in. Humph! Seeing how that fellow is more delighted to see those delicacies than her, Shun Bairu pouts. Countless people had invited her out for a meal, using all kinds of reasons and excuses just to stay with her a moment longer. Yet, this fellow is here just for the meal itself. Oh! Xianxia, don't be angry anymore. I have applied for the Enlightenment Will trial and the Academy will bring Lu Yang over for inspection tomorrow. Xianxia would definitely be severely punished. As for that lunatic, Elder Shang has already lent you his beloved pet. When you meet him tomorrow, you will surely be able to give him an unforgettable lesson. So you should be overjoyed instead. Let's go. I'll treat you to a grand meal to make up for the sufferings you underwent today. After which we will find a few girls and… Hee. Xiaoya, it's mean young master. Two young men are walking along the pavement of the academy. The one leading in front has a swollen and bruised face with clear panda eyes. It is apparent to see that he had fought with someone and got hit on the face. The one following behind him has his body bent forward and is assuming a subservient attitude. The one who is speaking at the moment is the latter. There is a giant lion strutting proudly behind the two of them. Emanating a ferocious aura, it induces great pressure and fear in one before one could even approach it. They are Shang Bin, who created trouble in the classroom earlier in the morning, only to be beaten up by Yao Han, and Chao Xiong, who is desperate to get Zhang Xian into deep trouble. As for the lion behind them, it is Elder Shang Chen's beloved pet, the Tier 6 savage beast sky-shattering lion. In this world, there are apothecary, blacksmith, and many other occupations. Every single occupation is noble in its own right and well respected by the others. Of these occupations, Elder Shangchun is a beast tamer. This occupation allows one to tame savage beasts and spirit beasts and control them, turning them into a part of one's fighting prowess. It is a formidable occupation that is noteworthy compared to the rest. This sky-shattering lion is a beast pet that Elder Shangchun has trained. After being done in by the berserk Yao Han, he is aware that he is unable to match up to him in terms of strength. Thus, he approached his grandfather to borrow a beast pet for his usage. Hearing those fawning words, Shang Bin nods his head as he spits with an aggressive expression. That Yao Han must be taught a good lesson. Zhang Xian as well. Of course, with this sky-shattering lion, what does Shang Xiaoya has to fear? Chao Xiong chuckles. A Tier 6 savage beast is equivalent to a Fighter 6 Dan expert, perhaps even surpassing them slightly. Even if that berserk butler Yao Han isn't weak, it won't be an easy feat for him to defeat the sky-shattering lion even in his top form. Needless to say, in his current state. Earlier in the day, he was wrapped up like a mummy. Not any better than Shang Xiaoya's current situation. Sky-shattering lion is my grandfather's beast pet. You are also aware of its wild nature, which makes it is a difficult pet to tame. Grandfather may have handed him over to me, but it would only make a move when someone attacks me. Currently, I am still incapable of ordering it around. Looking at the ferocious and mighty sky-shattering lion behind him, Xiang Bin feels a little helpless. Savage beasts may be strong, but they are very proud lifeforms. Unless one is stronger than them or has the occupation of a beast tamer, it is impossible to make them listen to one's orders willingly. That may not be necessarily so. If we entertain it with good alcohol and food, it might just listen to your commands. Chao Xiong smiles. Let's hope that it'll be like that. In the midst of their strolling and chattering, a massive tavern soon appears before them. We're here. A magnificent signboard sits behind them as they walk into the tavern. Hongtian Pavilion. Shang Gongzi, you're here? Come on in. Gongzi, it's mean gentleman usually used to address for young males. Before the two men and one beast step into the tavern, a smiling middle-aged man welcomes them with a smile. The manager of Hongtian Pavilion, Wu Chou. Give us a quiet location. Chao Xiong Laosher and I want to have a good drink together. Shang Bin says. Over here. Wu Chou quickly brings them to their seats. Shang Xiaoye. Every time I am here, this Wu Chou would behave smugly and disregard my presence. This time, why does he? Chao Xiong couldn't resist asking. Hongtian Pavilion may just be a tavern, but the powers backing it is not one to scoff at. Otherwise, it is impossible for them to be operating their business in the compounds of Hongtian Academy at such a scale. In the past, when he was here to eat, Manager Wu would always disregard him. Yet, this time, his back is bent forward and her attitude is of utmost respect. The disparity in his attitudes makes him doubt if he is in reality. You should have heard of that. There was once an elder Hong Hao in the academy. Shang Bin says. Chao Xiong nods his head. Hongtian Academy is founded by Hongtian. After his death, his descendants sustained his heritage. As a result, the elders who have the surname of Hong tend to be of more esteemed standing in the academy. He has heard of this elder Hong Hao previously. He is an extremely powerful individual and has once vied for the principal seat. However, afterward, for some unknown reasons, he suddenly resigned from his position as an elder and there was no news on him anymore. After resigning as an elder, he started a tavern. He used to be best buddies with my grandfather. So Manager Wu would welcome me with respect whenever I'm here. Shang Bin declares gleefully. So that's the reason. Chao Xiong nods his head. No wonder this Hongtian Pavilion managed to grow to such a scale. It was opened by the previous elder Hong Hao. To be received by the manager of such a huge tavern, it is definitely something glorious. Just as he is in the midst of enjoying service he has never experienced before, Chao Xiong suddenly freezes and his face gradually grows darker. What happened? Shang Bin gazes at him in puzzlement. That should be Zhang Xian, right? How could he possibly have the qualifications to be dining here? Chao Xiong points towards a table by the window. Zhang Xian. Shang Bin glances over as well. Upon seeing the young man, he catches sight of the figure seated together with him. His eyebrows shoot upwards and rage surges from within. Why is she together with that trash? I had extended my invitation to her multiple times, but she kept rejecting me. To think that she would be dining with someone else. Damn it! Damn it! As the grandson of an elder, a high-level teacher of the academy and a Fighter 5 Dan Dingli realm expert, he has invited Xinbai Ru for a meal multiple times, but she never agreed. Initially, he thought that she would never eat together with anyone. Never would he imagine that she would be sitting together with the renowned trash of the academy. He almost faints from anger on the spot. Slamming his table, he stands up, prepared to rush over to question her. However, he suddenly recalls Xinbai Ru's temperament and immediately shrivels back to his seat. She holds intense loathe to those who disturb her. If he were to rush over to interrogate her like this, if she ends up getting provoked by his attitude and rages out at him, there would be no hope for his courtship. Shang Xiaoye, don't be angry. I have an idea that would reveal the true colors of Zhang Xian before Shen Laosher. Furthermore, it can accentuate the majestic aura of Shang Xiaoye. Chao Xiong is a social expert, allowing him to see through the current situation in an instant. An idea flashed through his mind and he smiles as he tries to coax Shang Bin into action. What idea? This Xianxia is definitely here to fawn on Shenlaoshi by treating her to a meal. However, as a low-level teacher, how much money could he possibly earn? We only have to interfere slightly to make the final bill out of his reach to shame him before her. Afterward, Xianxia would appear and rescue her from the awkward situation. Shenlaoshi's impression of Xianxia would definitely improve. Perhaps, the flower of love might even bloom as she runs into your embrace. Chao Xiong reveals his plan. Good. Let's do it your way then. Xiang Bin's eyes light up as he nods his head in satisfaction. Not only is he able to cripple his opponent, he is also able to elevate his position in Shen Bairu's heart at the same time. This is truly a brilliant idea. Looks like this Chao Xiong isn't simply capable at teaching. He also has a way with dealing with humans. Looks like he should be properly groomed in the future. Zhang Xian doesn't know of the scheme that is being plotted against him. Eating the delicacies on the table, he nods his head in commendation. The cooking techniques here may not be as refined as the ones on Earth, but this world is rich in spirit energy, not to mention that the ingredients used in the dishes are fresh and delicious, thus providing a wholly different enjoyable eating experience. Soon, most of the dishes on the table has been cleaned up and a large portion of them was wiped clean by Zhang Xian. Shen Bairu only nibbled on a small bit of them symbolically. Seeing how this fellow is only obsessed with eating, disregarding even her presence, Shen Bairu curls her lips in anger. Initially, she thought that he was feigning it to attract her attention. Only now does she realize that he had never thought of her as an important matter. Regardless of whether it is the genius teachers or star teachers of the academy, they would intentionally fawn on her and offer her favors. Yet, this fellow, the worst-ranking teacher of the entire academy, treats her as though she is nothing, making her grind her silver teeth in anger. If it wasn't for her etiquette, she would have already sent both of her legs flying towards his body. The more she thinks about it, the more furious she gets. She knows that if she were to see him continue eating, she would die of anger. She turns around and calls out to the waiter, "Bill! A total of 1,280 gold coins." A waiter walks over. 1280. Shen Bairu freezes in shock. Why is it so expensive? Even for a high-level teacher like her, she only earns 1,000 gold coin every month. Yet, to eat away a month of salary in a single meal? How could it be so expensive? She had calculated it properly while she was ordering the dishes, and the bill isn't supposed to even reach 100. How could it jump up to more than 1,000 in an instant? I'm sorry, but this bottle of wine here costs 1,200 gold coins by itself, the waiter explains. Previously, when the both of them were eating, a waiter came forth to ask if they wanted some wine. Shen Bairu thought that it would be fine to have some alcohol, so she nodded her head in agreement. How could she have possibly imagined that the wine would be that expensive? We were uninformed of the price of the wine you sent over. Shen Bairu's face looks extremely pale at this instant. No matter how foolish she could be, it is obvious that she had been had. If you are truly uninterested in it, you should have asked further about it beforehand. Since you didn't ask, we thought that you would be aware of its price, so we didn't say anything excessive. The waiter looks at her coldly. Humph! Seeing the attitude of the waiter, Shen Bairu knows that there's no point in kicking up a fuss. Instead, it might be bad for her reputation if she were to kick up a fuss on this matter. Thus, she whips out her wallet and prepares to pay. Then, her face suddenly turns white and awkwardness exudes from her. I don't have sufficient money on me now. Why don't you keep it on my tab first? I will repay you after retrieving sufficient money. Today, she only intended to accomplish some reading at the Compendium Pavilion, so she didn't bring much money. After which, she met Zhang Xian and consulted him on some matters. Due to the excessive shock then, she totally forgot about the matter, recalling it only at this moment. She only has around 100 gold coins on her, far from the required 1,000 plus. Treating someone to a meal yet not having sufficient money to foot the tab, she feels a fiery sting on her face as she fervently wishes for a burrow to appear so that she could hide inside it. Don't order food that you can't afford. Since you've ordered it, pay up. Don't even dream about eating for free here. The waiter harumphs. You! Shin Bairu's small face flushes in anger. What happened? At this moment, a stern voice sounds out. Shang Bin, accompanied by Chao Xiong and the sky-shattering lion, walks over proudly with widened strides. Dressed in white, his hands are behind him and his head is tilted high, his posture exuding an aura of superiority. In normal times, with his disposition and outer appearance, accompanied with the ferocious sky-shattering lion following behind him, he would have looked like an elegant and dashing gentleman. However, at this very moment, his face is swollen red and his eyes are bruised black. Looking from afar, he looks indescribably ridiculous. However, he seems oblivious to it and instead struts about proudly. With a deep look in his eyes and a distanced aura, he walks forward and his eyes happen to chance upon Shun Bairu's body. Feigning shock, he says, Shin Laosher, what a coincidence. You're here as well. He turns around to look at the waiter and asks, what happened here? It is unbecoming to be making a ruckus here. Ah, so it is Xianxia. The waiter leaps in fear. He no longer puts on the pushy attitude from before and instead reveals a careful demeanor as he explains, it's like this. They had eaten, but they do not have the money to foot the bill. No money to foot the bill? Shang Bin shakes his head as a disappointed expression appears on his face. He gazes at Zhang Xian and says, Zhang Laosher, it is not that I want to lecture you, but if you do not have the money, don't try to feign generosity and treat someone to a meal here. Look, you simply ended up embarrassing yourself. As the worst teacher in the academy, you might be used to it, but to bring shame to Shin Laosher as well, don't you think you have gone a bit too far? Seeing the arrogant look on the face of the fellow before him, Zhang Xian pauses for a moment before turning around to look at Shin Bairu. Sai, he seems to be talking about you. If you don't have sufficient money, don't feign generosity. Look, you simply ended up embarrassing yourself. You! Upon hearing Shang Bin's words, Shun Bairu was already infuriated. Yet, to hear Zhang Xian repeating the same words again, she almost exploded from all of the accumulated fury. She lifts her head and glares at the gleeful Shang Bin, who is trying to put on an impressive image to win her favor. Luoluo. She grinds her jade teeth together and roars, Shang Bin, I dare you to say once more who the one feigning generosity is? Ah! Not expecting that the lady would be angered, Shang Bin is astonished. He immediately explains, Shin Laosher, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about Zhang Xian. If he doesn't have the money, he shouldn't be going around treating others. Look, he ended up getting stopped by the waiter. How embarrassing is that? He is sullying the prestige of our academy. The more he spoke, the darker his goddess's face turns, to the point that it seems as though she will erupt at any moment now. Shang Bin is bewildered by the twist in the situation. At this moment, the waiter interrupts awkwardly, Xianxia. What? Shang Bin glances at him with a frown. Cough cough, the one that is treating is Shin Laosher, the waiter says. He received the order to cooperate with Shang Bin's show. Yet, he would have never expected that it would be the lady that foots the tab. Before he could report it to him, Shang Bin had already rushed over, making it even more difficult to explain the situation to him. Shin Laosher is the one treating? Shang Bin is horrified. His eyes widens in disbelief. Are you for real? He had been asking the goddess out to eat every day, and yet she simply dismisses his invitations. What rights does the worst teacher of the academy have to be sharing a meal with her, not to mention having her to treat him? Why? Just because I have no money to foot the tab means I'm feigning generosity and embarrassing myself? Is it? Shun Bairu glares at him coldly. She had been embarrassed in front of Zhang Xian multiple times today, and she had been dispirited over it all this while. Yet, this fellow just had to mock her at such a moment. She feels her rage on the verge of flying out of control. No, that's not it. Shang Bin's face pales, and he looks as though he is about to cry. Only now does he understand that he had accidentally insulted his goddess in the midst of trying to fawn on her. He immediately waves his hands as though to dispel the misunderstanding. I didn't mean that. I mean to. Stuttering, he is unsure of how he should explain it. However, as expected of a teacher of the academy and the grandson of an elder, having experienced and seen many things, he quickly recovers and turns to look at the waiter. Gesturing majestically, he declares, "All right, Shun Laosher's debt is my debt. How much does it cost? I will pay for her. Xianxia, you are an esteemed guest of our Hongtian pavilion. How can we accept your money?" The waiter nods his head in a panic. These are the lines they had prepared beforehand so as to flaunt his background and ability before his goddess. That is great. Shangbin wanted to tug on the subject a while, longer to showcase his superiority, when Shun Bai Ru's cold voice sounds out once more. It's okay. I will pay for my expenses so that others won't claim that I am feigning generosity. At this moment, she retrieves a hairpin from her head and passes it over. This jade hairpin is worth at least 5,000 gold coins. You can verify it with a specialist. I will be leaving it in your care first. After I retrieve my money, I will be back to redeem it. This. Holding the jade hairpin, the waiter is unsure of what he should do. This isn't part of the script they agreed on. Shun Laosher, you don't have to do this. I am acquainted with Manager Wu of Hongtian Pavilion. So as long as I speak up, that debt of yours don't mean anything at all. Shang Bin hurriedly steps forward. That's your problem. What does it have to do with me? Shun Bai Ru interrupts his words. Then, she turns to look at the waiter again and says, I will be leaving first if you aren't going to be looking for a specialist to verify it. The waiter looks at Shang Bin in a panic and the plea in his gaze is clear to see. What are you looking at me for? Shang Bin waves his hand quickly. With a furious gaze, he continues, I don't know you at all. All right. Zhang Xian didn't expect that a single meal would end in such a farce. Shaking his head, he steps forward, retrieves the jade hairpin from the waiter and passes it back to Shun Bai Ru. Why are giving this to him? This meal isn't even worth 1280 gold coins. Giving him money like this, are you that anxious to be scammed? Scammed? Hongtian Pavilion has nearly 10 years behind its establishment. Our prices are fair and we do not discriminate between our customers. There has never been a single person who had such an issue with us before. So what do you mean by those words? The moment Zhang Xian words land, a middle-aged man walks over with large strides. It is the manager of Hongtian Pavilion, Wuxia. He had talked it through with Shang Bin and he wasn't supposed to appear initially. However, upon hearing Zhang Xian talking about a scam, he couldn't hold it in anymore. The events occurring here has attracted the attention of many customers. If he doesn't show up and allow the other party to speak as his pleases instead, the reputation of the tavern would be sullied. If that happens, his boss, Elder Hong Hao, would kill him when he returns. What do I mean? Do I really have to voice it out? Zhang Xian's eyelids lift up slightly and a lazy atmosphere emanates from him. Humph. We use the finest ingredients for every single dish of our Hongtian Pavilion so that they are served fresh and delicious. Our prices have also undergone the stringent checks of the Academy. If you aren't able to explain yourself, regardless of the fact of whether you are a teacher of the Academy or not, you don't have to dream about leaving here today. Manager Wu's face darkens. To a tavern, scamming one's customers is a very heavy sin to bear. If he doesn't settle it now, Hongtian Pavilion could possibly go out of operation when such a reputation spreads. He is truly courting death. Initially, he thought that Zhang Xian would get away scot-free once again. However, seeing Zhang Xian accuse Hongtian Pavilion of scamming its customer and offending Manager Wu, a glint flashes across Shang Bin's eyes as he watches the situation gleefully. Manager Wu may seem like an amiable person with a good temper, but when the reputation of Hongtian Pavilion is on the line, he would be like a raging bull who doesn't know the meaning of retreat. Looks like the fellow who is the first from the last in the academy is in for a ride of misfortune. What is this fellow rambling about? Panic can be seen on Shun Bai Ru's face. For Hongtian Pavilion to be opened in Hongtian Academy at such a tremendous scale, its backing is clear to see at a single glance. Yet, you dare to accuse them of scamming their customers in public. Aren't you asking for trouble? A large tavern like this values its reputation a lot. Since you requested for me to say it, then I will spare with the formalities. Despite the Wu Chao's threat, Xianxia is unfazed. He walks up to the table and says, "This violet savage bear meat, going by your claims, is prepared by slaughtering a savage bear before soaking it in violet flowers for 3 days. This way, the exterior will be crispy while the interiors will be tender and the meat will be filled with fragrance. However, you all took it out for frying right after soaking it for just a day. Although the texture is still the same, the medical properties of the violet flower has yet to soak in, making it would be useless no matter how many of it one eats. As for this Honghu mandarin fish, you all advertised it as wild mandarin fishes caught in Lake Hong. However, they are actually mandarin fishes that you all have been rearing in Yellowa Bay. It is easy to differentiate between the two, as wild mandarin fishes have to battle against their natural predators, Qinghe turtle. The fin of the tail of Honghu mandarin fishes tend to be tougher than those that are reared, and its tail would be significantly thicker as well. One only has to slightly look into the matter to know whether what I'm saying is true. As for this clear sautéed nestled heart herb, the ingredients used isn't even nestled heart herb, but bitter heart herb. These two plants are actually one of a kind, just that they are cultivated under different conditions, thus the difference in their names. Nestled heartgrass grows beside the nests of savage beasts and is taken care by them. Their stems would tend to be thicker, and their nutrition value is significantly higher as well. Bitter heart herb grows in the wilderness and is extremely cheap. Its stem is thin and its nutrition value is lower by a huge chunk. For the same plate of vegetable, the difference in their value is almost tenfold. Completely different in comparison. Listing it as nestled heart herb but cooking the dish using bitter heart herb. If this isn't a scam, what else could it be? Casually pointing to any dish, he is able to clearly point out the origin and flaws in it. Upon hearing those words, Manager Wu's earlier aggression fades as his face pales. As the manager of Hongtian Pavilion, he isn't just involved in attending to the customers, he is also in charge of the affairs in the kitchen. Naturally, he is aware of the authenticity of the Xianxia's words. Not only is he not speaking nonsense, his words are completely true. The boss isn't aware of these things. For his own profit, Wu Chou discreetly got someone to switch them. Not even professional gourmets could tell the differences between Honghu mandarin fish, nestled heart herb, and their imitation, thus proving that the substitutes for these two are identical. How could this young man tell? Furthermore, for him to be completely spot on. Damn it! We specially came here from afar to try the authentic nestled heart herb, to think that it would be an imitation. Me too. I've heard that the Honghu mandarin fish is delicious, authentic and fragrant. Thus I specially made the journey here. How dare you all try to fool us? Refund, refund. To think that the #1 tavern of Hongtian Academy would resort to using imitations, not to mention that I am a regular customer. I would have never imagined that it was all a scam. Xianxia's words are unhurried and rational with sufficient evidence to back up his claims. The crowd who was watching the show immediately bursts into an uproar. Hongtian Pavilion could be considered a reputable tavern, even in the entire Tianxian kingdom. Many of its specialties has attracted innumerable experts to make the journey. They would have never imagined that these were all fake. Nonsense. Seeing the crowd breaking out into a commotion, cold sweat drips down from Manager Wu's forehead. He grits his teeth and bellows. He must not admit to it now. The moment he does, Hongtian Pavilion's reputation will be ruined, and his future will be gone with it as well. If only he knew that this teacher is a gourmet, he would have never agreed to Shangbin's request even if he was beaten to death. You are claiming that what I said was nonsense? Zhang Xian glances at him. Indeed. You said that these dishes are imitations, but you don't have evidence to back up your claim. Without evidence, your words are nonsense. Do you think that I wouldn't dare to have you arrested for the crime of slander? Manager Wu says ferociously. Evidence? You want evidence? Fine. Seeing how this fellow is adamant to push on, Zhang Xian shakes his head. Initially, he didn't want to pursue the matter any further. After all, Shen Bairu is the one treating, so it doesn't matter to him how much the dishes cost. However, Hu knew that this fellow would stubbornly claim that he was slandering them. Since that is the case, Xianxia is resolute to prevent him from getting away scot-free. I have already provided the evidence of the few dishes before. Everyone can inspect their food carefully based on the unique traits that I have just brought up. Of course, it's okay if he is reluctant to acknowledge it. After all, even if you all know all these, some gourmets will still find it difficult to distinguish between them, needless to say, the rest of you. However, Xianxia surveys the surroundings before casually lifting up the most expensive bottle of wine on the table up and declares, everyone would be able to easily discern the authenticity of this bottle of wine. Discern its authenticity? Drunk Immortal is the specialty of Hongtian Pavilion. This is a fact known by everyone. Many people specially made the trip here just for the wine. Are you trying to say that the wine is fake as well? A customer can't resist asking. Indeed, Drunk Immortal is the trademark of Hongtian Pavilion. So surely it can't be faked? If this turns out to be an imitation as well, I doubt that there can be anything real in here. Another customer speaks up. The wine that was offered to Xianxia's table previously is called Drunk Immortal, and its sale is exclusive to Hongtian Pavilion. The wine is rich, delicious, and has an exquisite fragrance. This wine played a crucial role to the current reputation and scale of Hongtian Pavilion. If even this wine turns out to be an imitation, that would be going way overboard. I've already said that it would be easy to discern it. As though he had expected the crowd to doubt his words, Xianxia simply responds with a faint smile and raises the bottle. The words, Drunk Immortal, are written on the cover of the bottle. If this is truly the Drunk Immortal from 100 Well Brewery, it would indeed be worth 1,200 gold coins. But it is a pity that the bottle is filled with Green Crag Brew from Purple Bamboo Gazebo. These two wines are similar in terms of their scent and their texture. However, the former is brewed using the valuable and rare-rooted earthgrass and green cicada heart leaf, and it nourishes the body when drunk. On the other hand, if one drinks too much of the Green Crag Brew, the venom from the fallen floral grass would attack one's heart and lungs. Over time, the function of one's organs will deteriorate, causing one's cultivation to fall rapidly, thus ending their lives tragically. Using Green Crag Brew to imitate Fallen Immortal? I've heard of Green Crag Brew. If I remember correctly, its taste is similar with Fallen Immortal. I've always trusted in the quality of the goods of Hongtian Pavilion. I would have never imagined that they would fool their customers like that. This is a fraud. I will be reporting this to the Academy so that an investigation will be conducted. The customers who were watching the commotion, upon hearing that they have been scammed, cry out indignantly. Just because you said that it is Green Crag Brew, doesn't mean that it would necessarily be it. Where's your evidence? Manager Wu squeezes out these words between his gritted teeth. Glancing at him, Xianxia replies calmly, wine can be ignited with fire. I haven't touched much of the alcohol in it, so you can ignite this one. The true Fallen Immortal should exude an alluring fragrance, similar to lilies and musk. On the other hand, for Green Crag Brew, a charred odor would be released. All those who have noses should be able to discern between the two easily. You! Manager Wu's body goes stiff. The other party's words are completely accurate. However, this method of distinguishing between the two isn't very well known. Only the makers of Green Crag Brew and their vendors are aware of it. Even Wu Cho himself only heard of it coincidentally. How could this fellow know of this method as well? Actually, the wine given to other customers are all true Fallen Immortal. After all, this is the trademark specialty of the tavern. After hearing Shangbin's plan, he intentionally passed this fake wine over to the young man, thinking that he would be unable to discern between the two so that he would be able to make an earning out of this. In the end, not only is the other party aware of it, he is even able to state the method to distinguish between the two clearly. If Xianxia were to prove himself right, it would be difficult to explain to everyone that what they're drinking is the authentic Fallen Immortal. Why? You don't dare to give it a try? Seeing the look of panic on the other person's face, Xianxia smiles faintly. He casually turns the wine bottle over, allowing the wine to spill onto the floor. Then, he takes out an ignitable paper roll and snaps his fingers. Xiong xiong. When the wine on the floor comes into contact with the flames, it lights up and instantaneously. A stinging odor assaults the noses of the crowd, leaving them faint-headed. How pungent! This was what we were drinking. Hongtian Pavilion really doesn't respect their customers. For it to be so pungent, it must be poisonous. Refund, refund. I've been drinking your wine here for 3 years. Not only do I want you to return it all back to me, I want additional compensation as well. The entire tavern explodes into an uproar. Everyone rushes forward. What is happening? Chao Xiong and Shang Bin feels like they are going mad by the sudden turn of events. They had specially set up this ploy to humiliate Zhang Xian. In the end, not only was he not humiliated, he even managed to stand out instead. Instead, they were shamed like clowns. What is happening? What is happening your head? By the side, Manager Wu had just barely kept his emotions in check. But upon hearing those words, he loses control and kicks them both. Pong! Pong! He is a Fighter 6 Dan Pishue realm expert. Before the two of them could even react, the sight before them goes dark and they crash onto the ground. A giant footprint is left on each of their faces. It is no wonder that Manager Wu would go berserk. If it weren't for these two fellows, such an incident would not have occurred. He can already foresee that not only will his career come to an end, he would also have to face the rage of Elder Hong Hao. After this incident, Hongtian Pavilion's reputation would definitely go into the gutters, and their business would no longer be as prosperous as before. The cause of this entire incident is him accepting the request of these two fellows to teach the lad, who is last in the teacher qualification examination, a lesson. How can it be possible for this lad to be the last? Even the first in the examinations can't possibly be so incredible. If only he knew in advance that this master had such powerful eyes of discernment, not only would he have not caused Zhang Xian any trouble, he would have been praying for him to not cause him any. Damn it! Looks like there isn't anyone free to collect money from us right now. Let's go. Seeing how the situation has descended into chaos, Zhang Xian signals to Shun Bairu, who is still in a state of daze, and walks out of the tavern. Now that the problem has been settled, staying here would just result in more troubles. Thus, it would wiser for them to simply leave. Shun Bairu hurriedly catches up to him. Seeing the young man in front her eyes are filled with complex emotions. All along, she thought that he is a trash, an ignorant fellow who is the shame of the teaching community. After half a day of interaction, she realized that, if he is a trash, then what is she? Doesn't it mean that she is nothing at all? Gritting her teeth, she walks up. With disbelief still reflecting within her beautiful pitch-black eyes, she asks, "You seem to be quite knowledgeable about food. Could it be that you're a gourmet?" There are many occupations in this world and gourmet is one of them. Gourmets are often born sensitive to taste, and their ability to discern flavors far exceeds ordinary humans. Their cultivation may not necessarily be high, but there are some hotels or taverns that would hire them at high salaries so as to ascertain the taste and effects of their ingredients. However, this occupation is one of the least esteemed ones and can only be considered one of the lower 9 paths. There are more than several thousands of occupations in the world. To better classify them, they are split into the upper 9 paths, middle 9 paths, and lower 9 paths. Apothecary, blacksmith, formation master, and similar jobs which brings about benefits to battle techniques and one's cultivation are considered as the conventional upper 9 paths. On the other hand, gourmet could only be considered as an unorthodox occupation, thus being classified under the lower 9 paths. Going by Shun Bairu's opinion, given how the young man is capable of pointing out the flaws in those dishes and wine, he had to be a gourmet. You can take it so. Zhang Xian doesn't explain. The Library of Heaven's Path does more than reflecting one's cultivation. As long as he has tried a dish, its flaws would be reflected in the library. With this, it is a simple task for him to take care of a small Manager Wu. Thank you for your help today. Seeing the other party admit to it, Shun Bairu thanks him. If it wasn't for this young man's ability to discern delicacies, it would be truly embarrassing for her today. It's nothing. Zhang Xian waves his hand. You resolved the problem just a moment ago, so it can't be considered as my treat. I'll treat you again next time, Shun Bairu says. Treat me again? Zhang Xian ponders over it and shakes his head. Better not. I still treasure my life. Eating with a beauty may be an enjoyable event, but he knows himself the best. Given his reputation, the other party might simply be speaking out of politeness despite being repulsed by the idea. Not only so, he would have to suffer from the envy of others. If so, he would have to come up with ideas to deal with her pursuers. However, there are still many things that he needs to do at the moment, and he doesn't have the leisure for such matters. You! Just when she thought that Zhang Xian could speak normally, she hears those words and feels a blockade in her chest again, as the urge to go berserk surges through her. Many people had asked her out to eat, but she rejected them all. Yet, when she takes the initiative to invite him, she feels as though she is begging a stubborn elderly. Detestable. All right, since we have already eaten, if there's nothing else, I'll be making a move first. I still have many things to attend to. Oblivious to her rage, he waves and prepares to take his leave. Wait, I'm not done yet. Suppressing her anger, Shun Bairu calms down her breathing and looks at him with her beautiful eyes. You might have resolved that difficulty in my stead today, and your occupation as a gourmet played a huge role in it. But, in the end, it is still an unorthodox occupation. After all, a fighter should focus on his training. Fighters, upon cultivating to a certain realm, are able to survive without ingesting food, so delicacies do not have much use. Even if he is able to profit out of the occupation for now, it still isn't a proper path a fighter should be treading on. After interacting with him, she could tell that Zhang Xian isn't as useless as the rumors make him out to be. It could be possible that he had devoted his efforts to studying food. That's why his teacher qualification examination results ended up horrendous. Upon such thoughts, despite her overwhelming anger, she couldn't resist advising him. All right. Knowing that she said those words out of goodwill, Zhang Xian nods his head. Just as he is about to leave, rapid footsteps sound out from his back. Zhang Xian, let's see where you can escape to today. Today, don't even dream about getting away. Following which, a resentful voice echoes in the surroundings. 2 men and 1 beast block his path. They are Shang Bin and Chao Xiong. At this moment, the 2 of them have a giant footprint imprinted on their face, the outlines of it clear to see. Half of their face are swollen red and blood trickles down by edges of their mouth. Not a single hint of their previous dashing and carefree look remain. This is especially so for Shang Bin. His injuries from the morning have yet to recover, and yet, he suffered another violent kick. At this instant, his mouth is crooked to the side and his lips look like 2 giant sausages, thus pulling him further away from the concept of handsomeness. He had planned everything out perfectly so as to look cool in front of his goddess, who knew that not only would he fail, he even got beaten up to such a state, and his connection with Hongtian Pavilion was severed as a result. If things go wrong, he might even be chastised by his grandfather. How could he take this humiliation lying? The more he thinks about it, the angrier he gets. Thus, he charges up directly towards Zhang Xian. Shang Bin, what do you intend to do? Shun Bairu didn't expect him to come in pursuit to cause trouble. She steps in front of Zhang Xian to shield him from Shang Bin. Shen Laosher, don't block my way. This is a personal grudge between Zhang Xian and me. It is one thing if he doesn't see her, but when he sees her shielding the infamous trash of the academy, Shang Bin is further provoked as his eyes slant to the sides and his mouth crooks further from the overwhelming rage. The intense envy clouding his mind makes him frenzied. He stares coldly at that young man and shouts, Zhang Xian, are you a man? If you're one, stop hiding behind a woman and have a fair duel to the death with me. Seeing how the fellow before him has lost his rationality, Zhang Xian widens his eyes and says, so what if I'm hiding behind a woman? This is a part of my capabilities. If you're capable, find one to hide behind as well. You! Shang Bin almost vomits blood. As long as it is a man, if someone insults him by saying that he is gutless and hides behind the protection of a woman, won't they feel embarrassed and humiliated such that they would rush forward to retaliate out of indignation? Why does common sense not apply to this fellow? How can he speak of something that should have been incomparably shameful so naturally and righteously? How can one be so thick-skinned? Shen Laosher, I'll be leaving these two for you to deal with. I still have something on, so I'll be taking my leave first. As a transcender, what has he never seen before? Thick-skinned? What a joke. In his previous life, in the information era, have you seen anyone who isn't shameless? He can't be bothered to deal with a problem which someone had taken the initiative to resolve for him. This isn't fear. Rather, it isn't a good time for him to be revealing his level of cultivation. On top of that, the Shang Bin's grandfather is an elder. If he were to be forced to a corner, Xianxia would have to waste precious time dealing with the problems that will ensue. Since someone is shielding him, he is also happy to be spared the effort. Seeing how shameless the young man is, Shun Bairu is also at a loss for words. Just a moment ago, she was still fearful that he would be provoked by Shang Bin's taunt and duel with him. Now, it does seem that she was overthinking it. If this fellow could be provoked, even sows would be able to climb trees. Xianxia, hold it there. If I can't kill you today, I won't be called Shang Bin. Seeing the attitude of the young man, Shang Bin becomes even more enraged. Veins pop out from his temples and his face turns a shade of green. Seeing that Shun Bairu has no intention of letting him through, he roars, "Sky-shattering lion, kill him. As long as you do it, I will bring you delicacies every day. Furthermore, I will give you the acupoint soothing pill that my grandfather promised me." As a tier 6 savage beast that has been tamed by a human, the sky-shattering lion is capable of comprehending human words. As his grandfather's pet, as long as Shang Bin is kept out of harm's way, it couldn't be bothered with his orders. In order to get it to make a move, he promised all kinds of benefits to him in an instant. Roar! Indeed, hearing his promises, the eyes of the sky-shattering lion light up. Savage beasts who have reached Pishue realm, unlike humans, are unable to use the flow of Jinqi to break open their acupoints. They can only rely on the growth of their body to gradually pull up their strength. If it were to consume the acupoint soothing pill at this moment with its effects, its strength would surely soar significantly. Acupoint soothing pill is a pill made specially for Fighter 6 Dan experts. It possesses the effect of soothing one's acupoints, thus allowing one to progress further in Pishue realm. At this moment, Shang Bin's strength has already reached Fighter 5 Dan Dingli pinnacle, just a step off from Pishue. Thus, Elder Shangchun spent a huge sum to obtain this medicine so as to give him a boost. Initially, Shang Bin was reluctant to take it out. However, upon recalling how he was humiliated by a trash, he finds himself unable to suppress his emotions. If he doesn't get rid of Xianxia today, he fears that he would be unable to uphold his dignity in the academy anymore. This is especially so for the goddess before him. She probably wouldn't even spare him a gaze. How can he tolerate such a situation? Shang Bin, what do you intend to do? Killing a colleague in academy compounds is a huge crime. She didn't expect Shang Bin to be so insane to order the sky-shattering lion to make a move. Shun Bairu's eyes narrow. She wants to rush forward to protect Xianxia, but is blocked by Shang Bin instead. Panicking, she bellows at him. In the compounds, teachers are forbidden from killing one another. To do so is an infringement of the school rules, as well as a severe crime. Xianxia was the one who wanted to kill me. To protect me, the sky-shattering lion retaliated. What I did was legitimate self-defense. What can the others say about it? Shang Bin's eyes turn red from insanity. He roars, "Sky-shattering lion. What are you hesitating for? Do it. You." Shun Bairu feels her heart turning cold. Too shameless. If he were to really use that as a front with Elder Shangchen's interference within the matter, he might really get away with it. In fact, it is possible for him to escape punishment completely. Xianxia could very well die here. After all, it is a tier 6 savage beast. Ordinary Pishue realm experts aren't even its match. How can one who is the last in the teacher qualification examination withstand it? Roar! Just when she is still in a fluster, the sky-shattering lion roars and dashes over. Before coming into contact with it, its powerful aura creates a powerful gale that forces the surrounding grass and tree leaves to bow down to it. 9 paths, also known as 3 teachings and 9 paths. This is a real terminology used to classify jobs in ancient China. To put it simply, there are upper 9 paths, middle 9 paths, and lower 9 paths in ancient China, and each of these paths refer to an occupation. For example, the top occupations in ancient China, the 9 occupations listed in the upper 9 paths, are emperor, saints, secluded masters, oracle, scholar, warrior, farmer, worker, merchant, and they are classified from most esteemed to least esteemed. Similarly, the middle 9 paths and lower 9 paths have their own set of occupations as well. The 3 teachings refer to Confucianism, Taoism, or Taoism, and Buddhism. Xianxia. Xunbai Ru tried to break through Shang Bin's blockade to save him, but she was knocked back consecutive times. Shang Bin's cultivation is on the same level as her. He might be spoiled due to his powerful backing, but his strength isn't false. Even if she possesses the strength to defeat him, she is still unable to break through his blockade within a short period of time, especially if he chooses to execute only defensive maneuvers. I am the one who brought harm to you. Seeing how she is unable to save him, Xunbai Ru is filled with guilt. She thinks that the reason why Shang Bin is dealing with this fellow, who was the last for the teacher qualification examination, is because of her. Otherwise, as someone of such high standing and the grandson of an elder, towards an infamous trash who has no background whatsoever, when there's no connection between the two, why would there be a grudge between them? Yet, after pulling him down into the mud, she is unable to save him. The guilt she is experiencing at the moment torments her painfully. Why is there no movements? Could it be that Zhang Xian has already died? The more panicked she gets, the more incapable she is of breaking through Shang Bin's blockade. With Shang Bin blocking her sight, she is unable to view the situation over at Zhang Xian's side. She can only hear complete silence in the surroundings, as though he didn't even struggle against the assault of the sky-shattering lion. There can only be one possibility. Before Zhang Xian could retaliate, he was already smacked to death by the sky-shattering lion. After all, even she is unable to withstand a single blow from the Tier 6 savage beast, who is equivalent to a Pishue realm expert. Haha, he is already dead. It is too late for you to make a move now. Hearing that there is no movements behind him, Shang Bin's eyes light up. He knows that the trash would definitely be unable to withstand a single blow from the sky-shattering lion. He laughs heartily out of excitement. Judging that there is no need to block Xunbai Ru any longer, he leaps aside. Zhang Xian. The moment Shang Bin leaps away, Xunbai Ru doesn't waste time on him and hurriedly rushes forward. Just when she thought she would see a pool of fresh blood with a miserable corpse lying in the center of it, her slim figure suddenly freezes and she stares in a daze. What happened? Initially, Shang Bin thought that his goddess would burst into tears from the shock of the sight. However, upon seeing such an expression hang on her face, Shang Bin quickly turns around to take a look. With a single glimpse, his eyeballs widen into huge circles and he almost faints from overwhelming astonishment. He sees the incomparably ferocious sky-shattering lion, which had rushed towards Zhang Xian earlier to rip him into numerous shreds before, lying in front of Zhang Xian like a pug, licking his hands. Zhang Xian's other hand is stroking the head and ears of the sky-shattering lion, and unspeakable pleasure appears on its face. The heck? What happened? Shang Bin is on the verge of tears. This sky-shattering lion is his grandfather's beast pet, and it is extremely proud. Even for Shang Bin himself, just a simple touch would incur its fury, not to mention stroking its head. After taking possession of it from his grandfather, he had spent half a day of effort on it, feeding it numerous delicacies. Yet, this fellow doesn't even show the slightest bit of gratitude, disregarding his presence as he pleases. Such a proud fellow became a pug before Zhang Xian? You are here to kill him, to be lying before him and licking his palm. Is this really all right? Xiangbin feels a dizziness spell working up, and he is on the verge of going crazy. Sky-shattering lion, what are you doing? Quickly kill him, he bellows. The sky-shattering lion doesn't move, continues to lazy around, allowing Xianxia stroke his head freely. You, quickly kill him. If you do it, I will buy you anything you want to eat from now on. Xiangbin roars anxiously. So noisy, make him shut up. Xianxia, who was stroking the sky-shattering lion, stands up and waves his hand. Roar. The sky-shattering lion stands up as well and glares at Xiangbin savagely. What are you planning to do? Frightened, Xiangbin immediately retreats several steps. However, before he could get far, the sky-shattering lion dashes forward and takes a sweep at him lightly with its paws. Pong! Before Xiangbin could react, he is sent flying backward like a kite that had its string snapped. His head knocks onto a giant tree and crimson blood fills his entire face. What exactly happened? You are my grandfather's beast pet. Xiangbin cries. This sky-shattering lion is the beast pet that his grandfather passed on to him to protect him. Logically, it should have listened to his words to deal with the outsider. Why did it listen to the words of an outsider to attack him? Pong! Before he could finish crying, another figure crashes onto the ground in front of him. He is Chao Xiong. When that fellow noticed the situation turning awry, he immediately turned around to flee. However, how could he possibly escape from the sky-shattering lion, a Tier 6 savage beast? He is sent flying back with a slap. Roar! After sending these two flying, the sky-shattering lion looks as though it has done something glorious. It walks over to Xianxia with a flattering look, as though wanting to be acknowledged for its accomplishment. Not bad. You did well. Xianxia pats its head. Roar! The sky-shattering lion nods its head quickly. It walks gallantly to the two lying on the floor, keeping a watch on them with a proud look, reminiscent of a responsible watchdog. Xiangbin and Chao Xiong, who were planning to escape, are on a verge of tears. Xianxia, how did you do that? Spectating the entire flow of events by the side, the dumbstruck Shen Ru finally recovers and gazes at him curiously. How did I do it? Xianxia scratches his head. This sky-shattering lion is very easy to communicate with. Perhaps, it might be because I am more handsome. Handsome? Shen Ru blinks and her slim figure staggers. The sky-shattering lion is a savage beast. To it, the term handsome should only be applicable to male sky-shattering lions, so what do you being handsome or not have to do with it? Besides, if one must talk about handsomeness, Xiangbin is much more dashing than you. All right, farewell. Xianxia doesn't continue explaining and turns around to leave. Since the Library of Heaven's Path can peer into the weaknesses of a human, naturally, it would be able to peer into those of the sky-shattering lion as well. This fellow may seem extremely powerful, but in actuality, it has sustained quite a few hidden traumas. Otherwise, it couldn't have possibly willingly served as Elder Xiangqian's beast pet. The library has detected this flaw of it. Making use of it, Xianxia casually solved some of the easier ones for it. As a result, the sky-shattering lion chooses to obey his commands obediently without the slightest hesitation. In comparison to Xiangbin's promise, no amount of delicious food and pills can compare with a resolved hidden trauma. Of course, this involves his secret as well, so he can't possibly reveal the truth to Shen Ru. You, don't go. You haven't explained the reason why the sky-shattering lion obeyed to your commands. Seeing him leave, Shen Ru quickly catches up. The more she comes into contact with this young man, the more formidable she finds him to be. He is a mystery that is becoming more and more difficult to comprehend. Being able to read so many books just by flipping through them, intentionally scoring a 0 in the teacher qualification examinations despite knowing the answers, realizing his identity as a gourmet through a meal and convincing a Tier 6 savage beast to follow his commands easily. What that seems impossible in the eyes of others is accomplished so simply by this young man, leaving others staring in disbelief. How does he accomplish all these? Shen Ru is becoming more and more curious about this young man before her. Big sister. Oblivious to what she is thinking of, Upon seeing her chasing him, Xianxia halts his footsteps and says helplessly, "I want to live a long life. I'm afraid that I might not live to the next day being beside you. Just spare me." "Big sister? You are the big sister. Your entire family is big sisters." Shun Bairu's face turns bright red. She is a beauty. She might be slightly older than Xianxia, but she looks no different from a 17 or 18-year-old. Yet this fellow addressed her as a big sister, thus causing her to go into a frenzy. "Fine, I am the big sister. So, just let me leave." Xianxia shakes his head in frustration. PFT. Upon hearing Xianxia claim that he is the big sister, Shun Bairu chuckles and says, "Fine, you can leave. I will look for you tomorrow." Xianxia. It is a scene of chaos in Hongtian Pavilion. What happened? I have barely been away for a while and such a sight awaits my return. In a room, an elderly stares coldly at the kneeling manager Wu. He is the mastermind behind Hongtian Pavilion, Elder Hong Hao. "Elder, it is like that. The grandson of Elder Shangchun, Shangbin, has been here." Manager Wu doesn't dare to conceal anything and discloses everything that had happened. This includes the affair which he swapped the drunk immortal with green crag brew. "Wu Chou, how dare you?" After hearing Wu Chou's words, Elder Hong Hao's face darkens and he angrily sends a kick towards him. Pong! Manager Wu is immediately sent flying backward. His face pales as he vomits mouthful after mouthful of blood. "Elder, spare me. I do not dare hope to be forgiven for my crimes. But that fellow is even viler. To expose all of these in public and causing the reputation of our Hongtian Pavilion to be ruined. He obviously disregards Elder Yu completely. Humph. After doing such shameful things, you still expect others not to talk about them." Elder Hong Hao's face looks hostile, as though a violent storm is gathering on it. "I." Manager Wu trembles uncontrollably. Changing the contents of the dishes to earn more profits is a decision he made at his own discretion. He thought that he had concealed it perfectly, yet he was exposed by that young man in public. Naturally, he feels great resentment against him. "I'll give you 5 days to settle this problem thoroughly. I want the negative impacts to be reduced to the bare minimum. If so, I can consider not to pursue the matter of your corruption. Otherwise, don't even dream about getting away alive." Elder Hong Hao's eyes are cold like a blizzard at night. Standing up, he asks, "Also, what is the name of that fellow? Is he a teacher of the academy? If he had informed me discreetly, I might have rewarded him with a sum of fortune, but he chose to cause trouble in public instead, soiling the reputation of my Hongtian Pavilion. I will have a good look at him tomorrow to see who is the one who gave him such guts." Bellowing furiously, a savage aura fills the surroundings. It feels like a frontal assault by a wave of frost, causing one to shiver uncontrollably despite the warm weather. Fighter 7 Dan Tongxian Realm. This Elder Hong Hao is a Tongxian Realm expert. It is no wonder that he was able to vie for the position of the principal. Just his level of cultivation itself is already astonishing. It is Xianxia Laosher. Manager Wu quickly says. "Xianxia? The one who was the last in the teacher qualification examination." Elder Hong Hao is taken aback. Hongtian Academy had never had a single teacher scoring at the very bottom of the teacher qualification examination throughout its centuries of history since its inception. Thus, even a person like Elder Hong Hao had heard of Xianxia's name. "That's him." Manager Wu nods his head. "A trash would actually dare to trample on the dignity of Hongtian Pavilion? Excellent." Clenching his fist, a cold glint flashes across his eyes. A heavy murdering intent emanates from Elder Hong Hao. If the other party is a star teacher or an influential figure in the academy, he might have some hesitation over punishing him. However, since he is a trash, then don't blame him for being heartless. Sigh, how troublesome. Returning back to his dwelling, Xianxia massages the center of his eyebrows. He would have never thought it possible for so much trouble to evolve from just a simple meal. Forget it, there's no use pondering over it. I better spend my time thinking about how I can break into Pishuer realm. Quickly, he dumps all excessive thoughts to the back of his head. Despite being a transcender, he knows that in this world, power reigns might. Only with sufficient power will the problems of one cease to be. He is currently at Dingley Realm Pinnacle, and to break through, he would need the cultivation techniques of Fighter 6 Dan. However, an ordinary teacher doesn't have the qualification to browse through the 6 Dan cultivation techniques of the Academy. They can only jot down a copy of it with the approval of an elder. In the previous examination, he only had the strength of a Fighter 3 Dan. If he were to rush to an elder to ask for a 6 Dan cultivation technique now, he might end up being researched like a guinea pig. Many troubles will grow out of it. Furthermore, even with the approval of the other party with just one copy, he is still unable to cultivate. Based on the first 5 Dan of Hongtian 9 Dan formula, this cultivation technique possesses too many flaws. Without the cross-references from numerous other cultivation technique to seek the correct cultivation method, there wouldn't be any results in his training even if he were to train non-stop for several years. To him, the most pressing matter at hand is to seek a huge pile of Fighter 6 Dan cultivation techniques and draw comparisons among them to deduce the correct cultivation method. I've heard that quite a bit of trading is done in Tianxian Royal City, and cultivation techniques are one of the goods that are being traded. It would solve quite a bit of problem if I am able to purchase a few 6 Dan cultivation techniques. Suddenly, upon recalling something, Xianxia's eyes light up. Hongtian Academy is located in the capital of Tianxian Kingdom, Tianxian Royal City. Tianxian Royal City is an extraordinarily prosperous city. With numerous large commercial cities in here, all kinds of trade are carried out here. 6 Dan cultivation techniques may be rare, but it is still sold in numerous shops here. Furthermore, to Xianxia, there isn't really a need for him to buy them. As long as he manages to flip through them, it would be as good as gaining possession of the secret manual. With the Library of Heaven's Path, the quality and price of the secret manual no longer matter. As long as there is sufficient quantity, he would be able to derive the correct path out of the innumerable errors, and the Heaven's Path divine art would be automatically compiled, thus allowing him to cultivate swiftly. It is still early. Let's see if I am able to get a few books today. At this point, Xianxia stops hesitating and stands up immediately. The sun has just set and the nightlife has just begun. Since he is free anyway, it is a good opportunity to stroll through the commercial cities. Perhaps he might find some useful items. Tianyu Commercial City is the largest trading market in Tianxian City. It is said that as long as one possesses sufficient money, he is able to buy everything he desires here. Stepping into the market, Xianxia feels his vision blurring from the sight of the innumerable goods laid out before him. His previous self was just an ordinary teacher. His wages were low and he was treated poorly. As a result, he had never been to such a grand place before. Thus, Xianxia finds himself incapable of identifying most of the goods on sale here. There are many small vendors in the commercial city. A vendor sits in front of each of these booths and all kinds of goods are laid out before them. Weapons, pills, herbs, armor, beast skin, beast pills. Almost everything that is required for cultivation can be found here. Just that, there are too many of them. It is difficult to ascertain which of them are of superior quality and which of them are of inferior quality. I might be unable to discern between the good and bad, but the Library of Heaven's Path might be capable of it. Such a thought flashes through his mind. Thus, Xianxia immediately walks over to a booth. "This gentleman here, what are you looking for? I have everything you need here and I guarantee your satisfaction with my goods." The vendor quickly welcomes his presence. "I'll just take a casual look." Xianxia smiles. He casually picks up an object in the booth. It is a circular bell of average size. This bell is specially forged by a blacksmith and has extraordinary abilities. It is on sale for just 50 gold coins. I can assure you that the price is fair. I offer the very same price to everyone passing by. If you're interested in it, I can give you a special discount. It'll be yours for just 20 gold coins. The vendor coaxes. Xianxia doesn't respond to his words. Rather, he twirls the bell around his hand. "Wang, The library in his mind jolts and a book appears in it. Reprise bell. It is able to generate the same tune over and over again, causing one to feel dizzy-headed. It is effective against Fighter 1 Dan. It is created by a 1MO craftsman of Blue Cloud Workshop. It is made of Wuxia metal. Flaws. Number 1. The duration required for the reprise sound to take effect is long, requiring at least an incense's time, making it an ineffective weapon in battle. Number 2. It doesn't differentiate in its attacks. The wielder will take damage from it as well. Indeed, it is possible. Xianxia smiles. It doesn't matter even if he is unfamiliar with all these items. As long as he touches them with his hands and picks them up, the library would compile a corresponding book on it. Furthermore, this book details the history, composition, and all kinds of flaws of the item in question comprehensively. With just a single look, it is apparent to see if the item is valuable or not. Those who are unaware of the truth might just buy it with the vendor's previous offer of 20 gold coins. Only by looking at the contents recorded in the book does Xianxia realize that this toy isn't even worth 2 gold coins. What's specially forged by a blacksmith? Blue Cloud Workshop is an organization that specializes in the production of fake goods. Furthermore, 1MO craftsmen are the ones with the worst craftsmanship of them all. Those who specializes in the creation of goods and handicraft are termed as craftsmen. They are classified into 9MO, with 1MO being the worst and 9MO being the best. How valuable can a creation of a 1MO craftsman be? With the library here, I won't have to worry about purchasing fake goods. Xianxia chuckles. This world is similar to his previous one. With authentic goods come imitations, and given his previous ability of discernment, needless to say, the authentic ones, he might not even be able to tell the strengths and weaknesses of an imitation. However, with the assistance of the library, he doesn't have to worry about it anymore. Just that, he needs to come into contact with the item for a book to be compiled on it. The number of items in this market total up to at least 10 million. If he had to touch every single one of them, wouldn't he tire himself to death? Besides, if he were to just look at the goods, he wouldn't attract much attention. However, if he touches everything he catches his sight on, it probably won't take long for the security enforcement team of the commercial city to think of him as a lunatic and drive him out of the city. Right? Do you sell frigid sun grass here? Shaking his head to dispel the additional thoughts in his mind, Xianxia asks. On top of miscellaneous items, this vendor also sells some herbs. After finishing those books in the Compendium Pavilion, he has already found a solution to Xiaoya's problem. With a pure yin body, she should cultivate a gentle and neutral cultivation technique. This way, the problem of the accumulation of yin energy should be solved. However, she has already cultivated a pure yin cultivation technique for a long time, and the meridians in her body have already adapted to it. If an abrupt change were to be introduced, her body might sustain a severe trauma and her cultivation will fall steeply. To prevent this from occurring, some preparations have to be made in advance. One of them is to nourish her meridians through medicinal herbs. Frigid sungrass grows in cold regions despite favoring sunny conditions. As a result, the warm and cold spiritual energy contained within it clashes, causing the amalgamation of yin and yang, thus making it the ideal choice to nourish her meridians. Since he is in the commercial city now, it is a good time for him to ask around about it. Frigid sun grass? It is a coincidence that you ask this. Not to brag, but I can guarantee you that I am the only vendor in Tianyu Commercial City that has this good. I procured them a few days ago from a dangerous region in Tianxian Forest. I have a total of 10 stalks and each stalk costs 100 gold coins. How many do you need? The vendor smiles and turns around to take out a box. Opening it, a few fresh-looking plants are revealed within. White flowers with red stems and leaves. Let me take a look first. Xianxia only knows about the frigid sungrass through books, so he isn't very familiar with it. He reaches out to grab a stalk and places it on his palm. Wang! The library jolts and a book appears. Frigid sungrass, harvested from an unknown valley 200 kilometers into Tianxian Forest. Age 2. Flaws. The name of the herb is written on the cover of the book and the location of its procurement and its flaws are recorded in it. It is frigid sungrass. This fellow isn't lying. Confirming that there is no mistake with the name on the book, Xianxia knows that the vendor owner isn't lying to him. This is the authentic medicinal herb, so he nods his head. Just when he is about to speak, his eyes happen to glance on the interiors of the box. Why does this stalk of frigid sungrass look slightly withered? Could it be that your procurement method is incorrect, causing its death? There is a specific method to harvesting medicinal herbs. If the method is wrong, the medicinal properties of the herb might be lost, causing its price to dip steeply. The stalk of frigid sungrass he is talking about is withered thin and slightly yellow, seemingly immature. Furthermore, it doesn't look fresh at all. With a shriveled large head, it seems as though it would die at any moment. This gentleman here must be joking. I depend on this for a living, so how could I possibly get it wrong? This stalk of herb isn't of good condition from the very start. It was already like that when I procured it initially. If you want it, I will sell it to you at half price, 50 gold coins. The vendor says. Xianxia picks up the yellowish and withered stalk of frigid sungrass. Wang. Frigid sun mothergrass, the origin of other frigid sungrasses. Harvested from an unknown valley 200 kilometers into Xianxia forest. Aged 15. Flipping open the book, the name of the herb and details on it is recorded. Frigid sun mother grass? Xianxia's eyes light up. He has read it on the books previously. This extremely valuable and rare herb is the core of all other frigid sungrass. If this herb were to be used in the creation of a medicine, its effectiveness would at least be 10 times of the latter. He didn't expect to stumble upon this treasure when he was just casually looking for herbs. Furthermore, this herb is 15-year-old. Just by this itself determines the extraordinary worth of it. If Xiaoya were to use the frigid sungrass to nourish her meridians, she would still require the augmentation from several other means to successfully change her cultivation technique. However, with this stalk of frigid sungrass, the problem can be easily solved. She wouldn't even need the augmentation from other means. This is the most suitable medicinal herb for her. No questions about it. Wrap this stalk up for me. Although he is agitated, his face still remains expressionless as he casually passes it back to the vendor. If the other party realizes that this is a mother stalk and not a sickly one, its price would instantly shoot up by 10 times, and even so, he might still be unable to purchase it from him. As a four-halves youngster who grew up in the modern civilized world, he wouldn't do himself any injustice when he is able to profit out of something. For halves refer to dream, moral, culture, and discipline. Originated from Deng Xiaoping in 1980. 50 gold coins. Seeing how well-dressed the young man seemed to be, he thought that he would purchase a few stock. He didn't expect that he would just buy a sickly one. Pursing his lips, he wraps it casually, the warmth from before absent on his face. Even a vendor judges his own customers when doing sales. The person before him isn't even willing to buy a good medicinal herb, thus making it clear to see that he is a poor bloke. Since that's the case, it would just be a waste of time to try to coax him otherwise. All right. Grabbing the herb, Xianxia reaches out to his pocket and awkwardness immediately shows on his face. Due to being too absorbed in the library, he forgot about the matter of money. As a low-level teacher, his wages are low. Furthermore, due to scoring a 0 in the teacher qualification examination, his fortunes were penalized severely. In other words, he doesn't even have 10 gold coins in his pocket, needless to say 50. Is there anything wrong? Sensing that something is amiss from his face, the vendor asks. Cough cough. Can you sell it to me for 8 gold coins? Xianxia counts the gold coins he retrieves from his pocket, and there are only 8 of them. 8? You must be joking. Since you didn't bring any money, why are you trying to buy anything at all? Seeing the few coins placed on the other party's palm, the vendor owner is on the verge of doing a somersault and crashing to the floor. He had met with miserly customers, but he had never met with such a miserly one. Trying to buy frigid sungrass with just 8 gold coins? You must be dreaming. Even if this stock is sickly, it is still worth far beyond this price. Snatching back the herb, he waves his hand with an annoyed look. Scram if you don't have any money. I don't have the effort to be arguing with you over this. Cough, cough. It is true that I didn't bring sufficient money, but are you sure that you don't want to sell it to me? Seeing the attitude of the vendor, Xianxia shakes his head. Nonsense. Even if this stock looks awful, it still contains medicinal properties. At worst, it can still be sold for 30 or 40 gold coins. Yet you offer me 8 gold coins? What a joke. Hurry up and leave, or else I will be calling for the security enforcement team. Seeing how this fellow is reluctant to leave despite being broke, he angrily chases him away. In order to prevent people from coercing others to buy or sell goods, as well as to deter troublemakers, most large commercial cities operate a security enforcement patrol team in their perimeter. As long as one calls out for them, they would appear quickly. Even if you are a Fighter 5 Dan Dingley realm expert, you will be chased out of the commercial city instantly. Furthermore, to make a move on the security enforcement team means to make a move on the entire commercial city. Normally, no one would have the guts to stand up against them. Upon seeing how this fellow refuses to leave despite not possessing sufficient money, he is certain that he is here to cause trouble. So, he opens his mouth to call for the security enforcement team. Don't call for the security enforcement team. I'm really interested in buying it. Xianxia interrupts him. With a calm and steady look, he chuckles softly. I might not have sufficient money, but I'm not here to cause trouble. Do you believe that if I were to open my mouth, not only will you be willing to sell it to me, you would even offer to give it to me for free? Give it to you for free? Are you still in the midst of your sleep? The vendor didn't expect the poor bloke to say such words. He looks at the young man before him with an attitude as though he is looking at an idiot and sneers coldly. If I were to really give it to you for free, I'll call you Grandpa. In his opinion, this fellow must have a screw loose. Not mentioning how he doesn't bring sufficient money to purchase goods. He even thinks that he would give it to him for free. I am not insane, why would I give it to you for free? Who do you think you are? Call me Grandpa? You don't need to do that. Xianxia shakes his head. He looks at the vendor with a bright smile and says, You will give it to me for free because I said so. If you doubt my words, I will take 2 steps. Cough, cough. Let's see what will happen after I give you a punch. The master is here. Give me a punch? The vendor doesn't know what the young man is up to. Indeed, Xianxia nods his head. You are trying to make a fool out of me. Seeing the serious look on the other person's face, the vendor's rage comes surging out and he sends a fist towards Xianxia. He had seen crazy people before, but he had never seen such a crazy person. You still want me to let you give me a punch? Why don't I beat you up to death instead? Putting all of his strength into his punch routine, the wind rustles from the force of his blow, thus exposing his level of cultivation. Fighter 3 Dan Jinshi Realm Primary Stage. Not bad. Smiling faintly, Xianxia moves his body slightly to dodge the attack. He has already reached Fighter 5 Dan Dingley Realm Pinnacle. Naturally, the strength of a Fighter 3 Dan Primary Stage cannot hurt him. He assumed that the young man is here just to cause trouble, so he thought that he would just be a delinquent without cultivation. However, upon seeing him dodge his attack easily, he immediately realizes that the young man's cultivation is on a higher level than his. The vendor stops as bewilderment overwhelms him. A fellow who has at least reached the level of Fighter 3 Dan can't possibly be really trying to buy stuff with just 8 gold coins. If I'm not wrong, you are from Xiapingyi. The moment the vendor made a move, a book on him is compiled in the Library of Heaven's Path. Getting what he had intended for, Xianxia smiles faintly. How did you know? The vendor is taken aback. Xiapingyi is one of the provincial cities around Tianxian Royal City. It isn't a large city and there are at least 80 of such cities around the capital. The vendor is puzzled by how Xianxia could pinpoint it out accurately. He couldn't resist looking down to study his appearance, but there doesn't seem to be any defining traits on him that would reveal his place of origin. It doesn't matter how I know it. Xianxia activates this acting cool mode. He looks at the other party once again in a calm and dignified demeanor. Half a year ago, you probably met with danger in Tianxian Forest and was bitten by a cold bamboo snake. Although you managed to escape with your life, your kidneys were damaged. If I'm not wrong, when you are doing that, it is difficult for you to showcase your masculinity. You. The vendor staggers backward. His eyes are widened so large that they are on the verge of falling to the floor. It is true that he was bitten by a cold bamboo snake in Xianxia forest half a year ago, after which, the latter half of Xianxia's words are true as well. However, other than him and the lady from the brothel, he had never talked about it with another person. How did this young man know about it? Could it be that he is a seer? Someone who is capable of divining the future? The vendor is still filled with disbelief. Why? Are my words wrong? Seeing the expression on the other party's face, Xianxia knew that what was written in the Library of Heaven's Path isn't wrong. Thus, he expresses a look of pity and says, "If you find what I have said inaccurate, I can do without the medicinal herb and leave right now. However, your only chance at treating your problem will disappear as well. Sigh, you won't be able to be a man from now onward. Don't blame me for not reminding you now. Gongzi, don't go. Gongzi, it's mean gentleman." Hearing that the other party is capable of treating him, the vendor's body trembles in agitation as he hurriedly takes a step forward. Can you really treat me? To a man, nothing is more pathetic than losing one's potency. These days, he dares not respond to the invitations of his friends, afraid that his problem would be exposed in front of them. Suffering silently, he had looked for many different physicians, but they all came to the same conclusion, that his symptoms are hard to treat and the only solution is amputation. He dares not believe that a casual buyer would point out his problem directly and even claim that he is capable of treating it. I won't force you to believe me. However, since I am able to tell what is wrong with you, naturally, I have my own ways to treat it as well. Xianxia declares. Gongzi, I plead you to help treat me. As long as you can treat me, not just that single stalk of frigid sungrass, you can take all of my herbs. The vendor lunges forward in a panic, the plea in his eyes clear to see. There are too many incredible people in the world. The words of the young man are logical since he is able to see through his problem. He definitely has a way to treat it. Besides, he has no choice to grasp onto every straw of hope that he could find. After all, this concerns his future happiness. You were bitten by the cold bamboo snake. This creature inherently possesses cold attribute. When you were bitten by it, cold energy erupted into your body, causing you to lose your physical function. Furthermore, it is unable to dispel by any medicinal herb. Thus, even quite a few apothecaries will find themselves helpless before it. However, what is bizarre about this snake is that even though its entire body is cold, its gall is warm. As long as you find another snake, kill it and consume its gall, you are able to expel the cold energy from your body completely. Your damaged kidney would gradually recover, and you would be able to showcase your masculinity as a man once more. Xianxia says, there are many antidotes to the poison of the cold bamboo snake, but the best antidote of all lies on its body. Its gall is the crux to counteracting its unique cold energy. This is written on one of the manuals in Hongtian Compendium Pavilion. Upon the thought of cold bamboo snakes, this information pops up into his mind. This is also precisely the reason why he only mentioned the gallbladder of the cold bamboo snake. Otherwise, with the Library of Heaven's Path capability of displaying innumerable flaws, there is a multitude of remedies he could provide him. He need not specifically choose this one. Eating the snake gall of a cold bamboo snake? The vendor is still in a state of disbelief. So simple? If this is true, why did none of the many physicians he had visited say so? There should be cold bamboo snakes on sale in this commercial city. If you doubt my words, you can buy one of them and try it right now. I will only leave after we verify it. Xianxia says. Medicinal herbs aren't the only things on sale in Tianyu Commercial City. There are also all kinds of treasures, savage beasts and animals. Cold bamboo snake is one of the lower-tier savage beasts. Although it contains lethal poison within it, it can be used in concocting medicines, so there are people selling it here. Fine, wait for a moment. After hesitating for a moment, the vendor turns around and leaves. A short moment later, he returns with a cage and a cold bamboo snake is coiling around in it. As a Jinchi realm fighter, as long as he is prepared, killing a cold bamboo snake isn't a difficult task. It didn't take long for the snake gall to be extracted. Without any hesitation, the vendor swallows it directly. Soon, the vendor's eyes light up. The vendor seems to have already gotten an answer to whether the remedy works or not. I thank Gongzi for your help. These frigid sungrass are all yours. With his eyes glowing with excitement, the vendor nearly kneels down in gratitude from the joy surging through him. This was a problem that had been plaguing him for a long time. In fact, there was even a period when he didn't want to live anymore. In order to treat this deficiency of his, he spent several years of his savings, and never would he expect for it to be treated just like that. See, I didn't lie when I said that you would give them to me for free. Xianxia helps himself to the generous gifts of the vendor and grabs the box filled with frigid sungrasses. Knowledge is a type of wealth as well. It is natural for Xianxia to receive some compensation from the vendor after solving the illness that was plaguing him. Gongzi, I apologize for my inadequacy for not realizing your capabilities. I beg for your forgiveness. The vendor scratches his head in embarrassment. Just a moment ago, he was still declaring resolutely that if he were to give the frigid sungrasses to Xianxia for free, he would call him grandpa. Never would he expect for Xianxia's words to truly come to be, "It's nothing." Xianxia casually waves his hand to show that it was a small matter. Just as he is about to leave, a crowd of people suddenly dashes forward, their faces red from agitation. Quick, Master Mo Yang is here. One would be able to prosper through the guidance of Master Mo Yang. This is an opportunity not to be missed. This time, as long as it is a treasure Master Mo Yang appraises for me, I will buy it no matter how much it costs. Indeed, I felt regretful after missing that opportunity by the previous time. The crowds discuss as they ran over. What is happening? Seeing how the crowds are agitated as though a star has arrived, Xianxia is puzzled. Master Mo Yang has come. Even the eyes of the vendor are glowing with excitement.